and I fell as soon as I walked through the turnstile. So banner week.
Yeah. Chalk that up to a great one.
Oh, it was.
Yeah,
it was really special.
It was special.
Like
we,
that. It was
and Janos. Okay, I've got these loops on this cape. Where do those? Are those going over the pegs for the shoulder pauldrons?
I hooked.
There's hooks. Yeah, hooks on the. If you look at the front.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I got it. I got you. I see it now.
Yeah. I remember that figure now because I remember the hooks. Watching somebody else do them, like you guys talking about it. I don't know if it was here or where, but
right.
Slowly learning about them.
Yeah, I learned it from Adam at Highly Articulated. Watching.
That's where I saw it. Yeah, watching news.
I got an arm that just does not want to stay in.
Oh.
The actual arm's coming out?
Yeah, well, it's the peg looks like it's a little smaller than it needs to be, and that's not a big fix, but still.
What else did you get this week? Payne, you get any new pickups?
I didn't get anything new. This is stuff that I had. I just didn't open it.
You didn't get any new pickups
last week.
I thought you were lying last night on your stream.
No, I did not. I literally did not get anything. Now I do have a couple things coming in from Hasbro next week, but yeah, you know what? It broke my record of not getting something. So, I went a whole week without getting something. It was a miracle.
Your wallet's in your pocket, sighing in relief. This is nice.
Yeah, exactly.
And you passed the buying bug on to me. I've been buying all kinds of crap lately.
You know what? I am not responsible for that delinquency there, Jacob. I am sorry.
I don't know what's been over.
I'll take responsibility for many things.
I've gotten all kinds of
enabling your toy purchases. I would blame some of that on Brick because you're getting some unique stuff.
I got the Yip Yip aliens. Yip.
Those are awesome. I love those.
I don't know why I would pick these things up, man. I give Super 7 early way too much of my money. Yeah, I saw these. My wife was even like, she was like, I can't say no. I was like, no, right?
They're the Yip Yips. Come on.
Yeah. Fat Red Foo, what's up? And Brick Something's here.
Somebody
said
Brick
something
is
about
here, so I got
something. Because I said his name, and now he appears. Next thing we know, if we start saying AWOC, Adam will show up. So you know,
right.
We must do the Holy Trinity there, right?
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
that's a cool set.
Yeah, I'm actually a really big Halo Mega Bloks collector, and also besides the Mythic Legions, just for some reason I never really talk about it, but this is a set I've been waiting for a while, so I'm pretty excited to get this one.
I like quite a bit of the Halo stuff, but
my son's been collecting a lot of that Halo, and they got him up at that Mattel store I go to for 50% off. He's picked up a bunch of stuff.
I've actually been collecting them since the beginning when Mega Bloks was still Mega Bloks. So I might actually have all the sets from the entire line. But yeah,
you just picked up. I forget what that ship's called. The Ghost.
Yes, I do. The only thing that I don't religiously collect from the line is the blind bags because I don't live in a place where I can go to stores that have blind bags. The closest Target is 100 miles from me. So, and buying them aftermarket, there's a lot of markup on most of the figures. So I don't really collect those, but all the other stuff, the Halo Heroes, all the sets, I do.
My son saw they were 50% off. He got 4 of those Ghosts yesterday. I was like, you really need 4 of them?
On the Mattel shop?
Well, there's a Mattel store kind of close to me. It's the Mattel warehouse.
Oh, I got you. An actual retail.
Yeah, it's not the main Mattel store. It's kind of just a little one-off of the warehouse.
Yeah, I saw the Night Stalkers.
Yeah. I was surprised about that, man.
You never know what you'll
find a random freaking classics.
How much
I
are
know
they
about.
charging on them, Jacob?
Half off the original price. I got them. So
Nice.
it was $53.99.
Oh.
Got them for what, like probably 28, 27,
Okay.
28.
I was gonna say
Right.
53 seems that's a midge high.
We have a Mattel store here I should check out. I never go there, though.
Oh, where's that at, Ed?
It's actually at the Fisher Price because we have Fisher Price is right like 15 minutes from my house.
Okay, because I remember like looking at Mattel before. There's not all that many actual
No,
stores.
it's
now.
actually
There's only-
considered a Fisher Price store, but since they're owned by Mattel now, they carry
Okay.
Mattel stuff in there too, and it's really
Oh, all right.
discounted prices for most of it. So
I was trying to
I
remember
figured
what I got for
two of these, and I didn't know why, but I think Sir Clifton wants one. So I'm all right, cool. I didn't get it for no reason.
So I
You
got
and
this
those
shield.
orcs, Thanos. You and those orcs.
Well, I got the shield. I had the orc, but
Oh, those
That's cool.
what's on his
5K?
back? Oh, that's a sword on
Yeah, I
his
like
back.
that.
That's
Yeah.
freaking awesome.
hey, super cool.
One of those ones from
But this is-
5K, right?
Yeah, the orc. But
On
the
5K.
shield I got off AliExpress again. But it's like from World of Warcraft, the Bulwark of Azeroth, big spiky shield. Always
I
like
keep
the
looking at
graphic.
those
for
orcs.
it.
I'm like, damn, I kind of want some now.
There's some nice ones coming out.
I know I saw they just put out a new one, like some promo pictures.
Yeah,
Are they the same ones that are making the double-headed one? Is that the same set of orcs?
this one is, but there's also some other ones on there too.
A 5K didn't get me in trouble.
Yep. Yes, it does.
Well, apparently it will, Jacob, because you got the first night Arthur.
Yeah, that art.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's well worth it. By far, my favorite toy I have now. He's amazing.
They had a table at PowerCon. Their U.S. supplier had a table at PowerCon. I got a War Bear and a couple other figures, and they were like, I don't know, $10-15 cheaper than the actual website.
Hmm
I was
I'm
so-
almost tempted to order Yang.
That's nice
from
and
there.
shiny.
AliExpress.
Yeah.
Ah.
I've got another shield and a banner coming too, and the banner's supposed to like plug into the back of like Mythic Legions. So
Is that actually purple, or is that just your light?
yeah, it's kind of like a reddish purple.
Yeah. That's
and
pretty
a little bit
sweet,
of
man.
gold and
That looks
silver.
good with that
Yeah,
orc,
that's
though.
cool.
Super nice. It's like solid as hell too.
You don't want to step on it in the middle of the night, is what you're saying?
No, definitely do not.
I've also been going cheap too, though, Aaron. I picked up a lot more of those McFarlane Witchers from Amazon that I was getting before.
This is for
Yeah,
you,
they're-
Thanos.
$10 here and there.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you can find them at Ross too. I mean, they were having them before.
I don't know. We got a bunch of Rosses around here. I'm just getting the same couple of little things.
$3.99.
We got a new Ross opening up pretty soon over here, so that's kind of cool. I found this guy for $3. You know the
Oh, yeah,
Dungeons
I got
and Dragons guy.
Yep, I did find him
yeah.
at Ross. It was $5 here.
I have those guys.
They
you know
had
what,
they had
they're
Snake
rough.
Face and they had Dragon Blaster Skeletor, but the cards were just trashed and there was no prices on them. I'm like, I'm not gonna try to go up
I
there.
saw
And have them guess
some
the price.
Yeah,
I saw some battle armor He-Mans and the Buzzsaw Hordak there too.
yeah. At that Mattel store, there's
Speaking
a
of
bunch
Ross,
of
this is another Ross
And then-
find.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
they've got a ton of this series in there. Like at the one out by me, I'm in Northwest Indiana, so I went to the one in Highland, Indiana, and man, they had a whole peg, like a whole like just big wall filled with them. I was like, oh.
And what were they going for?
$12, like
Oh, nice.
after tax and change. I mean, not bad. Like they're normally like 25 something. They're not bad. I don't think I'd pay 25 for them.
Yeah.
So, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
12, okay.
Did you say you're in Northwest Indiana? How bad did you get abused the last couple weeks with the weather?
Yeah. Ooh, it was cold. Like, and like trying to make videos while your furnace wants to keep going off and everything is like,
Nope.
it's like, ah!
That's just not going to work.
Yeah. My kid's like, what's wrong? I'm like, nothing you can help me with. You need a hug? Yes, I need a hug.
And to move south, thank you.
Yeah.
Just do this to me.
Even moving south ain't gonna help anymore. You know?
Yeah,
true, right?
normally, like you can just wait it out for a week or two, and the weather is going to be like right now. I was walking around without a coat on. Like me and my wife, we were down. Which, by the way, tonight is 2 of my first time live streaming. And the first time I've ever been to a drag show. So, it was a good time. It was fun. But yeah,
Like
yeah.
drag racing, or
Yeah,
No.
drag racing.
No, not quite.
Drag.
That other kind of drag, yes. The one that involves a lot of duct tape, apparently.
And layers of makeup.
Digital diarrhea. No, I'm not near the El Segundo one. I'm by like San Bernardino. There's a Mattel warehouse, and then they have a little store that's kind of connected to it where they sell damaged or just overstock stuff.
That's awesome. Yeah.
I'm half tempted to paint this translucent head with my neutral glow in the darky.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
It's an exclusive.
the
I
con-
did it with Metro.
Hey,
Aaron, not everything needs to have a coat of paint on it, okay? It comes with paint on it.
That's debatable. Everything may have a coat of paint.
It's the same sculpt as one in the head pack too, so you just paint that head.
Is it cool to jump in with some hauls? Because I one
Jump in, man. This is a free for all.
and 2, my wife is out of town, so
And now,
It's now or never.
So,
Yeah.
what's her name and what's her email so I can send her a link to watch the video?
she already has the link to the video, and if she's watching it now, I wouldn't be surprised if she jumps in and says, "What the hell did you do?" It's fine. We're 10 years deep. She knows what she got into.
Oh.
Get mad.
There
She
you go.
that bought me an Eternia. I'm the one that said no. I'm going to be responsible.
Oh,
Yeah,
good woman.
so your wife's the
Yeah.
enabler.
she is an enabler, but she's got a really cute butt, so I let it fly.
Yeah, you gotta.
I snagged these at 2 different GameStops.
Oh, nice.
Cameras work or the internet works. There we go.
Yeah, opposite.
Yeah, so that was a fun drive in the rain, but I finally found those. And this came in the mail from GDL Faithful and buddy of my show, Quip. He found me a Frosta
Oh, cool.
Nice.
because Peoria is a desert. And then I went to one of my co-hosts. His brother runs this store called the Item Shop, not far away. It's in Bloomington Normal, and I managed to finally
Oh, nice.
buy off the list.
Haven't seen that guy for a while.
Find me a Toy Biz Batman,
Oh, nice. 89
Oh,
Batman with a grappling belt.
man.
and found this. I couldn't say no to it.
Oh, that's cool.
Ooh.
And then I did get something for my son because he is a big Ghostbusters fan.
Yeah.
Nice.
So those are the things she'll get mad at me about when she gets home.
It's not too bad. I think I spent more on
It comes
that
with a clean
than on
house
those
and laundry
figures.
and shelves hung on the wall, so I hedged my bets.
So you checked off a couple things from the honey-do list to hope that it sues it off. That's good thinking.
Not
Did
my
you do
first-
that before or after?
What's that?
Did you do that before the purchases or after?
Yes. I
Good answer. You don't have to incriminate
There's half
yourself.
preliminary strike and half.
she'll be fine. She just showed me a vacuum for like $350 that she wants to buy, and I didn't bat an eye. So it's fine. Everything.
Yeah, my wife, she's like, "Can I go get my nails done?" I'm like, "Yeah, go get your nails done. I'm
Yeah.
gonna go pick up some GI Joe."
That is exactly how
Exactly.
mostly. I think I'm gonna get my nails done. You know what you should also do? You should get why don't you get your hair done? I know you've been talking about it. Take care of those split ends. Upsetting you.
What vehicle do you want now?
Yep.
And you're gonna be on that end of town. You should go see the nice little Asian lady that makes all your tension go away in your back. And you know what? It's been a hard week. Stop at Portillo's. Get yourself a couple dogs, maybe an Italian beef. I'll take the kid. It's gonna be fine. Then she something. She knew what she got into.
Finally picked me up a second one of him.
Oh, nice.
That double display going.
Oh,
Nice.
I still can't.
Wait,
believe it.
Oh, you're doing the torso swap for him, or
Yeah, just one with armor and then the one snake. Because I don't know why. I usually think about things like that and buy two of them, but when I got him, I wasn't even thinking about it. Now, secondary, he's kind of going for a lot, so I found him all right price.
I took a cruddy buck, like a top torso, and shaved it down a bunch. I got the idea from Hebro. I don't know if you guys catch him at all.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I
Every
just
once
did
in a
that,
while.
and yeah, it
Probably
worked
missed
too.
that episode, though. I haven't seen him do that.
That's for you,
Yeah, that
Cobb.
Brick has an inquiring minds want to know where you managed to snag a Keldor.
From Eternia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see more, go watch my video.
I was jealous.
I see more, I got video on him.
That video, yeah.
Yeah, I just watched that before jumping on.
Yeah, I see him, yeah.
I added that to my playlist so I can watch it tomorrow when I wake
Yeah,
up.
been pretty quick. I was surprised. I was like, damn, I feel like I just watched him and it was on my doorstep.
Brick is confirming that he has watched said video.
I was thinking I replied to a comment already. So.
Yeah, weren't you on like time number 2 yesterday or something? I've watched it twice. I did, and I tried to watch it a third time
Carol's
with my
telling
wife.
on you. eBayed. You paid the evil bay, huh?
Sometimes you gotta do it.
I might have finished my second viewing like right before we started this.
Oh. And Brick, I'll
It's
answer
good.
your other question.
Awesome.
It's got a great pace to it. Like it moves fast, like a movie. My wife was even just like, "Man, this is going too quick for me, and I'm too tired to keep up with it." I was like, "Yeah, I get it." What she really meant was,
it actually
"All right,
does
don't watch
feel
this
like a
stuff."
movie.
Is that Keldor's cloth or is that just plastic?
Yeah, it's cloth. It's,
Oh, nice.
it looks
And
real
the
blue
sheepskins
on here.
make-
In real life, like in person, it is so purple. It's such a royal purple color. It looks badass. Here, it just looks real blue. Like even when I
Yeah,
did
it
my
looks really
video,
blue.
It looks real.
So
blue.
is it fake sheepskin too? Fake wool up top?
Yeah, I don't know. I said in my video too. It doesn't look like the promo pic or like the pic on the box. Looks a lot better on there. It looks good still.
But at least it's not molded plastic.
Yeah.
No, yeah. So yeah, but the purple on it, man. In person, that purple is just so nice looking.
Well, purple dye was back in medieval times was actually the hardest color to get. That's why royalty were the only ones that wore it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's so sad that I know that from a college chemistry class that I had to take. And that's the only thing there's two things I retained from that class. Purple and that mauve was the first artificial color made for dye.
Interesting.
Yep.
Sometimes I hate the shit that I remember.
Could be worse. I don't remember anything.
I just wait for my 18-year-old son to spill all these facts on me, like mauve and pink don't really exist, and purple is the color of royalty, and he's just full of useless knowledge. So
Sometimes it comes in handy, like when you obsess over toys and cartoons and doing a podcast.
yeah,
Then sometimes it just annoys your friends and your loved ones.
it comes in really handy when he beats all of his older brother-in-laws, or his uncles rather, my ex-brother-in-laws at Trivial Pursuit, because he knows all the stupid stuff that no one else knows.
Yeah.
Let's say you add a brick real quick. Yeah, it's just like straps that go over the arms, like a backpack. Yeah, doesn't have anything that goes around the neck or anything.
So it just goes over the shoulders and wraps around the
Yeah,
shoulders.
he's just got two little rubber bands. They actually slide all up into the joints right there, so it kind of just disappears.
Oh, nice. That certainly doesn't look purple though at all.
No, I know. Even when I was doing my video, I was trying to say it looks purple, but man, it's like way different on camera. It's crazy looking.
It looks royal blue on camera.
Yeah. I mean, it's maybe a little bit blue, but it's mostly purple. Yeah, especially right now looking at it again. So,
Joe, you got any new customs?
You know, actually, I've hardly had days off in almost 2 months, so I have a bunch planned, but I haven't had any time for painting, unfortunately. I've even been quiet on Instagram. There I was plugging my Instagram for a while just for it to be a desert of content. Yeah, I have a bunch planned. I actually, McFarlane came out with those Diablo statues.
Yeah.
And I mean, they're all right. I like them, but I like the more classic look for the Diablo characters. So I've actually been planning some Mythic Legions customs of the characters, like how I would have liked the statues to look. So I'm really looking forward once I have, some decent amount of time off to tackle those. So.
Another couple months.
Oh God, I hope not. I'm hoping mid-February we'll get back to our regular schedule. We're really short-handed right now, so at my work, so a lot of overtime and long shifts and stuff like that. So, but
are you going in on these? Are you going on the Savage Crucible, Joe?
No. So
you're sticking to Mythic because you have to pick something.
I'm sticking to Mythic, but part of it is I'm actually cutting back most of the things, like Legions and my Halo Mega Blocks are my two main lines to collect, and then I would just get whatever caught my eye. But I want to go to Legions Con this year, and my card blew a head gasket. It was $2,500 to get the head gasket. It's a dual cam, so it wasn't something I could do myself. I just don't have the tools for it. So a lot of my travel money went to getting the car fixed. So I've got to kind of buckle down, and save some money so that I can make sure and make it to Legions Con. So that's cutting out a lot of the extra stuff. But I encourage people to check them out, though. Strupp Family Crafts is designing a lot of the soft goods for them. So Sean is a good friend of mine. So they make really high quality stuff. I have quite a bit of their stuff, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the line looks. I just don't want to pay for it. So
you got to pick something.
Right. Oh, and I know you guys do some customizing yourselves, like Aaron.
Nice.
Aaron, did you order from that sale that we were talking about the last time I was on? Why am I drawing a blank now?
The custom Mythic stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I haven't got my shipping notice yet. What's his name? Patrick's Customs or
everything. Yeah. Everything on his site is 50% off right now. So if there's anything else,
I got what I needed. I got like the lion or the fur upper chest and then the lion head.
That's a cool torso.
Because I'm going to use that with my Baldric and do the. I ordered. I have a barbarian. No, I have the gladiator, and I ordered a barbarian, so I would have two arms that were unarmored.
Nobody said AWOC, and Adam still showed up.
No, we did earlier. It just didn't happen. There wasn't like a 1-to-1 ratio there.
It must
has been popping
laid
up.
itself going across the border.
Yeah, Thanos has been popping up AWOCs all evening, so it's been summoning.
So if anybody's
got this
interested,
back
Pulse
too.
Customs has a 50% off sale until midnight tomorrow. So
Oh, I might take a look again and see what they got. I mean, I
So
just
is he shutting down? Is that what he's doing?
yeah,
he
he's
said he's discontinuing 95% of his stock, and there's a lot of stuff. He didn't just do parts for Mythic Legions; he does them for other lines as well.
Yeah.
So,
he has a bunch of different stuff.
Yeah.
Did anybody order that Orko? Anybody?
No,
Mm.
I just
That's
don't have
too
room
much.
for 1/6. So I mean, it's if I'm gonna do it, I would have to do it and get rid of some other stuff, and I just don't want to do that. I mean, it's
You know,
nice.
and
That it's
how
honestly,
only,
creepy is
you're only
how
gonna get
creepy
3
are
to 4
those
figures,
feet, too?
maybe 6 at most in a year. So
Yeah, it was
It was like something from a horror movie.
yeah, I like Orko a little bit more basic. You know, the details were cool, but it wasn't like it was like, wow, that's a really big reimagining of Orko. But you know, preferences.
if they're gonna do it, they should have just left the mystery and not. They don't.
I
need to
always
give speed.
I always drool over the Mondo, but I never pull the trigger on them.
Yeah, I don't know what I would do with something that big around here. I don't have room.
For me, it's that price
While,
point.
One day.
while we
They
all stare at the big, large toy collection behind him, he says, "I don't have room."
Well, you can see.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can
Well,
make
Aaron, he
room.
probably has the
See, I
same
have
problem you got.
absolutely room left.
That's not even. I've got other shelves in front of me
The
too.
2
and
square
I've got
inches that I
stuff
have
up to the
left do
side.
not fit a 1/6 scale figure.
1/6
Now,
scale
watching
does
your
take up
stuff,
a
too.
lot of room. I will tell you that.
Yeah.
So you have a bunch of different. You collect all kinds of different things too. Watching your videos,
I'm pretty eclectic. Like, I mean, I have a ton of those stupid reaction figures. I feel like an idiot every time I buy one, but some of them are just like, they're so cool. Like, it's just like, oh, dude, what? I mean, I've got the freaking Inside Out Bart Simpson. This is a pocket fig that goes with me oftentimes. Like, mainly just for the stupid, dirty joke that I can tell with it. You know, it's like, hey, you want to see something small, pink, and veiny? And then you pull this out, and people are like, oh, wow, thank God that went that way.
They breathed a sigh of relief, is what you're saying. You're like, wait.
Like, cool. I thought you were going to be the creepy old guy with the beard, not the okay guy with the beard. Or like, you know, mutagen man. Like, it's my wife thinks it's hilarious. Like, we went to the Art Institute, or was it the Art Institute? No, we went to the what was it? Museum of Science and Industry in Chicago. And I was putting this thing everywhere I could. There was one spot where like you could touch like this 2,000-year-old like piece of Roman column, and I was like, oh well, he's going on there and photo op. And like, the guard comes through and she's like, you're not supposed to touch it. I'm like, read the sign. She's like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, yeah. My wife's like, of course you put a toy on it. Like,
My ex-wife used to get so mad. I'd take a figure with me everywhere I went, and I'd have half of our vacation pictures would have action figures in it, and she'd be like, "Why?" I'm like, "We've been together 22 years. You knew this back when we started." So.
I need to start doing that when I
Why not?
get stuck somewhere. That way I can like take pictures, and I just never think to bring a figure with me.
or
This
or
one's for
like
you,
little
Hyper.
things like this, like a little Rick and Morty spaceship, right? Little Hot
Yeah.
Wheels deal. I mean, I love this thing. I bring this everywhere I go a lot of times too. It's just like all of a sudden I'm just sitting there and I'm playing with a stupid little spaceship. My mother-in-law's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Are you playing with toys?" I was just like, "That's my husband." Like, what do you want?
Or
My
you get
daughter will defend me. Yeah. Sorry, but yeah.
now
Speaking
speaking
of
your third
pickups,
one.
I mean,
I like
I
this
just
one
got
too.
this guy today. I can't wait. I can't wait to open this one. This,
Oh, yeah.
this is the cartoon collection one. I mean, I know everybody else has one, but now I got one. And then I picked
I
up
don't know.
these. This is another
Oh, nice.
line that like I collect, and I like the loyal subjects Ninja Turtles are like so like those elbows are just atrocious. They are the craziest things ever. But something about those figures just tugs at my heartstring like none of the other lines do. I don't get it. But like this looks I'm stoked to grab this. You know, like this was on sale the other day. That's the other thing too, is like I'm so cheap. Like I hate paying MSRP. Like I do. I hate it. I feel like a sucker every time I do. And my wife's like, why? And I'm like, because that's not how much the thing costs. You know that even with profit, there's still a massive amount of markup. She's just like, oh, God, you're such an old pole. Oh, sorry. I don't know if I can say. Well, that's my word. It's our word. We could say that. So, okay. But yeah, it's just like she cracks up because I'm like, it's okay. I got it on sale. She's like, well, that's fine then. So if Eternius, ever goes on sale, even if it's like $500, it's never going to go on sale.
So let me get this straight. You're Midwestern, like really Midwestern. You're Polish, and you hunt down deals.
Go figure, right?
No, like one of my own. Very good. Like about
Yeah.
this, very familiar. Feels a lot like I'm looking in the mirror.
You got it. Oh, when everybody started talking about Ollie's and Ross and everything, I was like, oh no, I'm done for. My wife's just going to disown me. She's like, what do you want to go to Ross for? You want to check out the stuff and let me look at dresses? I'm like, yeah, honey. Yes.
That's two birds, one stone. My
Anytime I can make my wife happy, it's a bonus for me. So
every dress is a
yeah,
bat. Every rug.
where in the Midwest? I'm in Hammond, actually. Beautiful, sunny, lovely Hammond.
Lovely.
No, it's not. It's actually, you know what? Hammond's a nice, diverse, like very like socioeconomic mix. Like there's some rich folks, there's some poor folks, there's white folks, black folks, we got Asian folks. There's a bunch of folks that are Muslim that have been, moving into the area. It's very diverse. I love the fact that my kid grows up in this kind of a neighborhood. Like some areas of Hammond aren't great, but some are really cool. And there's a really big like arts community program thing that my daughter is involved in and stuff. So Hammond's it's not too bad. And we're only, 40-minute ride from Chicago. So
yeah,
we got culture there too.
You guys are just outside of Chicago.
Hey, Ed.
Yeah.
Somebody's backstage.
I don't see anybody.
She sent a message on private chat.
Hold on. They were hiding out way down below. I didn't see them pop in.
Hey,
hey, Allison. Sorry,
No,
I didn't
you're
see you
fine.
hanging out down there below everything.
Yeah, you're old. No, just kidding.
I know. I am old.
You're so old. You were a senior when I was a junior.
I'm going to be on the downward slide to 100 after next Wednesday. So.
Yeah. No, that's true. That's how it works.
Yeah.
How is everyone tonight?
Fantastic.
Good.
How about yourself?
Just finished dinner. Did a bunch of editing. I still have a ton of editing to do. The electricity. No thing. I'm behind, but whatever.
The cat's taken care of.
Cat's not sitting behind her back, so that's
not yet. He's been attacking the other cat's butts all day, so he's resting.
He's got busier things to do.
Yeah, well, he's just at the age where it's like he's due for his but getting him in for the so he's rambunctious. Yeah, that's what we're calling it. He spent all day yesterday attacking the old cat. Every time the old cat would turn around, he would fly at his butt and attack it. So there was a lot of cat violence yesterday. So and then he goes and crashes out for like 3 hours, and then when he gets up, he's like 3 inches taller. So, he'll probably show up in a little bit, but right now he's crashed out wherever he was when he crashed out. Like it's like babies where they just like they walk and they fall over and then they're just I walked up the other day and he was just sprawled across the kitchen floor, all stretched out, just passed the fuck out. And I'm like, okay. And so it makes me wish I had a Roomba.
I got one. It doesn't help.
Oh, I don't think it would help, but it would be enjoyable for the cats, I think. Because they do not like any form of vacuum cleaner. So just to turn it on and watch them all scatter and run.
Yeah, you know what? That is kind of disappointing. My cats have never attacked our stupid robot thing. I wish they had. That would be cool.
Yeah, no. It's half the reason to get one is to watch the cats. Although there's that one cat video that was going around of the cat sitting on top of the Roomba, and as he went around the room, he would attack the dog every time he went by the dog. So, but yeah, so.
You working on anything good?
I am. I'm just working on well, I'll put it. It's not for the channel. It's just some of the stuff I do for my own satisfaction. It's like the artist Elazor, and she does all these sort of creepy zombie chick ghost ladies. So I'm just working on this. I did a bunch of her stuff on my Instagram for Halloween. So I'm just working on stuff for myself because I have like months and months of shorts. I've been constantly, I've had a bunch of video that I just finished editing so that I could, and jumped on. So I've got a bunch of stuff. I was like, instead, because I normally film stuff when I'm on here, and I'm like, no, I'm just gonna catch up on all of the stuff that's kind of just for me. So, you gotta do some stuff just for you. And then somewhere I have over there a He-Man I might open later, one of the cartoon ones.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So somewhere I have.
Sorry.
So let's see. Hyperdelic, this is your first time, and this is definitely Derek's first time.
Yep.
That's pretty good. Let's see. So Hyperdelic, for the people watch, because most of us are here every weekend, so everyone's bored with us, the two newbies. So Hyperdelic, for the people in the chat who don't know what you do, what is it that you do on the interwebs, YouTube, etc.?
Well, I mean, pretty much just action figure reviews. But like, I'm not actually I'm not restricting myself. Like, I will probably do some other types of toys and stuff like that. Right. Oh. Yeah, I lost my sound.
You lost
Hang on.
audio.
Of
Well,
course
that's
I
okay.
did.
Somewhere Moby was playing his music, so that's
Yeah.
probably what happened. There's Moby-related audio disturbance. So,
Yeah.
so toy reviews, and what kind of, when you reach beyond action figures, what are you gonna do?
I think he's still plugging in.
Still working on it.
Isn't it?
Oh no. Are you getting me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Oh, hey, you guys getting me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right. There we go. Yeah, my headphone crapped out on me. So what am I doing on the internet? What am I doing? I do figure reviews. I've been I used to be a graphic designer a long time ago. Back when the web was still on HTML2.
Back when we all had Geos shitties.
Yeah, I had a few of those. Oh man,
same.
But yeah, I didn't want to do it anymore. I just kind of lost the love for it. Went to school for a little while to become a teacher, and then I wound up getting married, having a family, getting a job in an assembly plant, which had nothing to do with anything that I had been doing before.
Right.
And so nowadays, I need to find that creative expression. And so I've been dipping into the photography and videography and stuff a little bit more and more, just because I haven't done a lot of stuff in a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, for the last 8 years, it's been dad and work. So this is kind of more for me than anything.
Yeah.
And I just, I like to experiment. I like to do all kinds of stuff. I don't have any actual formal training in video. I mean, the last time I did any kind of like media editing was back when Macromedia was still called Macromedia.
Right.
So that makes me really old.
In the days of the full wool.
Right.
I don't think anyone, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think any of us here though have official like video training. I think most of
No.
us have just
You've
watched
Right.
a
seen how
couple
I edit.
YouTube
I
tutorials.
can't even shoot a video right.
I mean, half of YouTube is, people who are figuring out as they go. The people,
Yeah.
there are people obviously who are going to school to become whatever, like influencers. But for the most
Sure.
part, and the most of the YouTube, most of us probably watch and enjoy are people like us who just figured it out as they went. So
Yeah.
I don't think that matters. It's about, for YouTube, for me anyway, it's like somebody actually doing something they like and being authentic. So I think you're okay.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
fine.
Yeah,
You got
I mean,
Allison's stamp of approval. You're good to go now.
Hey.
Take off, man.
Yeah.
no, and that's I mean, honestly, it is a key to doing decent content. If you are not into what you're doing, it's gonna
No.
show.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I
If
mean,
you're not
when I
being
do,
authentic, that's
I-
the trick, is because you can only hold up the facade for so long before
Right.
somebody sees a peek behind the curtain. So you got to be you. Either people will love you or they won't, and the world won't end either way.
I think as far as like putting up content, like I have some stinking videos, terrible videos. Like I look at them and I go, oh God, why am I leaving this here? But it's like this guy over here. This guy, he's doing his little photography, journey thing. And that's what it's about. Well, not little. Sorry, I didn't mean to make that sound like that, because it's not.
Right.
That's an awesome thing. but that's what it is for me. It's like, I'm starting out and I'm like, hey, I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, that's like the singing while I'm opening. I didn't know how to put audio into anything. I found doing the voiceover and I'm like, well, let's try it. And now it's a thing.
Well, like if you have older content that like some of my early stuff is going to look really bad in a year or two. But I think for people who have been with you, like who your early subscribers, they actually enjoy watching that progress. And then I think people and this is what I learned during the pandemic when I started watching a lot, because, we were all at home. I found the channels that I ended up subscribing to and enjoying the best were ones where it's like you literally could watch those first videos where nobody knew what the hell they were doing, and you slowly watched them find their voice, figure out how to edit stuff and get better, but actually leave it there so you can like sort of be a part of it. So
yeah.
My philosophy.
Well, that's what Lawrence says, right? Lawrence likes to leave his old stuff there because.
And like
voice.
Lawrence is a pretty good example of that, because he has a really solid, loyal audience who have grown with him, because he is just warts and all, like Lawrence sticks it up there. So, well, not really, because he's single, but whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. He's not in chat. We can't make fun of him if he's not here.
We can make fun of him because I'll make fun of him all the time.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's more fun when he's here to look offended.
Yeah.
Like when he gets that look, like, I can't believe you're saying all these things. I don't know why I always give Lawrence a New York accent when that's not at all what he is. But in my head, he has a New York accent when I have to paraphrase him. But yeah, so okay, so do you want to be called Hyperdelic, or shall we call you something else?
Hyperdelic's fine.
Hyperdelic. Yeah. All right, very good. So,
well, it's like my daughter wants to do stuff on TikTok and whatnot, and I'm like, all right, but you ain't using your name.
Yeah, it's good to have there are times where I regret using my real name, but whatever.
But I mean, if you plan things out appropriately, like I had a crash course in how to handle some of that stuff a few years ago. Like I've talked on my channel about that game Blocks World. Like I was low grade kind of popular at one point. I had like 20,000 subscribers in this game, right?
Yeah.
So I started to I started Discord server and all of that stuff, and after about 3 months, I shut the Discord server down because it was like a bunch of kids like Minecraft, and Roblox type kids, and it was chaotic and crazy, and kids were like coming out of the woodwork trying to like dox you and stuff and it's like, dude, what are you doing? It can get crazy, so you got to protect yourself. Don't put your information out there.
And how old are your kids, if you don't mind us asking?
My kids?
Yeah.
One is a full-grown adult. She literally just turned 21. And the other one, she's going to be 9 on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh.
So, yeah.
That'll be the year she turns 21. Right?
That's
the year she'll really appreciate, It'll all be a blur after that. So,
yeah.
All right. So, and Derek, you go second because Derek and I are friends. So, nothing I asked Derek is a surprise to me. But for the people watching at home who don't know Derek, what do you do, Derek, on the internet?
On the interwebs, I am the host of yesterday's podcast. It comes out every Monday. And it is a show I do with 2 of my best friends. We previously podcasted 2 different shows about Ernest P. Worrell. Not a joke. And that was kind of an interesting journey how that happened. It started out with the first show just reviewing everything that existed that was Ernest related, and in the process we became friends with the creators and writers of Ernest.
Yeah.
And they gave us a binder filled with about 150 unused scripts, treatments, and ideas. Some of them got repurposed into other movies like Rocket Man by Disney.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
And we did oh good, my dog's here.
Hi.
And we did, I think 3 years of reviewing all those scripts, acting some of them out. And in the process, kind of got the wheels moving on a friend of ours doing a Jim Varney documentary. I think that's a few months out from being done. But once we wrapped up on that, we wanted to keep podcasting. And I pitched them an idea of just a nostalgia-based podcast, talking about toys and movies and cartoons. Some good, some really, really bad. And I think we're on our 2nd season now.
But everyone loved Visionaries.
Oh, yeah, definitely one of our top performers.
Right?
No,
That was actually one of my favorite episodes, though. Like
that and Gem are probably 2 of my favorites from season 1 or last year.
Yeah.
We're off to a real fun start so far this year. Everything's been themed. Monday is the last episode of Make Mine Marvel Month. For some reason, I decided to cover every single 90s Marvel animated cartoon in 5 weeks.
Excellent.
That's a lofty goal.
Yeah. Monday episode, Allison, you really, really, really hear Dustin lean into the editing because it's Silver Surfer and Avengers United They Stand.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. But then the week after that, we start our pick month, and starting with Sectars, pick of Golden Girl.
I'm one of their Patreons. So Golden Girl is my pick. So
yeah. And
again, transparency, everyone. I'm invested. So
yeah.
Literally. So
she supports me in my bullshit.
I support many people in their bullshit. I think everyone here that has a YouTube channel, I subscribe to and show up for. Joe, do you have a YouTube channel?
No,
Okay,
I just leech onto everyone else's.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I just wanted to make sure because I was like, I just said that, but I don't think I subscribed to Joe. And then I was like, well, let's make sure Joe doesn't have a channel so I don't feel like a scumbag. So
No,
bud.
You're good. You're good.
I'm good.
Hello, bud. You have a channel?
I'm scummy for other reasons.
Yeah, that's my show. It's every Monday, and it's very sweary. I have two hosts that live to give me a hard time. Allison, Golden Girl opens with Jason just busting my chops hardcore, so it's gonna be
Excellent.
It's gonna be a fun episode. A little removed from that recording night. I'm very happy with that embarrassment of riches. So.
Sweet.
About your channel.
What about it?
Tell us about it.
Oh, okay. It's a channel and it's on YouTube and it's got stuff on it and yeah. No, yeah, that's what I do on the internet stuff. What I will do is it's nowhere near being because it literally arrived today. But I found a deal on a Kenner Give a Show projector. Strawberry
nice.
shortcake, the strawberry shortcake set. Dude had it on auction. It was buy it now for $40 or $20 to bid. I bid and nobody else bid against me. Projector still works.
It still works. Nice.
Yep, it has all. I haven't tried it, but allegedly, according to the ad, it still worked. It has all 16 of the strawberry shortcake slides. The reason it was it was a steal for that price anyway, the condition it's in. But it has all 16 of because not every property got its own projector. Like some of them you just bought the film strips. So I have all 16 in the set of the Ewok cartoon film strips and all 16 Care Bear strips.
Wow.
So,
And does it take double? Does it take D-size batteries?
It uses 3D batteries, which luckily, because all of our camp lanterns that I used around the house when we had no power used, all of our
It was the 80s that everything took D batteries.
I know, right?
Freaking ridiculous.
Except your Fisher Price tape player, which took C batteries. And
right.
No, do they even make C batteries anymore?
They,
anyway, I've got that.
They do, but they're hard to find. My boombox took 12 D batteries back.
Oh my god, mine too. Mine also had on the back of it a sticker that said I helped rebuild the Statue of Liberty because I gave like $1 to buy some chocolate and a sticker. Because remember you would sell at school like
yeah,
those little chocolate covered nuts. Oh, Gady's Toys Andrew is in the chat. So anyway, that will be content at some point. I'm trying to figure out how to turn it into something because retro toys. I obviously do all the coloring because coloring books, despite what people say, are toys. And it's how all of these old companies marketed this shit.
They are not toys. You can't make them toys, Allison.
Oh, I know. Like some dude in like the toy anxiety chat one night was like, "They're not toys," because Abby was like, "I bought a coloring book," and he was like, "Coloring books are not toys." And I was like, "Dude, shut the fuck up." I didn't say that because it's chat. You don't say anything, but I was just like, "Boy, he's fun," and then he proved that he was fun. And it's fine,
Sometimes Allison and Chad do say stuff.
Sometimes I do.
But back when we were kids, the coloring books were sold in the toy department, right?
Yeah, they were.
Not anymore, but that's
well, they don't really sell coloring books at all to kids. It's all for adults. Like,
yeah, we have some kid coloring books in the craft section, but
yeah, like even the local toy department at the store, the Fred Meyer's closest to us, like they have a tiny little coloring book set, but it's mostly like those little activity books and like golden books and shit. Yeah.
Well, they don't make regular coloring books anymore. They're all activity
in the magazine
books
section. So what's up?
Oh, I just had a little like insider info to add to this conversation.
Okay, what's up?
Oh, just that working at Amazon and packing up people's orders, literally of the many coloring books that I deal with in a given week, probably 90% are for adults.
Yeah, like I mean,
there's a few kids things, but yeah, vast majority of them are clearly adult comic, and they even state so.
Well, you have to now come look in the camera because you can't just be a discombobulated. Matt, everyone.
Yeah.
I thought that was your cat talking.
It took me a minute to realize it was Matt because I was looking all around like, who's
Matt,
talking?
nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you guys.
So yeah, he was over playing games, but like sometimes you get up and have to pee, and you hear conversations. So anyway,
Yeah.
so yeah, be aware. He's often around listening, just quietly. So if any of you step out
I
of
think
line,
a lot of that changed, because the dynamics changed as far as getting engagement with the extra media.
well, yeah, I mean that's a big part of it, and it's kids don't play outside, they don't play with toys, they like the whole thing. But it's not really that they don't; it's just people aren't giving their kids this shit anymore. So
Yeah.
if you don't give it to your kids, you're not gonna play with it. So
Back when I was doing expressive therapy, trying to find coloring books for the kids on the units,
yeah.
awful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's really well, and I because like when the Wonder Woman movie came out, I was like, well, there will be some Wonder Woman coloring books, right? And there were, and they're all terrible. I bought them, and they're all terrible. Like just
Yeah, most of the coloring books are really substandard now too.
well, and a lot of it's just like the same 7 or 8 pictures that they Photoshop at different sizes, or they'll like it's really freaking lazy, and it's like it's not that hard, guys. But I have as you can see, a stack of old coloring books back there to scan. I finished scanning last night my vintage. Kenner did not release any Star Wars coloring books in America. They were all in the United States. They were all in Canada. I found one for $20 right before Christmas. About 70% of it is colored. So it's going to take a while to clean it up, but the rest of it was not, and I'll be able to use that right away. But it's really cool. Just the art's really bad because it looks like whoever did it just traced it from like the Marvel comics and from photos. So some of it, and they didn't have a ruler. So some of it's pretty decent. There are a few really nice pictures, and then there's some where it's just like the lines. I literally could have done it better myself. So, yeah. So I don't know. I'll probably do a video on how bad the coloring book is, even if it weren't colored in. But whoever colored it did a pretty good job. So I guess
that's from the actual original trilogy.
Yep, it's from A New Hope, before New Hope. So 1977, back before Kenner had figures out. So that's kind of why the Give a Show projectors, because it's sort of classic Kenner toys. Like Kenner before Star Wars had sort of a set.
Yeah.
Like if they did a property, it was like you had a Give a Show projector. They did some Play-Doh sets. They do puzzles.
Kenner was not known for action figures before that.
Yeah, they weren't. Like they had the Hardy Boy dolls that they did. They had Baby Alive, I think it was. They had a lot of role playing. Like they had this toy that you would put milk in, and it was a cow, and then you would milk the cow and drink the milk, which sounds really gross.
Oh, cow.
Yeah. So
yeah.
I think they did
I know what
Betsy,
you're talking about.
the little doll that would pee before Baby Alive. Like that was the stepping stone. And then they got Star Wars. And then they were like, oh, action figures. And then they had Dusty, who was Dusty. I did a Princess Leia large size doll video that talks a little bit about Dusty. Dusty will have a bigger video later. But in the meantime, the Junkman has a pretty decent video about Dusty. Ironically, the Junkman of all people is the best Dusty video on the internet at this time. So
the Junkman, I haven't watched him in forever. He's still making videos?
Yeah, every so often he'll do video on Kenner deep dives. If he weren't so busy trying to get into internet beef with everyone, I would probably reach out to hang out with him or do a video or something. But I don't need, and as we all know, anytime you try to do internet beef with somebody on TwayTube, it just
that's when I stopped watching him when he started getting into all that, trying to fight with everybody.
Well, yeah, it's true. I mean, there are a couple channels I don't watch anymore because they're all always busy trying to get clicks with beef. So I'm just like, I'm not into that. So.
First thing to say is Junkman still going at it with ye old Michael Finch.
I would say probably the last time I watched a video where there were side swipes was recently, within the last few weeks. At this point, I think we can just assume that Junkman and Frenchie are like
besties,
like Luthor and Superman, but they might both be Lex Luthor. Like one of them's Earth 1 Lex Luthor and the other is Earth 2 Lex Luthor because they're like neither one of them are the hero in that situation.
Yeah.
So.
Maybe it's more fighting, and they just need to.
Yeah,
They need
they
to
probably
do-
secretly
yeah.
love each other. Probably
Yeah,
crush.
they probably need to go like
Hey,
you know go to Cancun together, have a couple pitchers of bottomless margaritas, side of the pool, a couple burritos,
What
pass
happens in
out in the
Mexico?
same bed. In the middle of the night, what happens in Cancun stays in Cancun until you get your penicillin shot.
That's right.
I'm still
You know,
waiting for those toy tuber head packs so I can squash some of those beefs.
I really enjoyed like one of your things a few weeks back that enabled you to slightly go there. So
Show how much they really
I
love
saw
each
that
other.
and I was like, finally, content made for me.
I will still never understand the concept of getting upset about freaking toy comments.
Yeah, it was really odd.
Grow the hell up.
It was just so odd. That whole situation was odd.
Yeah, some
People are
people just
so
like
weird.
to want to tell you what you should play with and what you shouldn't play with. And that's
Yeah, I
what-
love gatekeepers. Those
Yeah.
guys are fantastic. Go.
You guys
This
should buy
toy
some
sucks.
orcs.
Okay. Well, I'm glad it sucks for you, but it may not suck for this person.
Yeah. But
I hate reaction figures. Hate them.
I think it comes down to, especially, like no offense to anybody, myself included. I don't necessarily think we were all the what's the word? We weren't all like the cool kids in elementary school. Probably most of us were kind of probably dorks and nerds and geeks.
I wasn't the cool kid. I was the coolest kid in elementary.
Yeah,
school.
sure you were.
Mhm. True, you were.
Anyway, I believe
Everybody
you.
else was farmers.
Yeah. Oh well, see
Wow.
that's different. Like, but I think what happens is there's some people who get into a community and they get a certain level of like coolness within that community, and then all of the like disgruntledness from like childhood comes out, and then they turn into the thing that the people that were mean to them. So.
Yes. Yep, that's
That's
what
like
happened.
Mean Girls, except toy tube or whatever. I don't know. So
Sometimes when you feed the ego for some people, they take it a little too far.
Oh yeah.
It's true.
But no, I just it was like I was saying. So there's things that I don't like, and you're not going to see me talk about them because overall I don't like them.
Yeah.
But if somebody else likes them, that's great for them.
Yeah.
It's not my stuff. It doesn't go on my shelf.
Yeah.
So I don't care that you like
mean,
it.
it's
It's
not
great
like-
that you like it, but I don't care.
It's not like you're asking somebody to like Nickelback or go to a Nickelback concert.
Hey,
Like,
Hey,
That is
hey,
out of the
you
question.
better watch it. That's out of bounds.
it's like, hey, there's a music.
It is there.
Let's
It's a little
go.
out
It's
of
like
bounds.
Moby
It's
and
just-
Nickelback, Barry
She's slightly
Manilow,
afield right now.
and Brian Adams is opening, and it's like, oh, I love you for that, and that's good for you. You have a great time. I'm gonna stay home and listen to like the Coyotes howl because no. I mean, Barry Manilow's got a song or two that are okay, but I would never go see Barry Manilow in concert. Like, I like his.
When I was little, my aunt was a huge Barry Manilow fan, and when she used to babysit us, all it was vinyl after vinyl of fucking Barry Manilow. Holy shit.
It's like he's
To
got
the
this.
point where I'd walk around singing Copacabana at like 5 years old. And
At least Copacabana is enjoyable.
Oh
Like,
my
there's
God.
a story there. Like, you can dance to it. It's like everyone can do it at karaoke because you don't have to be able to be a good singer for Copacabana. And then, of course, Mandy. Everyone should love Mandy because that's, Anyway, it's a good song. It's like Neil Diamond and Sweet Caroline. You don't have to like Neil Diamond, but you can't. There's nobody who doesn't secretly love Sweet Caroline. Because
I like Neil
and
Diamond though.
because it starts and then everyone by the end of it they're also doing the bump 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 bump. Yeah. I don't know anyone who's ever made it through listening to that song, but by the end of it wasn't bump bump bumping stuff.
But that song had a huge resurgence when it was in that movie. So
Yeah, every so often Sweet Caroline returns.
Yeah.
It's like Dracula and herpes. It comes back every few years whether you want it to or not.
Can you use Valtrax on Sweet Caroline?
Probably. Yeah.
Good stuff, Maynard.
Yeah. I mean, I don't see why not.
My stepmom had a Barry Manilow CD that she played the shit out of.
Ugh,
Oh
Susan.
yeah, the dreaded Susan, and she almost ruined Hometown Boy Made Good Dan Fogelberg for me. She'd play it all the time, and she'd
What? Let me guess. The Old Man by the Road or whatever that song was. Was that the one?
Old Man Down the Road. That was
I thought that. No, that wasn't Fogelberg. That was the
That was-
CCR guy.
That was CCR.
You mean like the? Oh God, Dan Fogelberg. He has that one song that like used to make me cry when I was like 6, and still gets me in the feels. That one about like his girlfriend and it's Christmas and there's snow and they have to drink beer in his car.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
That's it.
That was really good.
Road. That's John Fogerty. Hold on a sec. Off the
Yeah, John Fogerty, not Dan
John
Fogelberg.
Fogerty post CCR because they sued him for that song.
Yep.
Because John Fogerty sounded too much like John Fogerty.
Right.
That's
Old
welcome to corporate America.
Goldberg song that makes you and so many others cry. That's about running into his old lover in
Yeah.
Peoria.
So great. I read an article where they interviewed her and she was like, well, here's what was different. I'm like, ma'am, you just gave away your secret identity. There are a lot of women who hate you because you broke up with him.
Yeah. But
Anyway.
she only ruined Fogelberg for me. She did not succeed.
Yeah, we would drive every year for Christmas. We would drive to one of the sets of grandparents, and one of like when we lived in the deep South, my grandparents at the time lived in Copper's Cove, which is right by where Ed was stationed for a while. And we would have like this 8-10 hour. It was usually 10 because we would get in Houston, and Dad would accidentally take the wrong exit in Houston, and Houston is set up like a trap. If you get off the wrong exit, it takes 2 hours to get back to the right entrance back onto the interstate. But we were driving back. It was cold. It wasn't snowing because it didn't snow back then in the South. It just got really cold. And like that Dan Fogelberg song came on, you know, like his old lover and the beer in the car. And like it would have been a rough trip because it was the ride home after you opened all of your gifts. And like we were all angry at each other because 4 people in a car for 10 hours is just a given.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of going to McDonald's like we wanted, my mother wanted to go to Arby's. I've never been hungry enough to eat at Arby's.
Oh.
It's so bad.
Now it's on.
And that's how the only time I've ever gotten diarrhea in a car was because of Arby's. Anyway, and it was on an 8-10 hour trip on Christmas right after the Dan Fogelberg thing. So it was like, but anyway, that song came on and all of a sudden we all just chilled out and it was just really quiet and we all listened to the story and we all got misty eyed, and then I had diarrhea afterwards and we had to like, it was in the middle of nowhere between like
So Hyper, if you're wondering, this is the too much information segment of the show.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
And
Never
so,
ends.
it was like 86, 87. So if you were driving between Austin and Houston and you stopped on the side of the road and stepped in shit that was really runny and smelled like Arby's, I apologize. And I've now fulfilled that part of the 12 steps. I've made amends. I apologize to you for stepping in my Arby's diarrhea on the side of the road right after
I know.
Christmas. Anyway,
I now have a
thank you,
picture of a guy
Fogelberg.
standing there in diarrhea going, is that Arby's? It's got
Well,
horsey sauce.
it sounds really beefy, you know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Those are definitely seasoned fries. I can tell.
By the way, my wife just messaged me. She can't get cats because she doesn't have a YouTube account necessarily and can't subscribe. But she says hi and thanks for putting up with me.
Sorry,
Oh, hi.
Kenzo. I ruined Kenzo's Jordans, apparently. There you go. It all comes full circle. It's like a circle of life.
That drive though from Fort Hood to Houston is a horrible drive
It's-
anyway. So
yeah,
I can't
it's
imagine doing
miserable.
it with 4 people in a car.
4 people in a car, and it was the year we had the station wagon with the broken, the broken heater. So picture it. And the one of the few times it's cold, you're in a, and it was my mother wanted a powder blue station wagon. Powder blue.
Hi, that sounds dope.
You think you hate it now? Wait till you drive it.
Yeah, right. It was like a land shark, except blue.
Not
you
as
nick-
cool.
And it had those plastic seats, so like that plastic leather shit. So it's like it was extra cold on your ass, but then you would like stick in the no. I hated that car. I was so glad when it died Although we were about an hour from anywhere when it died, and then my dad had to hitchhike into a city because no cell phone, so you couldn't just. Anyway, but I did finish my book while we waited for him and the tow truck to come back. So there was that. Anyway, Stephen King, Salem's Lot. Oh, Andrew asked if Arby's is a mediocre burger. Andrew, you need to come to America, like the United States portion, because I know Canada is in America. I'm not completely dumb. But when you come to America, I will find I'm not going to eat, because obviously, like, that would be a bad idea for me to eat Arby's after all these decades. But we'll take you there, and then you can just order stuff, and then you can judge for yourself. Because I don't
They
want
have
to.
chicken nuggets now, Allison. You could probably eat the chicken nuggets.
I don't think you can. It's in the same fucking grease that they fry the fries and like their souls.
It
in.
might just
So,
be Texas Arby's though, because like
Yeah,
the Arby's
it
up
could
here.
be.
Are,
okay,
I like
there's an
Arby's up-
episode. There is an
Might just
episode
be
of The
Texas.
Simpsons where the kids get stranded on an island and they have to do what is it? The Lord of the Flies. They do their Lord
Yeah.
of the Flies episodes, and they're all starving, sitting around the fire. And one of those evil twins goes, "I'm so hungry, I could eat at Arby's." And then everyone's like, "Oh my God, she's really hungry." And I have never felt so seen by an episode of The Simpsons in my entire life as I did in that moment, because I've never been that hungry, but I can imagine what that being that hungry would be like. So yeah. That clip is on YouTube. I recommend everyone go put "I'm so hungry I could eat at Arby's," and it'll pull it up and you can watch it. Sometimes I just put it up and watch it many times back to back. And I laugh every time like it's 1997 again. So, anyway. Well, that makes sense, Andrew. Why would they have an Arby's in civilized society? I mean, that's why we have them all across America. So.
Yeah, there's only a couple left up here in New York, though. I think there's like 2 left in this area. There used to be a bunch of them, but
We used to have this great Popeyes in my neighborhood where I used to live.
oh, I
And
love
then they
Popeyes.
closed down, and I was like very sad because Popeyes is like very delicious. And then it turned into an Arby's. And then I was like, well, I have to move because this is the wrong end of gentrification of a neighborhood. You lose the Popeyes and you get an Arby's. Like, nope, I'm out. So.
And then there was a big food poisoning scare in the mid '90s from Jack in the Box. Remember that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, what makes it terrible is Jack in the Box is terrible anyway. So it's like
Right.
not only did you eat bad, and the difference though with Arby's, you look at the food and you're like, God, that looks gross. With Jack in the Box, it should be good because sourdough Swiss, like it looks, those fries, the curly ones, they should be good. Like you look at that and like that looks delicious. And then, like during the pandemic, when we, that phase we were all in the beginning, we were like, oh, there are all these people out of work doing Uber Eats. I'm going to spend too much money having food delivered to help the economy. Well, I ordered Arby's not Arby's, Jack in the Box, right? And they have that 2 tacos for $1. I'm like, that's a deal. Ugh. I took a bite. I'm like, I can't eat this. So I have our middle cat, well, the youngest one, the new kitten, also eat anything. But our middle cat, Augustus, he and his sister, who has since passed, they were a bonded pair. It was very sad. But him and Tori, they would eat anything. Like if you left anything down too long, they would eat it. Well, I got those tacos. I took a bite. I'm like, I can't eat this. I put it down, and they both came running up like they always did, like little gremlins. And they both sniffed it, and then they bit into it, and then they looked at me like I just tried to poison them, and then they took off. And not even the cats would eat, and they're like raccoons. Like I've drugged them both. Like Augustus will eat green peas and spinach. This cat has stolen kale out of my bowl to eat the kale. But they would not eat. They would not eat the Jack in the Box.
I dated a girl who loved Jack in the Box, and we go out to the bar. And then on the way home, she'd always want to go to Jack in the Box. And I had half a burger, and I was done. I was like, "This is just disgusting. I never eat there again." So then we had to make 2 stops: Jack in the Box for her, and wherever else for me.
That's when you should have known to break up.
It was Arby's for Ed. So
No, it wasn't an Arby's where I was.
That was the night the toilet broke at Ed's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you just said you would have rather had McDonald's, which that's awful.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, Jack in the Box.
McDonald's doesn't qualify as food.
McDonald's French fries and a
The
McChicken.
French
with
fries,
mayonnaise.
yes, but nothing else.
No, the McChicken is like a big giant chicken McNugget, and it's delicious. So like, no. Jack and the eggs. Yeah, that's what we always called it. So Sonic.
Yeah, Sonic was pretty bad too.
I like the only good thing at Sonic is that when I was anorexic and lived on Diet Sprite, I could get a Diet Sprite at Sonic. So I was at Sonic a lot getting Diet
I liked
Sprite.
right outside of Fort Hood. They had that Church's chicken. That was good chicken.
Church, yeah, no, that was our chicken plate. My dad loved it. Last time I went
Yeah.
home, they still have the Church's chicken, and it's the same one at the far end of Copper's Cove. And my dad, when I went home to help him pack up my mom's stuff after her death, he came home with like 2 of the boxes of Church's chicken. It was delish.
Hey, Cobb,
Yeah.
this one's for you.
Okay.
Do they still have Browns?
I think what else? The guy? I think this is the guy I met at Target. I think you said what's up to me when I was on a Punk with Toys channel, and somebody told me a guy was on there said he met you at Target.
You guys met at Target? That's cool.
Yeah, and I missed you in that chat over there. If that's you, I feel bad that I didn't say what's up then. So if that's you right now, what's up, man? It's cool to see you. Oh no, Rick. Even crazier. Oh my gosh. Old family friend. What's up, man?
Oh.
You have to get in touch with me sometime, man.
Identity.
I remember on Friday night before we go to the bar, we used to go to Church's Chicken, and it was like the one that we went to on the one side of Fort Hood. On the clean side, it was basically a walk up, and the line was like 25, 30 people long, just huge line waiting to get chicken.
The right side of Rancier.
Just the French dip, that all by itself?
Just the French dip.
I was eating it too, not even drinking it. And with a fork.
You were eating the au jus?
I don't know. I've tested
First time I
kids,
ordered
don't
that
know.
at a restaurant, it was a French restaurant, and the guy was like, "So you would like the au jus?" And I was like, "The what?" I was like, "Oh, you mean the gravy? Okay, yes."
You say, God bless you.
Yeah, right.
Right. So, Derek, how far is Peoria from Paris? And not the one in France.
Scenic Paris, Illinois. I think we're probably about 2 hours.
Ah, cool. I have a good friend that lives over there in Paris.
I think everything in Illinois, from where I'm at in Illinois, I think everything is virtually 2-3 hours, depending on construction. I'm literally smack dab in the middle of the state, so
Isn't Peoria the capital?
No, God no.
What's the capital of Illinois? I don't know. I don't.
Springfield. Yeah.
Oh, Springfield. Yeah, that makes sense.
Although Chicagoans will tell you it's Chicago.
Right.
I hope my wife just saw that.
I was born and raised in Chicago, okay? I'm a Chicago boy. I mean, my wife made me move to Indiana.
Forget it. Oh, God. Yeah, we're I call Peoria the Chicago that failed. We are equidistant to St. Louis and Chicago. And little history for you. We used to be about as big as Chicago. We had a huge vaudeville market back in the day. So if you hear the phrase, it'll play in Peoria, which it shows up in Futurama, believe it or not. Talk about here. So.
You could have walked down the street without being assaulted by a vaudevillian back in the day.
No, they were everywhere like pigeons.
Kids tap dancing, begging for change. It was the worst.
You want to see me dance on a flagpole?
Oh my God.
Holy pickle! But yeah, that is glorious Peoria, Illinois, home of Richard Pryor, Sam, and many, many more.
I mean, he got the hell out of there really quick. But...
Did. His son's still. I've actually hung out and drank with his son before. He's a nice guy. But yeah, we actually, for being in the Rust Belt, boast a number of really cool people from here. Dan Fogelberg, Ario Speedwagon, Sam Kinnison, Richard Pryor, Lion-O went to the same high school as me, Larry Kenny. There's a few more from here. I think some members of Kansas were from here. There's somebody else I'm forgetting, but for a magnificent failure of an area, we've turned out some pretty decent people.
Well, they had to get out somehow. So why not be a star?
My German's a little rusty. Sorry.
I don't know German. Yep.
I got this. No, I don't.
All right, Hyperdoc, translate for us.
Oh, God. I don't even think I can say
I don't
that
think we
properly.
need to translate that.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
The only part I see is Hitler.
Yeah.
So.
Warrenlos, Warren. Something about Hitler on the army. Okay, something probably you probably don't know.
Yeah. Well,
Überschreiten.
Yeah.
I got
Anybody know
yeah.
German? My
I
kind
know
of
mein
town
Himmlisch
Chicago is-
Flammenwerfer, but that's about it.
Yeah, I was just in
I
Chicago
struggle
this
with
morning,
English.
so. Yeah, same. Yeah.
Don't we all, Joe?
I do love Chicago. I just like to give my wife shit about it because she acts like it's the greatest town in the world, and it's beautiful. And there's a lot of fun stuff to do there, and a lot of culture, wonderful places to eat. It is a great city to get fat in.
Oh, they got good food there, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I almost died in a
Oh,
taxi cab in Chicago, though, so I don't plan on going back there anytime.
I believe that 100% because I've almost
That's
died there, a bus and an L.
Yeah, those guys are crazy drivers there, man. Holy shit! Of course, I was there when what's that guy's name that did like the tight wire act from the one building to the other one? Do you remember that?
Oh God,
Yeah.
I don't know his name, but I know what you're talking about.
Joseph Levitt played him. I can't remember the guy's name, but
Yeah.
who you're talking about.
Yeah, I was there the night that he was doing that. We were going downtown right underneath where he was climbing, so it was just a clusterfuck.
Damn. I can imagine because even
Everybody just standing on the side of the street like this, like an hour before the show was even starting. I'm like, you're gonna have a sore neck by the time he actually starts. So, good luck to you.
well, even just a normal day driving into that town, so
Yeah.
I can only imagine what it's like when some dude's walking between two buildings on a thin wire. So,
Oh, driving in Chicago. Oh, yeah. No, I did that today. I almost died about 5 or 6 times. And I'm aggressive when I drive. My wife is holding on to the oh crap handles like constantly. But she was like, "Whoa, that guy almost killed us." I was like, "Yeah, man, we've been living in Indiana too long. Like we forgot."
I think my wife has been down here. It'll be 10 years. Well, we'll have been together for 10 years in May. She officially moved down here like June, July 10 years ago. And I think even now she's starting to realize, oh, yeah, no, everybody's a jackass up here and drives like a jackass. And now it used to be when we would go up and see family, I'd make her drive out of the city. And then we would stop at like the White Castle and I think like Joliet, get her food. While we're driving up to pay, we would swap places and then I would drive us the rest of the way home. Now it's just like, no, get in the car. I'm done screwing around. And if somebody's dumb enough to do something, I guess we're just going to have to deal with it. So
I live in a town that's got a population of like 5,000 people. So anywhere near a city is not for me. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, like living in Chicago was fun. Like I did it for a while. I lived up in the Wicker Park area, which is a kind of cool, section.
Yeah, park's beautiful.
And yeah. And I mean, I loved living in the city, but that was when I was in my 20s, right? And it's expensive. It's filthy. There's crime like crazy. And I mean, I'm a big guy. I was okay, but it's not some place where I want my little kid to be running around, And I mean, it's cool. It's a great city, but man, I love visiting it. I hated living in it after a while, I mean, I'm in Hammond. It's not that much better, but it is definitely a little bit chiller and a little bit cleaner, and like it's a good in between.
I would say Hammond is definitely an improvement. And like when I, especially living down here as a kid, all I wanted to do was live in Chicago. That was the plan. I was going to go to Columbia. I was going to live up there. I wanted to be a stand-up comic, so I was going to do all that shit. And just the older I got and the closer to 30 I got, the less I wanted to live there. And then it was the first summer we were dating. She took me. I'm not a big sports person. She's big in the sports. She took me to my first Cubs game, and I thought I was going to just rampage against any human within 10 feet of me. And what really sucked is it was the first time I was meeting her friends. We're all in my Pontiac G6. There's like 4 of them in the back seat, and they're all acting like lunatics, loud as shit. I'm like a rat in a cage, and they are a stick poking the rat. And finally, I hit the brakes in like downtown or close to Wrigleyville. I look back at them and just yell, "Shut the fuck up. I don't know where I'm going." But if they shut up, they're getting out of my car. Tell me where to go now, please. That was my introduction to like her best friend, who I still
Good
talk
first impression, then, huh?
Oh my god, it was the worst. Like as soon as we got like parked, I smoked a cigarette. I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is the worst day ever. These are her best friends. I'm gonna go put my head in a fucking oven. I mean, but to this day, like her best friend, him and I adore one another, and he will message me without anything to do with her. He listens to my show and will message me. He's like, "Oh my god, this is so funny. You should do this. Oh my god, say this. It'll piss off Shauna." So it ended up being okay, but that was a rough day, man. And that wasn't even a special event. It was just a regular ass Cubs game on like a Saturday. And that's when I can never live in a big city. I can't do this. I need to stay down here. If I can find a property on the outskirts of town, even better.
There's nothing worse, though, than not knowing where you're going and having a car full of assholes with you. Being too noisy and everything, I'll tell you.
It was the worst. It was the worst. And then you got like people on crotch rockets shooting past you. And so it's still a place I like to visit. And, I know we're going to plan trips to take my son there to film the museums and all that stuff. But, oh, dear God, you could not pay me to live in that city. I did tell her I would consider doing it, but my stipulations are so ridiculous and impossible, it's never going to happen. So I was like, if I can work from home, or I never have to leave our home, or I'm your house hubby, I will clean, I will cook, I will build things for you. You will never have to lift a finger as long as I don't have to leave this house. That's not going to happen. So we're staying.
Derek, have you heard of OnlyFans?
I have, and I'm not gonna lie, for a guy, I got real pretty feet.
You know what? OnlyFans is not just for that.
I know.
But that's where the money's at.
That's where.
Yeah, that's where you get eyeballs.
Let's be honest.
Nope, nobody wants to see any of us. Let's be honest there.
No,
not
I don't want to see me.
Exactly. So, you don't want to see you. What makes you think somebody else wants to?
Get out of the shower, cover up the mirror. Like, no.
That's right.
Exactly.
You never know. If I get my feet just
Aaron?
right, Tarantino
Picked up that one too.
Yeah.
That one's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, I have that one.
That is.
Yeah, I saw it.
Oh,
You had
yeah.
him a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I saw him on sale too. I was like,
I have
Aaron,
him, I have
that's
Aridin,
pretty
and I have Siri.
Oh,
Yeah,
someone
I
else-
got
I picked up
Who's
Siri.
back
I
here?
got her.
Look at this.
good. Yeah, a couple series
He's
now.
back
Yeah.
here. Okay.
Hello.
How's it
I'm
going, Kim?
sad. I'm sad. Good. I'm sad. Oz is sick. Or not feeling too hot.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I gotta check on my son.
I think he's just got a little touch of the cold from the changing weather.
Mm.
I'm still here and I'm sick, but we'll see how
Hey, you were gone last Saturday though, because you were sick.
I know.
Yeah.
I was done last Saturday between my ankle and my
How's the foot
cold.
doing?
It was just
I
like,
was here sick last week.
can't do it.
What I miss?
Arby's
much.
diarrhea, Jack in the
Arby's
Box.
diarrhea. Yep.
Arby's diarrhea. Very specific diarrhea.
Yep.
That's true.
Yes.
That's the thing that comes from Arby's is you just get diarrhea and not
Hey,
food poisoning.
Kayla, I'll send you
I love Arby's.
I'll send you
Oh,
that
okay.
information
Okay, thank you.
on Insta. So give me a second.
What's going on, Kayla?
Not much. I just had a little happy hour with Yoko. We just oh, my friend is calling me. Sorry, friend. We're chatting. It's been a hard couple of weeks being not a dude in this community, so we needed some drinks and some chat time, so it was fun. I'm not drunk, don't worry. But yeah.
Are you eating something tonight?
Yes, I am eating microponuses, aka cornichons, and olives, and I'm about to order food. I was already snacking on them, so yeah, I'm gonna order something. We're on its channel. Anyways, how's everyone else?
We're doing good. We got some
Doing
new
all right.
faces today, Hyperdelic and Derek.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you guys. Virtually. I've already
yes.
Interacted.
Right.
So, Cobb, have you decided on what throne you're going to get for your King Arthur figure?
I had that one that I was using last week. Did you see?
Oh yeah, that's right. You did get that one.
Well, it just came with that castle I already have.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not paying $70 for the one that's supposed to go with them.
Here's that bullpup from Arsenal Pew Pews.
Oh, that looks good.
One of
Did
the
you
few
weather
guns
it, or
that I
did it
got
come
in.
weathered?
It's pretty weathered, but I still want to add some highlights to it
Yeah.
because it needs
Looks
a little
good.
bit more pop. But I'm happy. They did a good job. They got some really good stuff. It's just you got to pay a little bit more.
Yep. Oh, it's like Gridiron, right? Gridiron has some really nice stuff, but man.
Yeah. Well, the thing is with gridirons is the guns that you really want, they don't have them separated from a loadout.
Yeah, from a loadout. Yep.
So it makes me crazy.
That's a good marketing scheme for them, right? You want the gun, you got to buy
Yeah.
the loadout. So.
Yeah. So if there was more options just to buy the guns, I would be a happy camper.
Hyperdelic, you got a song to go with that?
Oh, I just got mine too.
Just a Spider-Man song, man. Spider.
Yeah, I've had it on order for a while with Entertainment.
Yeah,
Earth.
same.
Yeah.
Same. I got both of these.
Hey, hold on, Kayla. Let
Very
me bring you up.
excited. Yeah. I've had both of these ordered since
nice.
like June. Or maybe July. Yeah. Finally came in.
Yeah, I figured
Nice
I'd find
and
it in the
crispy.
stores, so I didn't worry about it, and then I just never saw this guy, so I ordered him on Entertainment Earth.
Yeah, that's
people-
same here. Like I passed on him a few times, and now I'm kind of like, why did I do that?
Yeah.
I could have gotten. But
And originally, and originally it said I think October, and then it just kept getting pushed back. And why am I not surprised that that's your reaction, Lawrence?
Well, he might just be trying to be a spoon too. You can never tell with Lawrence.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I don't know. I think people everywhere are stupid, so.
Have you met people? I mean, let's be honest. I think it's a fair assessment.
That's why
of
I
people
like
anyway.
being in the little 5,000 people community. I don't have to worry about all the stupidity.
Oh no, that's worse.
You just stay on your side of the cows. I'll stay over on my side of the cows. We're all good.
There's some brain drain in that kind of situation.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
That's called
feeds into the,
inbreeding,
like,
not brain drain.
yeah, that feeds
What
into
is
the
it they
single
say? What
mindset.
is it they say in certain parts of the Deep South? If she's not good enough for her family, she's not good enough for you. So don't never marry a virgin.
Oh wow,
That's so awful. On so many levels.
Yeah, it's really true.
She's
Uh,
allowed to
mean,
say
there's-
that because she's from Louisiana.
I grew up there. I'm not from there.
Well, yeah. You
I'm
lived
not
there
Potato,
long. You
potato.
lived there long enough to make that claim.
Yeah, I lived there long enough
Oh
to
no,
know
no,
to get
he's
the
not.
fuck out
Yeah.
as soon as I could. Yep. See, Kenzo gets it.
Yep.
Did everyone understand when I said micropenis?
I don't know
No.
what that is.
Try to say that a different way.
Micropeni.
Very good.
Okay.
hmm
Wasn't even thinking about a micro penis.
We were trying to have a clean
Teeny
show,
tiny.
Kayla. We're trying to have a clean show.
Then you shouldn't have
Yeah.
let me
We're on the
on.
wrong show then. I'm confused.
Diarrhea,
What are we?
food poisoning.
Yeah.
If you like diarrhea, food
Lawrence, a
poisoning,
ticket
Arby's,
to the
and
show they're at.
rampaging vaudevillians in Peoria.
You know, if he
just
doesn't get the
go
private
for you.
invite, he won't show up. That's how it works for Lawrence.
Kayla, you
Yeah,
I
where
didn't
is
send
Lauren?
anybody a private invite.
finished
So
Revolution now?
I guess he doesn't show up.
Got him in today.
Nice.
We've got room for one more, Lawrence. If you've got enough time to escape from Gargamel and get safely to the computer, you should join us.
All right, what should I order for dinner?
Arby's. Are you
Smack
hungry? How hungry are you?
Oh, it's Thanos. Remember the Smurfs I just showed you I had?
Yeah.
I went digging through to find them. I swear the next day I went and they cleaned out the kid's room and they had them all put out to be thrown away. I was like, I was just looking at all those. I was like, no, I bagged them all up and took them back. I was like, no, those are my Smurfs. I just let the kids play with them. I was like, don't throw those away. There's like 20, 30 of them. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, you had a bunch of them.
Are those vintage ones, Cobb, or?
I think so. You said you had some, right, Thanos? They're older, I know. Just cause
Yeah, I
they're
have
old.
a couple of the vintage ones. This is one of the newer ones, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They had like a big
That's why-
sale on them, so I got.
When I looked, I was like, mine look a lot older. They're kind of beat up and stuff.
Back in the 80s, they were all over the place. You could go to like
Yeah.
any store and buy those.
I think everybody had at least a couple.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bunch of them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Two
Now what
packs.
she got? What does she
Mhm.
Like
got now?
every drugstore had like a little cardboard container full of people.
Which
Mhm.
I ordered this before I watched the show, and I'm so glad I did because Orko is my boy. He's my fave. Him and Cringer are my fave, and Evelyn. And then I happened to pick these up when I was picking up. I got 2 of the Ghostbusters minis, but
And you got
I
your
don't.
boyfriend.
I
gotta
got
get your
my
Steve.
husband. Thank
Husband,
you very much.
sorry.
You gotta get your Steve.
And then she was on sale, which I don't think I've actually seen her on the shelf. So I was like, oh, she's on sale. Beautiful.
I never saw her on the shelf either.
I got her.
Yeah.
through
They had
Amazon.
her in the brown armor at Burlington the other day
Mm.
for like
It's
$6.
too
I
bad.
did just see
like,
that Steve Rogers today, though, so that was pretty cool.
It's too bad that God, what was the movie that those toys are from?
Lightyear.
The Toy Story people. Like, what is that? Buzz Aldridge or whatever his fucking name is. I don't know. I
It
don't
was
watch
Lightyear. It was
Buzz
Yeah,
Lightyear?
movie.
Buzz Aldrin's the real,
The nugget.
real.
Too bad that
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 one was the
movie
real.
didn't do better because those toys
He's
were
the
really
nugget.
cool.
Yeah, Pixar.
Eric.
Pixar didn't do a good job marketing
He's the
that.
nugget.
I don't
'cause
like.
it didn't do very
I
well.
don't like Pixar
No.
in general, though. Like,
No.
I
Well,
didn't. I'm not somebody who
they had
enjoys
done
them.
that whole pandemic releases. All of their movies had
Mhm.
released on Disney Plus during the pandemic, so people had stopped really resonating with them.
Yeah.
Well, that was not their choice. That was Disney. Like, saying,
No, that was
"Screw
Disney,
you, we're
but-
gonna dump you
Yeah.
onto so that it
You
didn't
know,
help.
feel
But
something.
Disney has long had sort of a resentment toward Pixar because, for whatever reason, people like Pixar, and it's been doing better than Disney animation for at least 20 years.
Well, that was the other problem, right? Because that Lightyear movie wasn't in typical Pixar animation style.
Yeah, it was.
A lot of
Well,
people-
also they didn't make it clear the premise because people are like, wait, is it about the toy? Or is it about the
Right.
background of the toy? Like, it's literally like the movie that premiered that the toys were made after in
Yeah.
Toy
Right.
Story.
Yeah, that's what I said. They
Andy
didn't
watched.
market that correctly.
Yeah, they didn't
People had no
market
idea.
it well. I don't know. It was weird, but it was a good movie. I love that movie, and I have socks somewhere.
Kayla needs to see
Somewhere
your
around here.
dog, Derek.
Yeah, I do.
Come here. Come here.
What's their
Aw.
name?
Oh, now she's gonna shy away.
Of course.
Hi, baby.
She's like, no, I'm not going to be on camera if you want me
Right.
to.
What's her name?
This is my Prudence.
Prudence. Aww.
Good
She
name.
started as when we first got her, my wife's dog, and she very quickly became girl.
Sounds about right. All right, what should I order for dinner?
Something good.
What's your option?
Thanks, Thanos.
Depending on where you're at.
Maybe you should get
there's-
some Arby's.
Yeah, there you go.
No.
I'm curious if they actually
You
have
do-
it on here.
You do consume animal flesh, right?
Yes, I do. I'm not vegetarian or vegan or anything. They do have
She's
Arby's on
talking about
here.
eating.
So I
often
do
it
not
says, so I
know
hope she eats meat.
how if it's close enough to you, and I'm not gonna let's not talk specifics because the internet.
Mhm.
But I quite enjoy when I'm in your neck of the woods. There's a place called Proposition Chicken, and they are still open. They survived the pandemic. And they
Oh.
have the most amazing sage fries,
Oh.
and they fry the.
They
sage
just
up all
got added to
crispy.
DoorDash.
They're really delicious.
What
And they have
Okay.
bone broth, which sounds like
The
Proposition
chicken.
spiced fries.
Yep, they're fries. Yeah.
Says parsley. Mmm.
Oh,
Yeah, they just got added. They only have a few reviews.
Yeah, I when I
I
go to
love
that
chicken.
part of town, like the
Ooh,
friend
they
I
have
normally
Mexican
stay
Coke.
with lives within a few blocks of one of their locations, and I would walk over and just delish.
Mm.
Anyway,
Yeah, they
Yeah.
must have just added one to our neighborhood or area, I guess.
yeah, and the sage fries are delish, and then I would
think
get
they're-
that with the bone broth, the chicken strips.
This says parsley. I don't know if they're different.
Maybe they're out because there was also that thing where when they run out of shit, they run out of shit. So
It says dusted in prop spice parsley, served with a choice of signature sauce.
and do they have the crispy the Brussels sprouts?
I'm not seeing
If
it.
they're out, then don't order it.
Well, I
They
can't.
have the crispy Brussels sprouts and the bone broth and then their fried chicken. It's like an adventure. It's delicious. It makes it because sometimes you get food like that and you're like, this is stupid. Like, why am I eating this shit? It's too fancy. And that's what I
Yeah.
thought. But then I got it and it was perfect. So,
They just have the chicken sandwiches and then
no.
the fried tenders.
Yeah, it
I
is
guess I'll get a
later in the
sandwich.
evening, so
Well, I mean, they don't usually change menus unless it's lunch or dinner.
no. So anyway,
Extra.
I do recommend them. I just haven't had any of that stuff, so I can't recommend those particular parts to you.
Okay.
But if
Thank
you
you.
get them in their garbage, it's not my fault. I'm just saying.
Okay, I think I'm gonna get the sandwich. That sounds good.
Now, some of you have been showing off some of these beautiful new Masterverse figures. What are we hoping that we get?
3 new Tilas.
Yep, I'm right there with Thanos.
Tila.
Yeah, they should make a 3-pack.
Yes.
And Evil Lynn, because we still need Evil Lynn's from Revelation too.
I need the very end scene Evil End figure, but although I
Yeah.
think Enzo may have hooked us all up, it looks
Yeah.
like so.
I mean, just a
I
plastic
still
Evil
want-
Lynn.
Yeah,
it would be nice to get a
New Eternia Evelyn. That's what I
Yeah,
want.
that's what I was gonna say. We'll probably get a new Eternity Evil Lynn. It'll be just the class flip.
And I want
Because
another
I've
Prince Adam in his morning
I gotta get that.
clothes.
Have to get that one.
Oh yeah, I know
But
everybody.
we gotta get.
I'll take all those.
They gotta
too.
give us sexy clothes Adam, sexy Prince
Mhm.
Adam. That
We can recreate
that
this
is a
thing
figure
with
we need.
So when people say new Eternia, that's not a show or anything. What does that mean
No, it's just
exactly?
a reimagining of the figure.
It's
Okay.
They'll take elements of like
Using
the
Masterverse
old designs and
sensibilities.
make like kind of a new thing, but also have a classic look usually.
Yeah, it's
Instead of
line for Masterverse.
Instead of drawing off of the animation, they're drawing off of the old designs, maybe
Concept
updating it
art.
a little bit. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, all of Mark Taylor's old Mark Taylor, Roger Sweet, and Ted Mayer, all of their original concept art that didn't make it to, that got sort of dumbed down. That's the wrong word, but got simplified to become a toy.
Yeah.
They're going back, like the Zodak doesn't
Yeah,
look
girl,
super
get
different,
it.
but there are little tweaks to it.
So we got 3 Tilas last time, so we need at least 3.
Yeah, we need the snake armor. We need the
Yes.
one with the Havoc staff
Havoc.
Tila. And then we have to have
Blue Eternity.
Threesome.
The
Lion
Trisorceress.
Yeah, that
Threesome.
one.
Eternia Tower Tila.
And I would also take the Winter Garb Tila. when she's
Threesome
on-
Tila.
so.
I know, even with the hood.
Tila, that is why Shirella and the former figure
Zendara.
had to change her design. That Tila. Right? That's originally the armor that figure was supposed to have before Mattel was like, not so fast, toy company.
And then we need a Granomir.
Best.
Yeah, definitely.
Granomir, I know.
Yes.
The way that Granomir looks, yes.
Yeah. That'll be
That
like
is-
crowdfunded or
That would be a
Hell yeah.
fantastic display piece for anything, as long as it doesn't have that like plasticky sheen that some of the Masterverse figures have. If it was a more muted sheen, it would be great.
Wonder if they're going to do like
$1
Comic-Con
for
exclusive
sauce.
this year, Granomir.
I know
Oh.
that's what I'm thinking, something like that. Like Granomir, I'm pretty sure that they'll try and do something.
Yeah.
Anyone
Those-
needs one, let me know.
What about the Cloud
I'll
Crusher?
need one if they make one, for sure.
Yeah, I'll have it. I'll be getting it. About the Cloud Crusher, that thing would be freaking so huge. Somebody was
Yeah,
asking me.
that would be a good.
They're not going to make that. That thing would be so freaking giant.
That would be a good.
Yeah, no, that would be a.
They could always
really-
just make a not to scale version.
Yeah, if I can't finish.
Yeah, but they haven't really made any of the vehicles for the Masterverse yet.
No, that's why I'm picking up that.
And the Origin stuff will scale with it, but it's not as good as it would like, because they made those Origins vehicles a little bigger,
Yeah.
so they're not
Bigger than
quite
this
in
one. Yeah, I
scale
think
with
this
the
is too
Origins
big for
figures,
Master
but they're
Race
not
almost.
quite there.
Yeah, the classic ones might scale up a lot better.
Yeah, this looks huge though. Just looking at it, I was like, I don't know, Masterverse is going to be looking tiny
Yeah,
in that.
It
yeah,
should
it's
be.
a lot bigger.
It should be fine for Masterverse though. I think Masterverse
Yeah.
are slightly larger than Classic, right?
Yeah, it's just that
Yeah.
seat and everything in there. I was like, man, I don't know. This thing's a beast. What's crazy is I walked in that Mattel store and I saw this. I saw like a few of them there, and I was like, holy crap! I thought it was the Origins one. I was like, did I just freaking find the Origins Stridor before? I mean, Night Stalker before they even put it out anywhere. And I saw it was the classics. So I was like, oh damn. Still got one though.
They still go for quite a bit, so it's a really cool find.
Oh, what about those
Yeah.
Star Wars Barbies I saw?
I saw those, and those are epic. And I was just like, yeah, if you had hit me up, like next time you go, hit me up, because we're in between budgets right now, and
Yeah, because they're be like half the price too. So
yeah, exactly. Because
I wasn't sure about 'em.
especially like that Leia one. Like, oh,
I know I was like, damn, somebody will want these, but I wasn't gonna drop
I'm
all the
looking
money,
around
not
town.
knowing for sure if anybody wanted one.
yeah. Next time you head that way, and like it's not like you go there daily. So next time you're gonna go in a day or two, give me a holler so that I can be.
They're only open a couple days a week too.
Daily? Here's my little minis that I got. Oh God.
Well, don't throw him. Gee.
This little guy.
I never
And then I
think
got this
that
one.
way.
I love that one with the
Right?
marshmallow roaster fork.
So cute. Now I need to get 10 more. One at a time.
What's up, Corey?
Corey.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How dare you?
Corey's probably already.
This is early for me.
Talking about.
It is
It's
early.
late for me. I'm usually off in like an hour or so.
Allison, do you still need a Moss Man? Because there's a ton of them at my Walmart, marked down from $39.99 to the low price of $38 in the clean section.
Wow, that's very.
That Walmart clearance kicking in, right?
Yeah, no, Payne hooked me up a couple weeks back, so I got my Mossy.
Good.
And the problem with that Moss Man too is because he's flocked. Like it really limits customizing with them because I know everybody else is like, if he's not flocked, it's not worth it. It's like literally, I was like, well, I'm only needing one of those. So
If
congrats,
you
guys.
want to take the flock off, just soak them in some alcohol.
Yeah, I got
That's
$2 of them,
$40.
one
And
for
I'll
each
just get
head.
another. I'll just find
It's fair
another
head.
piece and use that instead. Like
Yep.
Yeah.
I got
cheaper.
2 of them. I wanted one to pose with each head. That's what I did.
Oh,
Yeah, that's fair head, Allison.
There's so many of them at Walmart right now that in another month they'll be going for like $10. So
Yeah.
Nice
When
green.
you say that, it took them forever to
Smart Moss Man.
transport
yeah,
them.
exactly. Yeah, so I've got an extra body for that extra head. Like I've got a couple extra man-at arms. So
Yeah, the snake. What's it? The snake guard. That
Mhm.
body matches up pretty close.
yeah, so
So I'm not sure if you guys want to see, but I got something pretty cool. Cobb's already seen it.
uh-oh.
But
I
this
already
is the new
guessed it.
video that's coming out tomorrow. Ready?
hold on. Let
I
me bring
guess.
you up.
Ooh. That's really cool.
Ooh, very nice.
Oh, whoa. You made his eyes light up.
Oh, his
Nice.
hand lights up too. Yes. Hold on.
Yeah.
Look. Ready?
Yeah, turn the damn lights off, Corey. Come on.
Damn it, Corey.
Oh,
Oh, fancy.
All you had to do was show me those parts, and I knew exactly who you're making. I was like, oh,
It was a dark and stormy night, and Skeletor's hands were to upward.
I've been working on this for like a week and a half. It kicked my ass.
He looks really cool.
yeah, he came out awesome. Those pictures
So-
you sent me, I was like, oh yeah, perfect.
I'm happy with him. But yeah,
So
this
how'd you
video goes
overcome
up
the wire
tomorrow at 10
pinching in
a.m.
the shoulder joint, Corey?
I'm sorry.
Overcome the wire pinching in the shoulder joint?
So I can you make me full screen again,
if you ask nicely.
please? So I took advantage of him having circuitry in the arm. And
Okay.
like I literally threaded it through
That's a good
I see
idea.
what you did.
Oh,
the
wow.
arm.
Yeah, that's
So
smart.
like he retains all his articulation and stuff like that. But the only thing that this I had to glue on
Yeah.
because it wasn't quite I had to really bore that arm out to get the light in there. But it still hinges at both joints and stuff like that with no problem.
Is it just one LED in his hand?
Yes. One LED in his hand and one LED in his head.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
that looks
So,
good.
but this resin, like for his hand and the Havoc staff, gave me so much trouble. So anyone who likes me posting videos where I show all the mistakes are gonna love this video because there are like 4 failed attempts, and I had to finally get it right.
I'm one of those people who like those. But I think it helps though because there's some people who like don't ever customize because they're like, oh, it's so hard. Everyone makes it look so good. It's like when they edit out all of the hard stuff, they do.
Right.
That's right.
All the cursing and throwing things and
Yeah.
Well,
I
if
do
you
edit that part out.
if you see somebody else,
The minute
make
where
that,
your finger slips and you're just like,
Sports.
and
Yeah.
And then I had so much trouble like soldering the wires for him because I'm not real good at it, and it's one of those things that you don't do very often. So
yeah,
when you do it, it's like doing the arm wires were easy because by then I had spent a day and a half trying to solder the head up, and so it's like, oh, the arm was like deep done.
nice.
Well, and the other thing you could use is the quick connects that do heat,
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
especially
I didn't
since he's
think
got
about
that
that.
cape. You could hide them.
yeah. I literally just soldered them and then did heat shrink around it.
You got a resistor in there?
No. Probably not. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that does. It's real simple. It's a
That
watch
resets
battery.
the amperage going into the LEDs.
Oh no! So each LED is 1.5 volts, and the battery is only 3.
Oh,
You're good.
So I just did it like that.
Yeah.
But if I it will fade. Like I can turn them on, and like here in a couple seconds, he will start to fade. And then I've turned off and let it kind of re-go. Oh, look, now he won't fade. Usually
Make a
he
liar
fades,
out of you, Corey.
right? Right. He has been fading, and then I have to turn him off and turn him back on. Of course, this time he doesn't. But no, that's how I did. And like, I'm going to do the He-Man too, but him I'm actually going to use the AA because he always has that backpack. I didn't mind him for He-Man, but Skeletor, they always had it coming out the cape, and I didn't like that. I never liked that. I thought it looked so stupid. And so, like, I wanted him under the cape.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just did a wax battery. So with He-Man, I actually can use the big battery pack and just do a AA, but it's only one light, so it'll be a little easier.
There you go, Ed.
Have to put Kayla in her spot.
Oh,
Put her in her place.
My internet daughter's getting out of hand. I had to put her in her place.
who does that?
Hey, folks, I think I'm going to bid a fond good night.
right.
Derek.
But thank you very much for letting me join in the fun. It was awesome.
Yeah. You got anything you want to promote before you take off, Derek?
Just the show. It comes out every Monday. We try to have a lot of fun. I try to put a lot of effort into it, and my co-hosts bust my balls. So, this
As they
Monday,
should.
yes, this Monday is the last episode of Make Mine Marvel Months, and it is Silver Surfer and Avengers United They Stand. Following week, we kick off patron picks with Sectars. Wish me some serious juju and luck. I'm talking to somebody tomorrow about an interview that we will be recording on Monday that won't air until April. But it's
Oh my god.
Well, we wish you luck.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I need all the good vibes on the planet. So we're gonna talk tomorrow over lunch and try to get that hammered in. So yeah,
I just subscribed. I'll check it out.
please do, and feel free to good or bad, let me know what you think of it.
That sucked. Thanks for coming on, man.
You're not worthy of
As
the
long
box.
as you do constructive criticism.
Oh yeah.
I am
Oh.
always looking.
What? No, it's destructive criticism, right?
That's
No.
right.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, it's strip me down to nothing and then build me back up.
That's right.
That's how we
Oh,
work.
we're supposed to build you up after. Oh, see, now
Yes. You gotta break them down before you build them back up.
Oh, I thought we just ripped them down to nothing. You just let them be.
No, you don't leave them. You don't leave them. Bad shit happens when you do that.
Actively destroy me, and then we'll go from there. We'll figure it out.
We'll bring you back up slow anyway.
Have a
Anyway,
great-
thanks, Derek. Have a good one, brother.
Nice and
Take
slow.
care.
Nice to see you, Derek.
So you were bad talking me and I wasn't even on screen? What the heck, Dad?
I didn't bad talk you. I
You
just
said you had
said
put
I
me in
moved
my
you over to the
place.
middle, and they said that I said I was putting you in your place.
Because I was acting up.
Yep, and then I said you were acting up, so I had to move you in your place. Everybody knows that that's your MO, so it's okay.
I know. I literally put it in the chat. I'm like, you need to move us. All right. Should I open up my husband?
Do it.
Yes. Let me
I
know.
guess I need scissors.
He's a
If you
little
like
small.
him, I'm gonna
for
go
us,
back and get
I'm
him
not sure
tomorrow.
how useful he would be at 6 inches.
So I realized I don't have a Captain America.
So this was one of the freebies that they sent me.
What is that?
Oh.
Terminator.
It is a robot head that I'm assuming was a Terminator.
It looks
Yeah,
like
Yeah,
a
look
Terminator.
at
Yeah.
Terminator.
Was that in the pew pews?
Yeah, that
Pew
was a
pew.
free.
Pew, pew,
Nice.
Rio
Yeah.
Blast, aka Pew Pew Man, as I call him.
Right.
Oh, I want a Rio Blast figure now. So
Oh yeah.
They better give
I'm
us
still
that.
okay with that one. I think the other people are cooler.
I want him
I
for
need a
Right.
bird
Origins.
guy
I
with
probably
guns
won't
to
buy
come
a
out of his
master
chest.
Yeah, just of that. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't have a Captain America. I have a Captain America Funko from a while ago, and then I have a plate, Fantastic Four plate back there with my husband on it. But and then I have a candle, a prayer candle with Captain America on it.
What the hell?
But I don't have a figure.
Really,
I got it
really?
from a Comic Con. They have everything at
You pray
Comic
to
Con.
Captain
Bearded
America.
Japanese?
They have everything at Comic Con except comics at this point.
Right.
Yep.
Come to
Exactly.
Baltimore. They still have comics at Comic Con.
I would love to go to Baltimore because it's been way too long since I've had a good bad trip.
They
You kinda
still
smell
do
that,
at most of them.
Dorina?
What's that?
Do you have the Dorina?
Dorina, that's the
No.
She-Ra.
Or does anybody here?
Cool. Mm-mm.
Does anybody here have Dorina?
I do.
No.
Joe
Who
does.
is that?
Yeah,
Okay.
Joe
I
has
have
all
a-
of them.
Does She-Ra,
I
Um,
do not have her. Like that's one of the only ones I actually
the
want.
Mythic Legion She-Ra, she's got the other head to be more She-Ra-like, but no, because Carol just got her not too long ago too, and I opened up the back and looked, and she's got this big gap, big ass gap in between her butt
Ass
cheek and
gap.
her thigh. There's like a big gap
Yeah.
there. I was wondering if because Carol had it, and then this one too, I checked out, and it looks like it's. I was wondering if
I
they're
don't
all
think mine has it.
no.
No, I don't think so.
That's weird.
I mean, some people have a thigh
Not my
gap.
favorite version, but he was on sale, so
Yeah, it's a
Had to
big
get
gap
him.
between like a cheek
You
and
got to
her
put the other head
thigh.
on him, right?
yeah, I'm going to.
How's the other hand look? It looks pretty good.
This is very
Back.
tight. Oh god, if we're gonna have another seahorse
You need to go off
situation.
It shouldn't be that bad.
It's like,
No, those should be
Just
fairly
pop
easy
right
to
off.
pull off.
Yeah.
Well,
I
you
wanna say
know,
that's
I'm
pretty
Murphy's
standard.
Law.
Hey, Joe.
Ugh!
Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
the
God.
gap right there.
At the time,
Yeah.
yeah, that was.
Yeah, I
that's
figured
what-
she's older
Oh.
figure too.
I see what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no one has a thigh gap like that. So
You
unrealistic. Oh, that's
You can
oh my
turn the
god,
legs to kind of close it up, but
that's become a
like, if you
trend
turn-
again.
you
It's
turn the
now
thigh, you
called
can kind of
Oh,
close
okay.
it in.
leggings.
Yeah, see, I haven't took her out of
something like
package
that.
yet. I was just kind of, I was checking her out from the back.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
There you go.
It's a little
That's
too
pretty decent head
blonde.
sculpt. That's not too bad.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
blonde
it
hair.
needs
Usually a
a
little more brunette.
brownish.
Yeah.
It needs
You
a
want-
little brown
A little more
brushing.
dirty blonde.
Yeah, a little dirty wash in there would be
Yeah.
I was
awesome.
gonna say, yeah, just do
How is he
a
supposed to
wash
hold
on them.
this?
Yeah, get
Is
Kayla
it supposed to just
customizing
go on
now.
his back? Oh god.
What the shield? That should have a peg that turns.
Yeah, it should have a peg that turns.
you should
Or
be able to turn any.
Or it'll
I
have
mean, like,
straps.
you've
Depends.
got some
Sometimes they're
experience at
different.
pegs,
Oh,
right?
one
yeah,
strap is
they have
longer. Oh
ones
no,
that
it
have
just goes on the
little
arm.
loops,
Oh,
too.
it goes on the arm.
It just goes on the arm.
Slip
Well,
into
so
the
much
Yeah,
for
it's a
pegging.
loop.
So
it
like
goes
that
on the
one's
arm.
longer or bigger than that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna
Yep.
you're gonna have to take the hand out.
Yeah, just get the hand up in there.
Why do I need to get the hand out?
Give it a little
Is it
fisto
not gonna
action.
fit?
Yeah, just put the head in the
Fits.
hole.
It's the hand up. Yeah.
It fits.
Okay.
I'll
Sometimes
make
you
it
have to take
fit.
the hands out for it to fit right.
Okay.
I got this Marvel
Got
Legends
it,
this
got
week, so I
it.
forgot about that.
Learn
Oh, yeah,
something new
she's
every
freaking
day.
awesome. I love her. She fits right in with Masterverse too on that.
The
Yeah.
Marvel's Wonder Woman.
Yeah, she looks great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
yeah,
Power
basically.
Princess. I just got her like a week or two ago too.
Yeah,
I
she's
don't
cool.
think that one of
Her
those
next
It'd be
to
an
She-Ra
easy
Kilo, that's
repaint.
so freaking perfect.
There
you go.
I guess I
He
can.
seems overly
over here a
blonde.
little bit.
though. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's way
how
too
they made
blonde.
that blonde.
He's not this blonde.
That
No.
shield is.
His eyes look off too.
Yeah, his eyes are like.
He's totally albino.
Yeah. The way that shield
Eh,
sits on
not
his
quite.
arm is bad.
He's the
Yeah, I think it maybe goes higher up. I don't know. It's kind
I
of
think
loose.
they were trying to make him like the perfect Nazi,
Yeah.
like blonde, blue eyes.
No, we
like,
already got
how-
rid of
How
that guy.
white can we make him?
That guy.
Yeah, you already got rid of him. I didn't realize there was this red stripe. The boots look good. The booty.
Oh, he's
The
got a
most
nice
important
belt.
part.
He's got a nice butt for sure.
That's America's ass.
Gotta have America's ass.
Where I'm gonna
otherwise
fit
not Captain
him
America.
with everyone else, I
Little
don't
sweet
know.
cake for you.
It's like half of them are now Spidey, which is fine with me. Okay, let's see how well he stands.
Did
Okay,
you figure
not
out a
bad.
place for your Balrog yet?
Nope. I haven't been home. I was gone, and then I was gone again, and now I'm gonna be gone again. I wasn't planning on it. I was hoping to clean my room, but nope, no time for that. No time for that. I think what I'm gonna do is sadly I think I'm gonna have to get rid of some of my popcorn boxes that I have up there. Let's see if I can show them. Oh no, I knocked over my husband. Sorry, husband. I think I might have to get rid of the Doctor Strange one and potentially Black Panther. I don't know, but I think I'm going to put him up there because there's not enough room here. As much as I would like to put him next to my Rivendell, there's not enough room
Yeah,
there.
that'd be awesome next to Rivendell. But
Yeah, but I could have him like towering over it and then maybe swap this to the other side or something. I don't know. Because, yeah, I'm like, I don't like the popcorn boxes are cool, but like, especially the Doctor Strange one, it's not as cool as the other ones. Because the Black Panther one, it does light up, but compared to like the Guardians of the Galaxy, you can't see it, but there's a rocket, actually a rocket, the character standing behind it. Yeah, the other ones. Oh, and I have the Captain Marvel one that's just a cat. I threw out the egg. I was like, I don't need the egg around it.
what is the Captain America and Iron Man thing up there behind him?
Oh, the poster? That's
Oh,
something
that's
I got at
poster.
Comic-Con. Same with the Harry Potter and the Lost one. And then on this wall, I have my one I got from Hobbiton, and then
Oh,
these are
nice,
from
yeah.
one of my favorite artists. And this is just a fern. Just my fern. Anyways. Yeah. So probably somewhere up there. How dare you be
It
late?
will literally be the Balrog of death waiting to hit you in the head, right?
Probably. I mean, he's pretty sturdy. He just, takes up a bit of space.
Well, it's
but
good
I'll
that he
figure it
pegs
out.
in the way that he does, so that way you have less chance of that, you know.
Yeah.
My
I
Warbear
finally
fell off
pegged
the
him.
shelf and almost hit me in the head when I was sleeping the one night.
And
a heavy
Warbear
figure.
put you to sleep, that's for sure.
Yeah.
I got a chunk of plastic right there.
Cody Rhodes is the winner, huh? Royal Rumble.
Yeah, I haven't actively watched. I literally, you want to know how bored I was today? I watched wrestling.
Oh my god!
I haven't watched wrestling since '99.
Arby's.
99 was the last time that I watched wrestling.
Did you watch Revolution again?
That's what you should have been doing.
One of those things. Once I watch it once, I'm good for a while, and then I'll go back and watch it again later.
That's how I am. I
got to
go
give
in-
myself some space between the time that I initially see it.
Going on
Right,
every night when you go to bed.
I had watched it disjointed, so I watched like 2 episodes here, and then another 2 episodes, and I finished it. So I wanted to watch it in one go through because it really does like it's a movie basically.
Yeah. This season they did a better job of that. I felt.
Yeah.
Well, with
Yeah, I was
when they
saying
only
this
have
season
5
they did a better
episodes,
job
they
in
kind of
general.
when they only have 5 episodes to work with, you get that kind of option.
Yeah.
I was
If they
saying
were
I would
gonna
actually
change
prefer that. I think going forward,
Yeah.
if they just did like regular drops of 5 episodes, it worked really well.
Well, at least it's on the top 10, so at least we know there's a chance that it'll get renewed. But you know, you never
That was
know
on
what-
Netflix, right? So they drop all 5 episodes at one time, right? It's not
Yeah.
like where you gotta wait. Yeah.
Yeah, I've already watched it twice. I watched it literally at work on my phone the first time, and then the second time that night when I got home. But yeah, it's literally a movie. I think someone said it's like a little over 100 minutes for the whole thing.
It's 2 hours. Like if you don't count the intros and
Right.
credits, it's like 2 hours and maybe a minute.
Oh, we got somebody else popping in.
Well, he's like a
Oh,
movie.
look at this guy.
Who let him
What's up?
in?
For the love of God, if I have to go to where the commoners go to get in here anymore, I'm done.
Hey, my God, it's the commoners.
Nobody got a personal invite tonight, there, buddy.
I'm not anybody.
Pinky
Not
out.
I
nobody.
forgot. You're a puck with toys.
Yes.
A
I have
pink
over
He's not anyone.
3,000 subscribers. All right, that
God.
means that Travis will ask to come on my show and ask me to go on his show. Something painful.
Yeah, well, after
What's
Ruben, after Ruben disclosed the stroke on earlier tonight, I was like, "Don't invite me on your show, Travis." I was like, I'll pass.
This is for you, Lauren.
Because yes, Ohio is awful. It is such a shithole.
We're just gonna put you and Ohio in a room, and you guys can work it out.
Ohio is so bad
We
they
can make
have an Arby's on
babies.
every block.
Ooh, my food's here. Sweet. Sweet. I guess
So
I
what are
can
we
put my
talking
pickles
about?
away.
We're talking about
Your mom.
hey, my mom's been dead since I've been 13. You don't want to go there.
This is the second time that's happened.
Right?
Also,
Wait.
I love how everyone says that as if like the joke still doesn't apply. It still applies.
She's
Anyways,
dead.
I gotta get my
died
food.
when she was alive.
We were talking about revolution, Lawrence.
Yep.
Yeah. That the people there are just morons. They're idiots there. I don't care what anyone says. I enjoyed the
Why do
series.
you say that though?
Oh my god, because they were the stupidest motherfuckers in the world. Like they couldn't figure out, like, oh my god, look, you're my dad's brother. Here's the fucking crown. Come on, they were really stupid. All right, seriously, they were really stupid.
One of the things that bothers me about that, because I have a few minor nitpicks, but Keldor shows up and he's like, "I'm the rightful ruler," and then like next he's like, "I don't really want to rule." And, like, dude, you stuck your claim as soon as you showed up.
Well,
I'm like,
that's
seriously.
very much a comic book thing. Like they do that in comics.
Yeah, it was to have that
Like,
dramatic moment at
right.
the end of the
at
episode.
the end
I
of
get
the issue or whatever.
But then they walk
I
it back.
this, and then the beginning of the next one's like, but I don't really want it. Yeah, that's a very comic booky thing that they did.
Listen,
I'm not
there's
saying I didn't
there's
enjoy it, but they were okay, seriously like right away. He's like, "Oh, you're just the ruler." Like the motherfucker's blue, dude. Like there's a reason why he wasn't allowed to be king if he really is.
But
your
but
uncle.
it point
That's
it
not
points out the
racist at
bigger
all, bro.
problem in Eternia. It does. It points out the bigger problem in Eternia. Nobody knows how to do a background search. Nobody ever tried.
Listen, do they not have
Hey,
23?
they have all
meters?
that magic and science, but nobody can figure
Right.
out who this person is, where he came from.
Pull out a crystal ball for crying
Well,
out
I
loud.
mean,
They're
okay,
everywhere.
in that vein, how long did it
Eldor's
fucking
got
take
one.
Tila to figure out who her fucking mom is, even though they look like the same fucking person and they both have the same goddamn name? Oh, you mean Tila Na, the sorceress? I'm just Tila. We can't be related, bitch. Bitch, she looks just like you. It's like looking
my
into
dad's obviously in love with her.
right? It's like my dad has a crush on the sorceress who looks just like me. Whoever could my mother be? The
Exactly.
lady with the same name as me who dresses like a bird? I don't know.
Oh, no, he
and
just
then-
named me after her for no reason.
And
Yeah,
I-
right?
I
The man at arms thing, though, the fact that she's like, he really was your father. It was like, why? Why would you not just tell the kid? Oh no, both of your parents are gone, right? Like this
I'm
is
your
terrible.
adopted father. I'm not your real dad. I'm your fake dad.
That's a product of like the years of like he's always been her adopted father, and they were like, no, we're just gonna, like, I don't know. It was already a problem in the franchise.
Once you go down
It
that
also
road,
goes
you
back
can't
to the
stop the
beginning
road,
where
right?
like they kind of like hodgepodged an idea together, and then Filmation kind of came along and was like, no, let's like actually give you a story to go with. And then after Filmation gave a story, it was like, oh well, let's the mini
I
comics
will-
then try to catch up after that and was like, oh well, let's lead off this a little more. But then the franchise ended and they didn't go any farther,
I
and they
will
didn't
agree
do
the
any more until
Filmation
2008.
story is better than the mini comic story where Skeletor made a baby clone of the sorceress and
Yeah.
kidnapped her so he could raise her
You know
and then marry her so he
Yeah.
could gain the secrets of Eternia. So I
But-
will say
Okay.
Filmation story was better than the mini comics.
But when
because
when
kidnapping
Tila and
a
He-Man
clone
were
baby-
talking, and she's like, she talks about all the powerful things that he's ever done, It's just love is the biggest thing. Like, fucking love never fixed shit, okay? We didn't fucking drop love on fucking Germany. We dropped a bunch of fucking Sherman tanks. We didn't drop love in fucking Japan. Like, shut the fuck up.
That was
It's
a
a
big
Even my
job of
daughter.
love.
I know you guys think that this is a fucking male thing. My daughter was sitting there going, but she was raised by me too, so.
But Lawrence,
Yeah, right.
I was
I
just
mean, I
gonna
would have,
say,
I'm
I
gonna
would have thought
say-
the same thing if I was a child. Let's not get that
I'm
twisted.
saying,
Doesn't matter her gender.
but love is not easy and requires work.
Hmm
Fuck love.
But also,
Anyway,
we
Fuck
can't,
love,
we can't
fuck
dismiss,
Ohio.
we can't dismiss emotions.
You've had to give somebody
and then...
half, haven't you?
What?
Yes.
No,
he
because
has.
We're almost to the point where we ask, who
I
hurt you,
wasn't
Larry?
stupid enough to get
Who
married.
hurt you?
One
You
thing I
were
kind of
stupid enough to love.
question about is when they had Prince Adam and Marlena, they're in the cell locked up. He doesn't have the sword. I was like, he didn't need the sword to become Savage He-Man. He could have turned into Savage He-Man again without the sword and bust out there.
Right.
But
Well, it was still blocked. Like they do say something about like he's blocked from the power, and he
Yeah.
right, and that's why you need the new sword to get
I
it.
was also thinking, I was like, he probably doesn't want to go back to that Savage He-Man ever again, though, either. So it was a one-time thing. He's like, oh, that didn't work out so well.
Well, and plus that action figure's on clearance, so they don't want him to go back to that because they can't sell those.
If they had made it bulkier,
Yeah, if he was hulked out like he should have been.
Right.
I did laugh
Only
when
reason I had
Cringer
him
looked
was
at
for
him.
Orko.
When Cringer looked at him and said, "Oh, you could have just been doing that the whole time."
You're just
You know,
hugging.
you know when he hugged
That
Keela and
was
they
good. I laughed.
fucking changed. I
That was
laughed at
great.
that.
that
That
was
was
good.
great.
I can't remember, did Battle Cat use Cringer's voice, or did they have his voice in like Revelation at all? Where he's Battle Cat, but it was
I don't think he talked at all in Battle
It
Cat.
kind of threw me off with his Battle Cat, and he had
Not
that
in-
same voice. I'm used to him having like
Not in
the,
Revelation.
Yeah,
They had
as
the-
Battle Cat, he didn't
Trust
sound
me,
very
I
like
just watched
fierce.
it like 7 times.
I like smarter Cringer though. I hate that whole like wimpy Cringer. Like
Oh yeah,
I hate wimpy. Like I hated Orko in the old cartoon. I apologize
Cringer-
for Farmer in Heaven.
Oh,
for
Cringer
disparaging
being
your
not
favorite
Scooby Doo was
character.
good.
Yeah,
But
Cringer
I-
got
awful.
me right here with that little speech of his.
But
I was
I like that.
yeah,
I like
bro.
the new Orko. Like this is the first time they've given me an Orko I can enjoy.
Oh no, Orko was horrible in this. Him and Gwildor and their little fucking banter. Like, shut the
Oh,
fuck up,
stop.
dude.
Stop.
I don't like him. Like, shut the hell up, dude.
Well, that's because they
You
obviously
kinda
had
sound like
sexual
them right now,
chemistry.
Lawrence.
What?
I don't like them. That's kind of how you sound right now, Lawrence.
Oh,
You're about the same size as Gwildor, too.
Not the same
and I
size.
like Green Eggs and Ham.
no, you're a little bit taller than Gwildor.
I don't know about that.
I do. I can tell. Gwildor is like 2 apples and you're like 3, so you're good.
Oh, Kayla, what about Gwildor not liking adventures? You like that part?
Yes, I was like, you're a hobbit.
I know that's what I kind of hinted out with that.
Even
comment
the
that I made
Hobbit-
to you.
Hobbit door. Yeah.
Yep, I was excited for you to see that part. After I seen it, I was like, oh, I can't wait till Kayla sees that. It's freaking cool.
Yeah, it is very Hobbit. But that he was
There's
very Hobbit.
and Smog with Granomir
Yeah, like,
with the riddles.
and then even like kind of giving the vibe when doing the riddles. It's kind of reminded me of Bilbo doing the riddles with
Mhm,
Gollum.
with mhm.
But they had Granomir
Exactly.
and Keela.
Yeah, but the Man
Very
at Arms
cool.
armor for me, where they did the war armor, it screamed Hulkbuster the whole time.
Oh,
I
yeah.
was
Oh, I
looking at it.
I
Everybody
said
had
that.
the
And I'm just like, this is killing.
I still want one though.
Yep.
Mhm.
I just
Yep.
like the
It
fact
was-
that everyone just knows he's He-Man. It's like Iron Man. Like, yep, I'm He-Man. Like, all right. Like, if it wasn't a big deal then, why was it a big deal before?
It's like Iron Man, but without the alcoholism and like having to deal with Robert Downey Jr.
Listen,
Playboy.
Listen,
and
dude,
drugs.
In the
took them-
80s, everyone had to have a secret identity, and now you don't.
it took him 40 years to kiss Tila. Believe me, there's some alcohol going to be involved later on.
They've never kissed before?
Mm-mm.
Not in animation.
Yeah, not
Interesting.
And the mini comic and Wave 2 mini comics when they meet Triclops, they're about to get down and dirty like in a meadow.
Mhm.
And then Triclops interrupts things.
So-
Shockus interruptus.
Well, they
So
do have
the
a
other
kid in
thing,
the kid out there, so they've gotten past the kissing point.
So the other thing that I thought funny was when he talks about how he doesn't have a place to stay, and she goes, "I have a place, but it's kind of cold and damp, and there's a guy that wants to kill us." All I'm thinking is like, Skeletor is going to be listening to those two bang all fucking night in his cell, just fuming.
All I was thinking about was that sounded a lot like whenever I moved in with my ex and his mother lived there. Like, it was like roles reversed. He was like, there's a villain in the dungeon. I'm like, why does your mother have to live with us? Fuck that bitch.
Allison, never change.
Poor Carl's mother.
I can't. Like, Carl, don't feel bad for her because, it is terrible that someone dropped a house on her sister and then stole the family heirlooms right off that bitch's feet. But still, like.
I saw a movie like that.
Yeah. It was like that.
I think we all have.
And she locked me in a thing and I threw some water on her dirty ass and she was like, "I'm melting." It's like, ma'am, it's just soap and water. I know these are foreign concepts to you.
We're watching the not melting.
I don't want these old grody shoes anyway, ma'am.
When I was young, we were at some church function and they were doing like this with the holy water. And they got my mom, and she immediately goes, "I'm melting!" My dad's like, "Get out now." So funny.
Dude, I want to go
funny
to church with your mom.
That was my dad, and he was the Catholic one of the two, and he would still make that joke.
Is that all I had to do because my dad made us go to church? My mom was Lutheran, my dad was Catholic, so my mom
That
didn't go to
explains so
church.
much.
The problem
It does.
was
It does
church
kinda
was the
do
same
with the
time
90s
that
now.
Transformers was. So I would try and sleep in. I'd tell my dad I'd watch it on TV. So I miss like every single Transformer episode because there wasn't reruns, and if you didn't have a VCR that was able to record properly, or when you're a kid you don't even know that. So I miss like all the Transformers. I was so pissed. Like,
Well,
and
if
I'm
your son
watching
had been
my
alive
mom.
back
Why
then,
can't
he'd
I
tell
be
you how to get on
Wow.
that stuff, Lawrence.
Your
was that?
childhood sounds so traumatic.
Kids just
Hey, we were
don't
Seventh Day
understand what
Adventists.
we
We had
had to
church
go
on
through.
Saturday. I missed all Saturday morning cartoons.
I had a rough childhood, man. My dad.
Lawrence,
I'm kidding.
Your son should have told you how to get out of going to church.
Well, that was before. If I would
The
have
easiest
known,
I got
all
out
I
of
have to do is say, "I'm atheist." Was it atheist or what was it?
Who's the baby?
Atheist, yep.
Corey,
Yeah.
who's your
Because you
baby?
don't believe agnostic, you don't know what there is.
That
Yeah,
means
no,
you go
he
to
said-
more church, right?
No, he said
Who's
atheist.
the baby? Hi, baby. What's your name?
This is Gizmo.
Gizmo. Oh yeah,
Gizmo,
I think I've
look.
seen Gizmo. Look at your outfit. You're so cute.
He didn't have any hair, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, why is there no
that's
hair
even-
on that thing?
This is genetic.
Yeah.
The
Holy
hair you
shit.
see, the hair
God,
you
Lawrence.
It
Why
looks like
does
it's wearing a
Matt wear
mask.
Lawrence? Genetics.
It's kind of like your generics, Lawrence. You're short. He's hairless. Same thing.
Man, I got a lot of things to say. I'm trying not to.
It's not called He-Man. It's called Masters of the Universe. Unless you were watching the CGI He-Man, then that's right. Just to clarify.
It's He-Man.
No, it's not.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
People were complaining, saying, "This is He-Man. Where's He-Man?" I'm like, it's literally not called He-Man, so
People
you can
complain
go
about
poop-
everything.
Poop in a pool.
I'm willing to bet that every single one of us didn't realize that it was called Masters of the Universe when we were kids. We said, "Hey, did you see the new episode of
It
He-Man?"
was He-Man and
Yeah, it was always
whatever.
He-Man as a kid.
Actually, I
It's
was
He-Man and the
confused.
Masters of
Like,
the
I
Universe.
think you mean Masters of the Universe because that's what it says on the packaging. So yeah, I was that bitch.
It was He-Man, and then She-Ra killed it.
No, that's not what happened, Lawrence. I know Scott Nutlick and all of this sad minute
Listen,
Mattel would like to think that's
I
what
watched
happened.
it. They
Yeah,
tried
you're
to,
sad
they
man.
tried to make it for girls, and no kid wanted to play with it.
What
either.
happened was they sent too many
watch
Stone
Netflix.
Warriors out to stores and not enough He-Man and Skeletor, and the kids were like, "Who the fuck are these Stone people?"
Listen, all I know is I keep looking at
It was
Hyperdelic's face.
Buzz Off
This guy
all
just
over
laughing
again.
his ass off.
Right? It was Naked Stratus and Buzz Off in the
I mean-
80s with rock people. Sent them all out before Christmas thinking, well, we sold all these toys. I got a bonus. And then it kills the toy line. They're like, we'll just blame the women. It'll be just like in the Bible.
Meteorbs is,
Like Adam chose to eat that.
let's be
Exactly,
honest,
Stanley.
Allison.
He's
Meteorbs were
fine.
not
Exactly.
exactly a brilliant plan. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but I don't think the Meteorbs hurt any. Where
They were just trying to cash in on some kind of Transformers that
Yeah,
already had been
yeah.
all
Well,
bought
what
up.
be honest,
killed
do
it
it.
was that they literally
What
sent
exactly am I going to
them
do with an
out.
egg? I had them as a kid, and I realized once I got them, I didn't want them.
Yeah, we got those too. And I was just like,
Because
what
it
do
was
I do
just
with
like
these?
once you put it together and you took it out of its robot form, or it was a egg or
Yeah,
a
just-
stone, and you're just like,
their superpower was you fold them into like an egg thing, and then
An
they
egg
sit
thing.
there. Like it was
Yeah.
not.
I had a bunch of them. They were awesome. They were so stupid, but I mean, I had that purple dinosaur one. It was great.
We had the bear, the dinosaur, and the lion.
Yeah.
And the red one. It was like a cougar, I think, which is
Weren't they-
ironic.
I think
I never
weren't
had
they
any of
supposed to
those.
be like in Japan? Weren't they a part of like the actual Transformers line or something like
yeah,
that?
they,
But just
Mattel
over here,
just
they weren't.
licensed all of those out. So like that's why you can still find most of those like now in stores in Japan is because they're still making those.
Yeah.
Well, the way I understood it was like in Japan, Transformers and all that stuff were like multiple different toy lines that they kind of
Right.
yeah,
brought over here and just put under the same umbrella and say,
Yep.
oh, well, this is blah, 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 and this is bloop, bloop, bloop. And we're just going to make them Transformers and make this animation about it. And that's the way I understood it.
Now
The
that's
only-
the
like,
official, that's the
Yeah.
official name of the toy line. Blue, 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 and blah,
Blah, blah, blah, and blah, blah, blah.
That's
yeah,
what
there
they
were a
call
lot
it.
of
Well, that's-
mixed.
Those little beasts, the little mini things, the ones that they somebody
Beasts.
just recently did a 6-inch version of those.
The Battle Beast.
Yes, yes. Those were a part of Transformers in Japan. Like
Yeah.
in Japan, that was like a part of their Transformers cartoon series.
They had them here too. They were Beast Wars.
Yeah, we just no, not the Beast Wars,
Yeah, it was
the
different.
Battle Beasts. Those little like they were like I don't know 2-3
Yeah, they
inches
go to their
tall.
planet
And
in
they have
the
those little
Headmasters
stickers.
Yeah, the new
series.
ones are called
Yeah,
Morphin
they had
Out.
the heat sticker
They're
on the front.
called a
and everything.
chode. Just saying. Nope. Why is it always when I make these comments and no response after? God damn it. Say something.
Uh,
Uh,
I got
Okay.
nothing.
I got nothing. We're not bailing you out on that one. Sorry.
So to
No,
address
I'm not
that,
trying. I'm not trying to be bailed out. It's
I
just
can
what
assure
it is.
you, I did not miss the Royal Rumble at all.
I wouldn't say we're missing it.
I gotta say, at least GoBots were all in
Kenzo's
scale.
right.
I like GoBots.
GoBots rule.
You could get 3 GoBots for the same price as looking at a single Transformer. You can even get a Transformer for a reasonable price.
But they
You
were
can
all in
get-
scale too. That's
you
one of
can
those
get a
things that always
vintage
drove me
GoBot
crazy about
for how much a
Transformers because
Transformer
they
costs
did
now.
the
I
mixed
would have 3
lines.
GoBots and my
None of them
brother-
were in scale with each other, so it makes you
No.
crazy still.
Well,
Yeah.
so
GoBots
they
were
had the
in
2
scale.
different lines though. They had the
Yeah.
super GoBots or
Mhm.
whatever they were, the super version of them,
But
and
they
then
were
they
still in
had
scale with
Party
each
in
other.
her
the
video.
smaller ones.
Yeah,
Super
GoBots were in
GoBots shelled
scale.
with Motu, and I had some of those. And then the those were birthday.
Waiting
and
for
Christmas
someone to say
gifts, so they
something.
were spendy. And then the little ones fit with Star Wars or my strawberry shortcake miniatures. So
Now GoBots just kind of went with the weird with the Rock Lords things, but you know, other than
I
that,
like Rock
yeah,
Lords.
and that's what
Rock?
killed
that
the
was when it
GoBots
fell
was-
off the
Are they
rails
the
there.
Lords of Rock?
They were just like transforming rocks.
of
Yeah,
Rock.
Oh,
I
that
liked
sounds
them
good.
though.
I
I
don't-
thought they were cool.
Cycle.
I was
Maybe it
gonna
was
say
Yeah, they were cool.
love.
I've got a Cycle short I need to stick up on YouTube at some point soon.
Ooh.
My Crashbird GoBot video got over 100 views. I'm like, I can't believe 100 people remember the GoBots. I was excited. That was good.
I feel like
I
people
have
like
been-
the GoBots.
I've been eyeballing a vintage scooter for like 3 months. Like it's still in the package. The guy doesn't want a crazy amount, and I'm just like, should I? No, I
Scooter's a good
can't.
one.
Like that was my favorite GoBot was Scooter.
Nah, it was a good one.
Yeah.
Somebody
Well,
made
Hydro,
a
be out
modern
getting that
cycle
tomorrow.
not that long ago. I don't remember what
Yeah.
company it was, but it looked really nice.
Yeah. I've seen them on Big Bad Toy Store. There's a company that makes, and they did a cycle, but it's not. They can't call it cycle, but it looks great. It's really cool. It's like I think it's a 6-inch scale.
Yeah, it's bigger.
Is Cycle a GoBot?
Yeah. Cycle was the bad guy.
Sounds like a
He
bad
was
guy.
a motorcycle.
Yeah.
That checks
The
out.
bad motorcycle.
They were
cycle.
very creative in the 80s. Let me tell you.
Motorcycles dangerous? No.
I like the
Never.
GoBot, the space shuttle. She and Pathfinder, the other spaceship, were sisters, but the space shuttle one was spacey. So. She was a little spacey too.
Well, obviously,
They
someone in
didn't care about
marketing didn't
motorcycles
get the
being
memo
dangerous
about
in the 80s,
making
so we
names
grew up
cool.
riding 3-wheelers. So
Masters didn't either, though. To be fair,
Yeah, let's be honest. Extendar, okay.
Manny faces.
I love
Triclops.
I love the 2000X episode where like Extendar starts making Mechanic feel like just not good at all. He's just like he's having a very bad day. He's like, I'm useless now. My favorite episode. It's just so stupid. You're like, why is this filler happening? Get back to King Grayskull. Let's go. Sorry. Tangent.
Okay.
No need to apologize.
Yeah. This whole show is tangents.
That's
Right.
why we're here.
That's why we
Yeah,
invited
that's-
Lauren.
Tangents and nostalgia, and that's it.
I'm as calm as anyone.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had
Sure
7
damn.
Clipbacks as a kid.
Yes,
What
yes,
he
Lawrence,
was
you're the size of
totally-
my daughter.
He wasn't
So-
able to watch Transformers. He
That
had a
is
rough
sad.
childhood.
That explains a lot why he's so angry as an adult.
Yeah. It all makes sense now.
He's
Like-
having-
Lawrence, you getting new
Listen.
toys this week?
Everyone is fucking as angry as me. I'm just the only one willing to let it out.
I'm the only one who knows how to properly I can't even think of the word now. Get out my
Probably,
anger?
yeah, nothing of the word.
Yeah.
Express your anger?
Express my anger
Narcissus?
in a healthy way.
No. You're in your 20s. We're all
I'm
jaded.
not in my 20s.
She's in her.
I grew up.
He's like,
I
look
grew
in my
up-
eyes. You haven't seen what I've seen.
No, I grew up in a
I feel you, brother.
household.
I do.
Well, all I heard were 2 people yelling and screaming at each other, and it wasn't my parents. So I had a very unique childhood. So after that, I'm like, I'm not gonna immediately yell at someone. I'm gonna deal with this in a healthy, productive way, and not just yell at someone.
I don't yell at anyone. I just like
Oh, you
take
kneecap
note
them.
of what. Yeah, I take note of what they did, and then I wait. And then when they're like going about their day,
You get
they're at the
petty.
grocery store, and they turn around and suddenly they have a face full of mace, and they're like, "What happened?" And like, who knows what happened? Oh my God, who would do that to you in public? You poor thing. I'm so sorry, bitch.
You get petty. That's what you do.
I'm not petty. It's called justice.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general.
Oh no, you're petty.
It's just.
You're petty.
Oh, I'm not petty.
Mace in the face
Look at
is not
Look
fun.
at
by
it.
the
You're
way.
going. Oh my God, no one's ever actually said that, but yeah, I'm pretty damn petty.
Yeah, I don't get mad. I just start scouting spots.
I
to
love
hide the
being
body.
petty. It's fun.
I've never been petty to anyone who didn't earn the. earn
Exactly.
it, so, like,
Exactly. I will only be petty to people that deserve
I never go after the innocent.
it. Mm-hmm.
With great power.
Responsibility.
Damn it, pickle.
I mean, you know, if you ever get an envelope full of glitter, it was probably me. But the first question needs not to be like, let me call Allison and yell at her. It needs to be, why did Allison send me a thing full of glitter? And what
Think
is
about what you did.
What is step 2 in the escalation if I don't step back after the glitter?
But you really want to get them. Don't use glitter. Use mica powder. It's glitter, but even finer.
Yeah, but I like glitter because like it sparkles
Yeah,
and like it's
graphite.
there
Oh, that
forever.
stuff. You never get that off.
Yeah, but mica powder is the same way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I like the idea of them eventually getting it out because it takes
Oh,
many
you'll eventually get this out, but it's like even.
Well,
finer
Corey, you keep
glitter.
talking. You're going to get a bunch of glitter dicks in the mail real soon. So
I would never send glitter.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
That's violent.
Yeah, I'm like, I'll send glitter poop. I'll take some poop from my clients, put some glitter in it, and mail it to you.
Sparkle.
Surprise! Aw. I didn't say that. Redact. Who, me? Never.
It's
Never,
already out
ever.
there. You have to own it now.
Yeah,
And then you have to make your own threat,
Yeah.
Kayla. I mean, let's be honest.
I know.
If you're gonna say you're
Tunes
gonna
in to listen to glitter ducks.
If you
I like glitter ducks.
If you like Arby's glitter
What kind
dick
of toys are we talking about now?
and dog food,
I
you've come to the
do
right place.
I've got
have a glitter dick.
two parts back here.
Whoa.
To no one's surprise. It also glows in the dark.
As you do.
I'm shocked.
Good for you.
My daughter has
Good
a
thing
glitter
you're
dick.
gonna lose
I'm
it?
just-
Not anyone that knows you is shocked, but I'm sure there's
It would
somebody
be
who
hard
not
to
even-
lose it though because the light hits it just so and it lights up, right? And you're just like, wow, look.
I also
there it
have
is.
one with weed
Over
leaves
yonder.
all over it.
It's like the three wise men and that star in the sky.
That one
except
also
it's a
glows in the
glitter
dark.
dick across the room.
Glitter dicks and Arby's diarrhea. What kind of show?
Star of wonder, star of light. There's the glitter full of dick.
The depravity has not ended, that's for sure.
No.
And I have one in the shape of a pickle.
Yeah. Well,
You
That's
want to
the
know how
last
to
one
make
I'll
her
say.
eyes light up? Glitter dick.
Kind of redundant.
Right?
Frostbite.
Anyways,
I just have to ask. Does it have the bumps on there like a pickle?
Mhm.
I just have to ask.
mhm,
No.
mhm. It does.
We all know it's to get Ed for Secret Santa next
Yeah.
year.
Yep.
Got it from
No, it's
Etsy.
all right.
Go to Ohio, buy a glitter dick for Ed. Merry Christmas.
Or is that one? Yeah, I think it was Etsy.
All right, guys, I'm hopping off. It's great seeing y'all. I'll see you
Glitter
on
dick.
next
Or-
week.
Guys,
Or have a good
He's
evening.
mad.
Did we scare you with glitter dicks?
No, not at all.
Like I'm out.
Hey,
He was
Allison,
one that said,
Real
"Don't fight
life.
me with a
He'll
good
be
time."
making a glitter dick
Yeah.
next week on his channel. Like, I've got this great idea for the toy community. I know
Right.
what you all want. Glitter dicks.
Glitter dick.
See y'all.
Allison,
Yeah.
this viewer's asking what we're talking about. You want to fill him in?
Yeah, we're talking about Arby's, diarrhea on the side of the road, glitter dicks, and Gargamel chasing Lawrence.
There, he's caught up now.
There you go.
And
It's fun.
toys, randomly.
Yeah,
And
right.
occasionally some
Occasionally
discussions of
Here,
Masters
my
of the
husband.
Universe Revolution.
There's a little bit of something for everyone here.
And
at the
and Kayla's
clubhouse.
husband, we're talking about that.
Mhm, mhm.
Yeah, where's
Oh,
Kayla's
Animals.
husband?
We all
Damn
love
it.
animals, but we don't
Just
love
fucking
animals.
Keeps breaking her husband. I don't know why she keeps doing that.
No, it wasn't that. It was the lid to one of my sauces fell. Sad day.
Aw,
And it
what
fell
sauce
the
is-
wrong
what
way.
sauce is it?
I got the ranch, which
Oh, the normal
ranch
stuff.
is-
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely.
pretty much.
well, this one is a homemade one or like house made, and I'm not a fan of it. But I got the Parmesan one, and this one's actually pretty good.
That's the one I
Just
used
looks
to
like
get.
straight jizz.
What did you end up getting for dinner?
I got the proposition chicken that Allison recommended. It's really
Yeah,
good.
the parm sauce I like.
Yeah, the parm sauce is good. I'm very picky about my ranch.
Oh, they also had. I just remembered the hush puppies were really good.
Yes, Niners.
And it's hard to get hush puppies that are good
They
outside.
didn't. They were very limited with their menu. They pretty much just had sandwiches, salads, fries. What is that? I don't know.
Yeah, we're all over the place. Every
Yeah, as
Saturday.
usual.
So I want to
Nothing's
hear more about
changed.
this Parmesan dip. Is it like Parmesan flavored, like
There's definitely mayo
mayo?
and like
Yeah.
pepper. I think it's just like grated, not grated, but the like, the Parmesan you get in the like shaker thing.
Powder.
Yeah, powdered
Mhm.
like stuff.
It's definitely that. Like you can see little bits in there.
Oh yeah, yep.
And then definitely pepper. I don't really know what else. Definitely mayo. Don't
Lawrence,
cross
are you
the
okay?
Yeah, yeah. I'm trying to do my thumbnail for the show.
I'm eating a chicken. Oh, damn it. Sandwich. I just got on my thing. And fries. I still have a lot of fries.
Yes, it is. We have raised Lawrence from the.
We just have him propped up in his studio.
Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
Once in a while, we push a button and it makes it look like he's moving.
Lawrence,
Exactly.
we love you.
Roman's starting to gnaw on his
It's all
feet.
out of love.
It's all out of
Even if-
love, Larry.
Even if we have a healthier relationship with anger.
I'm not angry at all.
I'm not angry.
I'm always angry. That's my.
Yeah, okay.
It's not, we don't call it anger in 2024. Lawrence is spicy.
So did you
Oh,
guys get any
it's
pictures of
spicy.
it?
He's
Well, I
It'll be
showed my
spicy all
husband.
morning and afternoon. It'll be mild.
He's a little hot tamale. He's like spicy.
I remember like a year ago, my 19-year-old daughter, or no, 20-year-old daughter, 'cause she'll be 21 in a couple of weeks, was having a fight with my ex-wife and called her spicy. My ex-wife was not impressed. Why do you got to be so spicy, Mom?
I got the shield.
Yes,
Nice.
Thanos got a shield.
Ooh, that's cool.
Let's show off the shield again.
Nice.
That looks nice.
And I got a spider punk.
Spider punk.
And punk does whatever a spider punk does. Can he swing from the web? No, he can't because he's a spider punk.
Yeah.
Look out. He's a spider punk. Yeah.
I think that's everything I got this week.
I just love that Power Princess. It's one of my favorite figures I've gotten here in a while.
She's on a bigger female buck, so she scales well with a lot of other lines too.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. She fits in perfectly.
Yeah,
with the
she's
Master
not quite as skinny as a lot of the Marvel Legend ladies.
Yeah, because I picked up that Emma Frost. I'm going to give her to my son. She's like way too tiny.
I have the frost.
Emma Frost?
Wait. Yes.
Oh,
Frost.
Frost.
I still am waiting to open all these with Allison. That's why my mommy is still in her shackles.
No, my motherboard is not opened yet, so that's what I'm saving.
You haven't opened your motherboard? Wow, I didn't know that.
I took it out of the package and made sure that everything was in there, but I didn't take her out of the package.
I mean,
today is the first time I took her down and played with her son during that video.
You're being asked to show off Kildor again.
Oh.
People are all about that Keldor.
Show it.
Nice.
Man, when I saw those first pictures, I was not impressed.
I know.
But
I said in my video too, I was confused, like just from that little teaser we got. I was like, "Why does he got feathers and crap all on his hair and stuff?" I was like, "Now that I've seen the cartoon and everything, know the story
That's what
behind
happened
it."
in a lot of things, though, with Masterverse, where it's like I'm not impressed with the pictures, and then in person it looks really good.
Want to see more of me? Watch my video too.
Yeah,
there you go.
Don't forget
It worried me.
Link in bio.
Like it was like, oh,
Most
what are they gonna
retro.
do now? How are they gonna screw up Keldor even more?
Define
I know.
most
That first
retro.
picture, I was just like, "What? Why does he have
Oldest?
feathers?" I really thought. It
Yeah,
was
do
just
you
like
mean
feathers
retro
somehow.
toy or do you mean vintage
Like
toy?
he kill a quail or what?
Yeah, mine would be my devilfish. That's the only thing that survived from my childhood GI Joes that I still have, and it's beat to hell though.
Oh, Aaron's already
Speaking of
watched my video.
vintage GI Joes, yeah. Here we go.
What about you, Hyper? What's your most vintage toy you own?
Man, I still have. Well, I've got a few of my vintage Joes. Who else do I got? Oh, I still have my Steel Brigade. That was that mail out one. Yeah, let's see. I don't want to break my vintage toys.
Oh,
I have
that's
older toys. Oh, nice.
That's nice.
This is like what I had handy. So, yeah. And then this is an older toy that's nearby too. Yeah, this guy. Here's the newer one. Like that's the newer one.
You have
this guy. Yeah, just
in the steel core.
Yeah. These are cool.
My dad recently dropped a bunch of my old stuff off. Got some old vehicles and stuff too. What was that one from?
It's a StarCraft Hydralisk.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Can
I mean,
I
it's not the
answer what?
oldest toy, but it's one of my older ones.
Can I answer? Can I answer that? I don't
No.
think
To
anyone's
get
ever
there,
asked.
okay, Lawrence, go ahead, because we all know you want to tell your story.
Well, you took the message off. I don't know if you ever heard. If I ever told anyone, in 1985 for Christmas, I got 8 shipwrecks and the USS Flag, which I still have.
Oh my god. What?
I don't. Did I ever tell you
What?
guys?
I didn't know this. What?
I have my childhood USS Flag.
This is an
I was a
amazing
kid that had
revelation. We were so unsure of this
Where is
current
it?
revelation.
Where is it? It's downstairs in
Yeah.
the GI Joe room.
Have you ever showed it?
Yes.
Yes, I've done
Many
many
times.
Like
videos it.
on this stream?
Oh, not on this stream, no.
Oh.
No, because have you ever seen the USS Flag?
Yes, I have. I used to have it.
It's 7.5 feet long.
I can't
Yeah, that
believe
thing
Yeah.
is awesome.
I've been to Jay's house. I've seen it.
I'd have to
I've
take
literally
everything down. Oh, I'm sorry.
touched
You're in
it.
the Jay's house. Ooh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You knew that.
I'm more
Well,
concerned.
we've
that
been
Lauren
friends for a long
missed
time.
The fact that Kayla
Who's
doesn't
Jay?
watch the show on Monday.
Geek Dad Life, Jay.
Oh,
So, Kayla, what's the oldest toy you have? Well, I'll let you
I
finish
don't
your bite.
know.
What about
Wait,
Allison?
action figure toy,
Mm-hmm.
Kayla. Action
Yeah.
figure toy.
What about you, Allison? Why she gobbles?
That I've owned since childhood. I have my vintage large size Princess Leia and like a couple of the original first 12 Star Wars.
Nice.
I still have my Leia from the early bird. I mean, she doesn't have her original cape. She has a repo cape on her, and who God only knows where the gun is, but I still have her. And I've bought stuff that's super old. So, but yeah, those are the things that I've retained. It's all Star Wars shit. So, and then I have like a bunch of my original Princess of Power, and I got a GoBot over there. Got some GI Joe stuff. So
Nice.
All collectors are a little bit of a hoarder.
Yep.
So.
you know what? To be honest, the oldest thing that I have is probably Lone Ranger and the Tonto. Sorry, Lone Ranger and Tonto. He's not the Tonto.
The Gabrielle 3 3/4 inch line.
Because I was actually playing with those the first time I saw a GI Joe commercial.
This Gwildor or a different Gwildor?
Okay. My hands.
And this Gwildor.
Hold on, Cobb. You got it.
Doesn't quite
Actually,
fit
pretty.
in, honestly.
I mean,
Not too bad.
yeah, it's
Mm.
the same line, ish.
It is,
When
but
he
the
is-
colors are
Is
like,
he actually taller than Orko? Is Orko tiny? Yeah. All the crap he was giving Orko.
I like that they have him in this outfit. Well, I mean, as he should in Revolution.
But you know, Kayla, too,
Oh.
about the reason those two are back together?
Because of the show.
Well, the live action movie, they couldn't do Orko at the time. They needed another little magical character, so they created Gwildor.
Hmm.
They couldn't really put Orko in the movie at the time. They didn't have like the CGI or anything. They wanted a little magical character still, so they created Gwildor. And so far, the two of them to be in the show together now and hanging out and coming in a 2-pack is freaking funny.
I think maybe someone mentioned that on the
Somebody probably
stream.
yeah, that's why I figured somebody's probably
Not
said
sure.
something like that.
Either someone said it or someone in the chat said it because that sounds familiar. That's cool though.
All right.
Of course.
There's the layout.
I got like 2 of these.
Hold on, hold that back up, Allison. Oh, nice.
Oh, wow.
That is
And
gorgeous.
then there's a
Oh,
hammerhead.
Momau Nadon.
And this is the C3PO that doesn't come apart.
Oh.
And then early bird Leia. I don't have the early bird Chewbacca,
Nice.
Luke, or with because that Luke had the double telescoping lightsaber. That one was lost to the ages. So she's pretty cool. She came in an Easter basket. So
That's
Yeah, I'm not
gorgeous.
sure what's actually how old everything is. It's a good question.
Joe, you got any
I
old
don't know.
toys?
Yeah, I think the oldest that I own, my brothers were quite a bit older than me. So I inherited some Big Jim toys that they had.
Oh yeah, Big
Ooh,
Jim's
wow.
awesome.
Yeah.
Big Jim Gorilla that Gygor was going to be based off of. I actually had that when I was like a little kid. And then I think the oldest toy that I got myself was the original Snake Eyes. Was
Nice.
I think the
Commando
very
Snake
first
Eyes.
action figure I got. I got it when I was a really little kid, back when Cobra was the enemy. Yeah, I got that original Snake Eyes, and I still have that. All that stuff's still at my folks' house, but so those are probably the two oldest that I can think of. They had some Western dolls too that were called Johnny West.
Johnny West, yeah.
Marks. Yeah, it was kind of a little obscure, but yeah. So I played with those a lot when I was.
Marks
really
was not
young.
obscure in the 60s. It was one of the biggest toy lines there was in the 60s.
Yeah. Yeah.
It competed with
So that
vintage
was-
G.I. Joe.
Yeah, right on. They had some vintage GI Joes too,
was
like the fuzzy.
Yeah,
head.
that's what I got. I have a couple of
Beard
those left over from when I was little.
Right on.
Aaron?
The only thing I have, the oldest thing I have now is the devilfish.
The devilfish.
As a kid, it was. I think we had some 50s Barbies running around. I didn't have an issue playing with those, but those were all from my. She technically was never really my aunt, but she was my aunt, kind of thing.
I have a couple Joes from like 1970. So the Venture Team with the fuzzy heads, and I have a whole bunch of Fisher Price Adventure people from that were actually mine as a kid. So they're probably my oldest. Jim Cringer. Big Jim was pretty cool because they took all the vehicles that were Barbie sized and used them for their 8-inch line of Big Jim figures instead of the 11-inch fashion dolls.
Mm-hmm.
Changed the colors and made them work for Big Jim.
What's up, RB?
So anyway, Lawrence, tell us more about the shipwrecks and this USS Flag.
Yeah. How'd your parents end up getting you 8 shipwrecks?
Yeah, how did this happen?
So, for that Christmas, as some of you may remember, some of you are old enough to remember.
Never
We've
heard.
already established that Kayla is not old enough to remember. The G.I. Joe figures, same with Star Wars, you could pack them together, and when they were wrapped, you knew that they were Star Wars or G.I. Joe. I knew they were G.I. Joe because I didn't collect Star Wars at that time because they were all decapitated from G.I. Joe. And for Christmas, as I opened up 2 shipwrecks. But I already had Shipwreck, and I didn't even like them, but now I have 2 more. Then I opened up the next package, and there was 2 more. So now I had 4. Well, 5 technically, but 4 new ones. Then I opened up the next package, and there was 6. And then another package, and there was 8. And I looked across, and I could see my mom, and if looks could kill, she would have just blown my dad away. Because she thought I would have figured it out, but I wasn't the brightest kid in the world. Still not. And then he disappeared, and then they said, hey, why don't you go downstairs? And there it was. 7.5-foot aircraft carrier Christmas morning.
So wait a minute. I never asked you. Did your dad have the aircraft carrier set up?
No, it was in the box. I have a
in the box?
picture. He has a picture somewhere, and I've asked him to look for.
Must be rough.
I understand because my grandmother. I asked her for Optimus Prime. I got a pair of sweatpants.
Oh, and let me be perfectly honest. Those weren't the only G.I. Joe figures I got for Christmas. I got many other ones, but I just got 8 shipwrecks because then I was.
They just wanted to make sure you had plenty of semen.
Well, yes. No, the aircraft carrier was not put together. I don't even know how he would have been able to pull that off because all it would take is go downstairs, and I'm sure the first time he put it together, it was not all that easy.
No, those things were a nightmare to put together. Still are. I can't. Those damn deck pegs make me crazy.
Yeah, those little rivet things.
Once you know how they go, I mean, I've taken it apart so many times that it's fairly easy. But I will agree, like, there's always putting in the trestles there that you end up cursing at least once because you put it in the wrong way and you're trying to lay the deck on top of it. And now it just sits there because it's raised up with lights on it. But I'll be buried with it. Well, I won't because I'm being cremated. I'll be cremated with it.
You're gonna
I was
cremate
gonna
it
say they'll have to
too?
make the coffin extra long just for the
Yeah, it's gonna
Make it
have to be
fire.
twice as long as your height.
Just get cremated and then have your ashes mixed into resin and then have that like 3D printed into a shipwreck.
Yeah. There you
You
go.
get like a
Good idea,
12-inch
Allison.
shipwreck with your ashes in it.
There you go.
It'd be epic.
Yeah. That was my Christmas that year.
Nice.
Nice.
But did you get 8 shipwrecks?
No,
Oh my
no,
God.
thankfully.
No, because my parents
Lord,
loved me more
no
than they loved you.
gatekeeping.
Have you guys ever seen the Addams Family Values where like Debbie at the end of it has them all and she's going through her Christmas story and she's like, they got me ballerina Barbie, but I wanted ballerina Barbie and they got me Malibu Barbie. That's what I hear every time Lawrence tells a shipwreck ball. I think
Debbie.
Debbie.
Mhm.
Malibu Barbie. Yeah. Anyway, continue. It's a good thing. That's one of my favorite movies, but still.
That is a great movie.
You can never tell what your parents are going to get you back in the 80s, though, because there's so many toy lines in the late 70s and 80s that were out that you'd ask for one thing and you were going to get something that just wasn't what you wanted.
My favorite was I liked Star Wars, and my grandmother would buy Star Trek stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Lantern Forks thing.
Every
Hey.
time she
Instead
bought
of
me,
G.I. Joe,
she
that made
bought
me
me
crazy.
a belt one time with the space shuttle on it, and she was like, "That's Star Wars, right?" I was just like, "What the fuck is this belt, grandmother?" I'm like, what?
I did tell my kids, I'm like, listen, when I die, I'm like, all these toys, they mean something to me. If they don't mean anything to you, do what you want with them. All I ask is that you don't get ripped off. Don't give like this aircraft carrier and everything away for like $100 or something. Be like, just take it and get out of the house. No. Take your time and sell this shit and invest it in something, pay off your mortgage or whatever the hell you're gonna do. Just don't get ripped off. Because if it doesn't mean anything to you, don't worry about it. Just don't get ripped off.
That's exactly what I told my kids. Sell everything, but research first.
His dad got them all, or did he got them from his dad? Because if his dad got them all, that's just taunting a child. That's just mean.
Yeah, I know. I was treated that myself. My dad got all 4 turtles, but he got the regular ones, not the regular ones, musical ones. So you didn't get nothing, but your dad got to open all 4 turtles. Fuck.
My kid complains all the time too.
Yep, mine does. My son did too. You got all the
We'll be in
cool
a
toys,
store.
Dad.
Can I
He's
get
18 now,
this?
so he has his own collection. So
My buddy that 3D print stuff, he had some health issues, and he told his girlfriend, he's like, "Listen, if something happens to me, talk to Lawrence, ask him to sell the stuff so you don't get ripped off. I know he won't rip you off and take any money and anything like that." And I'm thinking, motherfucker, you have no idea what that I'm going to take from your shit. This one's worth $5. No. Because he's like, she has no idea. I'm like, yeah, I get it. I definitely get it.
yeah, this mint condition whale, that's worthless. It's garbage. No one's gonna want to buy that. I'll give you $10 for it.
You know, it's funny that you said that because I think he's done with it. He hasn't brought it over to show me yet. He 3D printed a whale.
Oh, really?
He's like, it's huge.
God.
I think he's almost.
That thing's got to be gigantic.
Yeah. Well, he bought all those files from that asshole Steve.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking Steve, man.
Steve, fucking Carl. Jesus.
Steve is like
always troublemakers. Why is that?
Steve's an asshole, dude. Steve's a complete fucking asshole. I'll just say that. He was,
All
you know,
right,
he was
everybody, I got to get going. So
Have a
All
good
right,
night,
thanks
Joe.
for allowing me.
All right,
on.
Joe.
You
Hanging
guys
out.
have a good
Night, Joe.
Good night, Joe.
Yeah, when my buddy wanted to give me stuff that he bought from him, he's like, "You're really not supposed to do that." He's like, he wants to do a review of it and put your name out there.
Oh
He's
yeah,
like-
that guy. I remember you telling that.
Yeah, and he was like, "Well, you know what?" He goes, "I have to see the video first." He's like, "Well, you know what? You know," he's like, "Mark from Mark the Toys, he's gonna do a video of his. You can watch it." And so I did the review of the asp that he 3D printed, and obviously I gave Mark, told him where to find it, Mark the Toys and everything. And then he watched it, and Greg was like, yeah, he hit me up and he said, yeah, you know what? He goes, he said that you can review, it's the Dreadnought bike, the 3-wheel bike.
Yeah.
You can review it if you want, but you can't say who printed it. You can't say that he's selling them. Only that it's Steve Toy. Is it Steve Toys? It's his design, and that's where you got to buy it from. And I said, "Fuck that guy, dude. First off, the thing's completely out of fucking scale. It's goddamn huge. All right, so it looks stupid, even if you have the biggest fucking, classified figure on it. And fuck him. He's being an asshole about it. I'm trying to do something nice for him. Fuck him, dude."
Well, on
I
that
don't like
note,
how you
I'm
really
gonna
feel.
leave for the evening. I will see you all
Hey,
later.
have a good one, brother. Thanks for coming.
Alrighty.
Right now.
Later, Aaron.
Take care.
Now I gotta find my mouse.
Here's the funniest thing about this guy. Hey, nice to have you back. Here's the funniest thing about Steve getting pissed off over doing these people selling his classified files. He's stealing them from fucking Hasbro. Like, he's taking the designs, he's creating them. Don't get me wrong. I mean, he's doing a lot of work, but he's stealing Hasbro's designs to sell the files to print. So somewhere tell me how that makes any sense. Anyway, don't get me started.
Sounds like
You guys didn't even try it. Anyway, he's printed the whale, or he's almost done with it, and he's like, "This thing is huge." Like, yeah, well, I can
Sounds
only
like I
imagine.
missed the whole TED talk.
Pretty much, yeah.
How big? What's the length of your Skyhawk? You think roughly?
Hold on, I'll grab it real quick. I am wearing pants.
Says that after he turns off the camera. Real convincing.
Yeah.
Real convincing.
My desk has been taken over by toys because every once in a while I've been grabbing extra. And it's like full right now.
I know I'm everywhere. Or I record, right? Come in here and do this with you guys. I got stuff boxed, unboxed. I have no idea what to do. Hey, this dude wasn't supposed to be like anything to do with Scareglow, was he? Really gives me Scareglow vibes.
I don't think so, but yeah, it's kind of got
Ooh.
the vibe.
He's purple and-
Especially in Revolution, where he's
yeah,
extra
got the
bony.
purple and then that. I didn't think he
wants
was.
the
I
bone.
think I know all the Motu ones, but let's just double check him.
So it's just under 16 inches from top
Yep.
to the back of the wing,
Just the
not
tip.
including the cannon. So it's just under 16 from here to here. I don't think people realize exactly how big these damn things are.
Yeah.
And it broke. That's the reason why I don't have it displayed. Got to figure out a way to fix it.
I'm just saying, if that's that big, I mean, that thing could sit on top of a whale easily.
Oh yeah, yeah. So again, like I don't know how. I know this is a mid-sized vehicle, so when people talk about how they want stuff like this and they can produce them and make them for $35, like bullshit. Like,
Yeah. Ain't no
I mean,
way.
I know they would shrink it down a little bit, but what people don't take into consideration, I know I've talked about this before, is that like the classified figures, unlike the O-ring, you can't just wiggle them into spots. Like
No.
their shoulders are big, their legs are big. You know, like you could wiggle O-ring figures into stuff. You can't with the 6-inch figures or 6-inch vehicle. So I know we're gonna get a lot of stuff. I would assume we'll probably get a Skyhawk or probably a little bit smaller, but you can't make it that much smaller, or else it loses the whole essence of it. I think when we see
Chris, come join.
Fuck your hair, bitch. Get on here.
I think when we
Yeah.
see the ferret, we'll get an idea of what a real
Yeah.
mid-size smaller
I think-
vehicle can be.
I think the vamp will be a good indication of that too. So
Have
of
you
what-
seen the pictures?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, my God.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
That's what I'm
you know
saying.
what?
People will get a good idea what that scale actually is when they
Yeah.
see the size of the vamp.
You know, and again, like, you know, when people started comparing the Valavamp to the like, don't hyperventilate there.
I was laughing at his joke.
Uh,
I don't think people realize, like, the Hiss was never a big vehicle. It was never meant to be a big vehicle. It's
No.
you know, it's supposed to be a mid-sized vehicle. So
yeah. Exactly.
yeah, the Vamp isn't going to be much smaller than it.
A bag of bones?
Star Wars fans.
You got that Rancor?
Yeah, got the bag of bones.
Oh, Kenzo.
Hello.
Hola.
So
We're just listening to
So the
Lawrence
dragonfly's
not
what?
be angry.
3 feet long, right?
yeah,
Jeez.
the thing about the
Also, pro
dragonfly,
tip: use these cuticle things to cut.
Yep.
the
Pro
thing
tip
about
is
the
what it's called, male
dragonfly though
prostitutes.
is the way the
Never mind.
propeller's going to go. It's going
I
to be
did not
small
hear
enough that you can. I have those 3D printing clips there.
Thanos,
Mhm.
what did you say?
I said
Here,
pro tip is
here
what
I
I call
use the
male
giant
prostitutes.
dikes.
Male prostitutes. Pro tips.
Okay, thank
It
you.
wasn't worth it.
Fucking Lawrence, why
what?
you gotta talk so much?
What?
I couldn't
you-
hear Thanos's joke because you wouldn't stop talking.
It wasn't very funny. It's all right.
It's okay. It's all good. What's
You're
up, Kenzo?
Hey,
I'm
what's
giving you
happening?
shit,
I've been
as
listening
usual.
all night. I've just been working and stuff.
Yeah, what are you
So
working
I,
on?
so I
Show
caught all
us.
the diarrhea and all that good
Oh,
stuff.
good. So we don't have to catch up.
Diarrhea, glitter dick.
Glitter
What are you
dick.
working on?
I just finished this little guy.
Aw.
So adorable. What you? Is that from something or?
This is the dog from the Christmas special where Skeletor falls in love with a little doggy and has to keep
Aw.
saying that he's not good and he's evil. And he's holding the dog and the dog's all licking him and all that stuff. So it's pretty good.
Hmm.
Skeletor. Where did
Yeah.
our love go wrong?
I need to put her thing together first. I don't know why the
No.
legs are being weird. Wait, do the legs?
I think that's
Oh,
what it
it's an
is.
action
Well,
feature.
Yeah.
Wait, now it's not working. Work. Oh, it
Where is
kind of
it
just
action?
goes
Oh,
up.
okay. It's a hand jerk. It's a quick draw.
Literally.
It's for the gun that they don't come with.
So
No, it
Ed,
does.
can you bring that comment back up
Which one?
from Andrew Davis about fitting to in the Skyhawk? So no, I can't. But let me tell you, my buddy that 3D prints most of the stuff that he gives me, he printed. He never finished it because it kept having things kept failing. It was a 2-person Skyhawk that was back to back like the snow speeder, and it's fucking huge.
That's what
It's
they
just
said.
it's so goddamn big. And again, as I'm looking at him print this stuff, you're just like, people don't realize what they're gonna get. I think once people start getting all these, I still think like it's gonna start to fail.
Right up the butt.
Did he ask again?
I don't have many followers, so I can't answer it.
What tips listen building a YouTube channel stream? Literally just do what you want to do.
Yeah.
You don't even have to put out good shit. I mean, look at Lawrence.
What you need to do, you need to do recorded stuff.
Yep.
Lives do not build a channel. It's very, it's very
depends.
Very seldom does it work.
Yeah.
Very seldom.
You definitely have to like you
Barely
can't just
YouTube
start
channel.
with lives. Like you have to have something.
But when you put out videos, like most people won't come back and watch the lives. Like I've talked about this before on my Monday show. I've made it so people can go back on Tuesday or Thursday or whatever and just listen to it. Yeah, I go through toy news, but I've learned that people tune in to hear me for some god awful reason. They think I'm funny, or maybe
Yeah, I
they're
still
worried
don't
about me
understand
going
that.
off.
What's wrong with people?
I know,
No,
right?
believe me, I ask the same thing. But it's made so you can listen to it afterwards because it's not just toy news. But when you're doing actual videos, whether it
lost
be
one.
reviews or the state of toy collecting or
I
different
lost
things
it.
like that, people will tend to subscribe more when you're doing stuff like that. But lives, people do not seem to subscribe at all. That's what I've been telling Oz for many.
I think
many
that
months
also really comes down to, especially toy tubes, right? Like,
Oh yeah, Kins, I think you're not awesome.
yeah,
That doesn't.
like the Geek the Fuck Out channel that talks about like Star Trek and all that. That's a completely different platform or
Yeah, correct.
topic, right? For toys, yeah, it's definitely reviews or some kind of content like that.
You have to have something that also they will come back and rewatch.
Right,
To
exactly.
get started,
Mhm.
like so you want to focus in the beginning on evergreen stuff, stuff that's going to 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 months from now, still be valid. So don't. I mean, it's really tempting. Cobb is actually a really good example. Like he recently
I
had
don't even know.
a couple videos really blow up big because of but he's got enough stuff there already that once people found the channel, they were able to go back and watch his reviews and his other videos and see what his content was. And he reviews them also in a way where 6 months from now, if it's not a figure you have, you're still going to want to watch his review because like he walks you through it. And that's
you also have to be passionate about what you're reviewing. Don't review figures just because everybody else is doing it.
Yeah,
If you don't like Marvel Legends, don't do Marvel Legends.
Yeah.
And like you need to do it for yourself. Like
Yeah, exactly.
we literally just did it because Johnny had the idea of doing the Trek show and we wanted the name to be open to doing other things. So that's why we did Geek the F Out. And we told each other, we'll do this until like it's not fun for us anymore. So at the end of the day, no matter what reason, even if you're doing it to like try to, like blow up and like actually have a following and blah, 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 like no matter what reason, if it's not fun for you at the end of the day, it's not worth it. Like definitely do something that you're passionate about. The more niche, the better. Which, not something we do. But we don't care. We don't care about like all that shit. We're fine just doing what we're
Mine's
doing.
pretty much strictly Motu because that's why I started. Just Motu. I get all the figures, open them up anyways. Just decided to start recording them and putting it out there.
That's a big fucking gun. Holy shit.
The BFG.
But when you do lives, if you have a topic, other than like just going over toy news, when you have a topic, people will look at it and they'll come back and watch it, months later because, oh, hey, what's the topic on, best 90 toys? It's different things like that. If you just talk toy news, and I know exactly what your channel is because I've been on it before. But it really is pre-recorded stuff, in my personal opinion. And I've heard other YouTubers that talk about how to grow channels say the exact same thing. Lives don't do it. I know Geek Dead Life does put out other videos. He's one of the exceptions from what I've seen, but he's been doing it so long, and when him and John were going, they were just a juggernaut. So people were
Yeah. He always put out
Well-
reviews, and I will say he already had a following.
Yes,
He had
But I'm
like one
saying,
of the biggest podcasts out there when Lost was on. Like everyone knew who he was. So he
Well, yeah, but
already
I'm
had a
saying, like-
following, I will say.
No, I'm not saying that, but he's at a point
Oh,
where
that's
I
nice.
remember when he was
Yeah.
hitting 10,000.
Is that new?
Mhm.
He doesn't do
I
a
don't know
lot
what
of
it is.
a
I
lot
found
of pre-recorded stuff. Is all that I'm
Is
saying.
it Lego?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
part
got,
of
like,
that
Lego
was
pieces.
because
I mean, not Lego, but I know. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's pretty damn
Oh, wait.
cool.
found it at the Goodwill, but I used it with Conk for like a pirate shot earlier.
ooh.
Yeah, it's really cool looking. Nice.
I will say a lot of that because he used to do a lot more regular videos, but a lot of it changed when he had to no longer work from home. So that changed a lot of things for him.
No, and again, I'm not trying to negate the stuff he's done like that. I'm just saying, like, he became a very primary live show.
Hmm.
And the channel continued to grow. That's why I said he's one of the exceptions. Mega J is kind of the same way. He doesn't do a lot of
Mhm.
pre-recorded stuff. Now he goes live like 4 days.
At
least
all
4 days.
hours of the day.
He does
I
some
know.
short news bursts
Probably
too,
live
though.
right now. Actually, if we go look, I bet
Yeah.
I bet Mega J is on right now. On the live.
Little news burst. Look at Shark News. All right, little news burst. People will subscribe for the 3 minutes because they don't want to listen to the full force. Break everything down. So it is things like that. Now, what Frostbite says there about growing it through shorts, that's not a bad idea as long as the shorts you're doing have to do with what your channel is about. If you're dropping shorts of funny things that have nothing to do with your channel, people are not gonna like.
Yeah,
they're not
there's
gonna come back
like
and watch your stuff.
that's the thing is like it's either you want to go viral and not really create a community, or you have like actual like slow not necessarily slow, but like intentional growth where you're where you're creating a community. So, but if you just want shit to go viral, that's one thing, but yeah, it's different.
It is surprising.
Yeah, I make a lot of shorts, and it's about 40% of my subscribers are from my shorts, but it's also
Yeah, we've actually been getting
content. So
yeah,
But all
we've
your
actually
shorts
been
are about
getting a
your
lot.
content.
yeah, so it needs to all tie in, and also some people watch shorts, but they won't watch longer
Not
videos.
me.
Some people watch your longer videos, but not your shorts. And that's why I have designed my shorts so that I go back a few months later and package them into a longer video. So that way you can sort of maximize your subscriber base as to the people who like what you're doing. But if you're trying to go viral with shorts, it's really hard based on how the algorithm treats shorts.
Yeah.
You have to basically be making, just based on what I see go viral on YouTube with shorts, you have to basically be making you have to be showing your tits. You have to be making stuff that's specifically like the worst kind of thing that goes viral, basically.
Yeah.
The real off the wall crap on.
Mm-hmm.
But
Do you really want to be known for that?
My advice to
My son with
anyone
his shorts, I'm surprised my son's shorts, he gets good 1,000 views
yeah,
on a
but
lot
he
of
also
stuff.
he does little animations, right?
Yeah, and I'm so
So
proud
like
of him.
that's a complete, like if you're doing animation shorts or plus
there,
it's
like,
easier to animate
swimwear.
for less than a minute.
I gotta snort at it, Caitlin.
What's up, Tony?
What's up? How you guys
What's
doing?
up? Good.
Good.
So,
Good.
just make content you want to watch.
Yeah.
You are your audience for the first 6 to 8 months. And after that
Yeah.
6 to 8 months, then you step back and see what people are responding to. And what people
Mhm.
respond to on your channel that you like doing, that should be your content for the next 6 months to a year.
Right in the middle, I'm at 7
And then
months.
again, every 6 months or so, step back and like look at what you like making that people like, and that's what you make. You don't ever make anything just because you had a one-off video. Because for that week you fucking were into GoBots or whatever. You made a GoBot video. Don't make like, my GoBot short did really well. I
Stop
did not
trying to
turn
make
around.
GoBots
I
happen.
didn't
It's
turn
not
around and
gonna
do like
happen.
50 GoBot
Needs to.
videos because like I don't like GoBots that much that I want to color 50 fucking pages of GoBots. So like it did well. And maybe the next time I do a GoBot, I do that Psycho. Maybe Psycho will do well. That doesn't mean I'm GoBots channel now. It just means every so often, if I feel like doing some GoBots content, throw it out there. There are at least 100 people that will watch that shit. So there you go.
Yeah.
100
Do
people
it
that-
for you.
Yeah, I got 1,000 views off of a McFarlane Superman short, and I hate McFarlane figures. I'm not going to do a lot of them. I'm sorry.
And it's but you do have that moment when you get a lot of views off of something where your first instinct is, oh, I guess I should do more, and I stop myself anytime I think that, like if it's something I don't want to do.
Yep.
I still keep getting views
to this day.
off my. Oh, I still keep getting views off the Snake Eyes Fortnite short that I did, and I don't know why. Because I think it has more
It's
views than
entertaining.
people have actually bought that figure.
Also, Lawrence, just side note, TikTok is really trying to make that video where you scare your daughter go viral because every time I fucking log into TikTok, that's the first video it shows me. I have seen that fucking thing 7 times. I'm like, I liked it already. I liked it. Stop trying to make fetch happen. So anyway, TikTok really wants you to go viral. For
They
scaring
might,
your
but
daughter.
no one
No
cares.
shit. That shit was hella funny.
Yeah, maybe you and your daughter should do a live together, Lawrence. Like start your
Where
own
she-
show on
you jump
Thursday
out and
nights or
scare
something.
her. Yeah, I'm just saying it's funny. You just made me think of that though. Is every time I fucking log into
She is
YouTube,
not shy. Olivia is not shy.
the first video is Lawrence scaring his daughter, and like I'm like, why am I seeing this? I don't see anything again. I'll see something I like on TikTok, and because it's just your finger gets in, and you're like, fuck, and then it's gone.
That TikTok video's only got 248 views.
I'm at least 7 of them. So
I'm at least 10.
now on YouTube, it got like that's the fastest video that like it got. Oh, I got like 2,500 views in the first 3 hours, I think, and then just died.
Yeah,
like,
shorts are weird
like
like
you would have
that.
thought I came out and started talking Mo 2 right then, and people were like, "Oh, we're out."
Well, it's funny. I had one of my Barbie videos that didn't do well like 6 months ago, and I was like, maybe I'll stop doing. And then the next one was fine. But one of my Barbie coloring shorts stalled at like 80 views, and I'm like, what the fuck, Barbie, bitch? You normally get me 300 to 400 views at least.
Come on, Barbie.
I
Let's
just
go
had lunch
party.
this morning, and all of a sudden,
It was
80
Carl's
people
fault.
have watched it in the last 6 hours. So
Damn,
for
Carl.
whatever reason, this short, and I've seen YouTube has done that with a couple of my shorts where they fall really short months and months back, and I'm like, well, I guess nobody likes that shit. And then the next thing you know, 3,000 views on a faker video, like fucking faker, not even real He-Man, like blue He-Man. It was I'm like, I just need to get this shit off my phone. Like I had a green sky in it that I didn't like, and it's like this is the one that blows up. Whatever.
Go figure.
And there's not more faker content coming. So
I think that's a Keldor for a second whenever I see him from far away.
Oh, I know. The Keldor?
Monkey Keldor.
What's that superpower she got there, Tony?
Oh, finally got
Oh, nice.
Hal Jordan in.
Oh, you got Hal Jordan? Damn.
Yeah.
Nice.
I've been looking for Hal. All I have is John Stewart's. Thousands and thousands of John Stewart's at my store.
Yeah, we have like a million of those and one Wonder
that's
Woman.
funny. There's a million John Stewarts everywhere. Like clearance. It's the reason we have clearance for throw them.
Well,
over
you know,
there.
my
You remember?
Walmart had them on clearance for like a week, like right after Thanksgiving, and then they went back to the regular aisle at full price. I was like, "What the fuck does that?" That
Yes,
makes no
so
sense.
did
Oh,
ours.
that's bullshit.
Walmart's the best. clearance, and you're looking at the clearance price, and you're like, it's the exact same price as the regular price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My Walmart is so stupid. We have 2 McFarlane Batmobiles and McFarlane Bat boats, which are Target exclusive, sitting on the shelf at the Walmart.
Oh my god.
Because somebody returned them somehow.
Hey Ed, and then there's his nemesis.
Oh, cool.
There's Sinestro.
Oh, damn. That's nice looking.
Yeah.
You guys see the glow in the dark Parallax, the Amazon exclusive?
No, I did not see that. I have the Multiverse Parallax. That's a nice figure.
Yeah, I think it's just that figure re-released with glow in the dark, though.
I don't know if there's any Chase figures digital. Hal's not a Chase, he's a general release, just like
Yeah.
Sinestro.
I don't think Superpowers has any Chase figures yet.
No, oh shit. You know what? Before something happens to me like it did to Larry, now I gotta go to Amazon and cancel my Hal Jordan on Amazon. You don't do that, you'll get a bunch of freaking the same figures, man. Oh my god. It was Hal Jordan was I'm like, okay, Amazon, what the hell? And then I looked on Amazon, sold by McFarlane Toys. Just go to McFarlane and get it, and it came quick, both of them.
Speaking of McFarlane, they canceled. Well, it was on Target, but they canceled both my dragons, and I was very sad. My
What?
Smog and my Hungarian Horntail from Harry Potter.
McFarlane canceled them?
They canceled them?
Target did.
Target did.
Target did, yeah. Because you weren't up at 3 o'clock in the morning
Did they
accepting
cancel
that you were
it or
going to order
ask
that
you?
stuff.
Yeah, did they cancel it or ask you, do you still want this at 4 a.m, and then cancel it because you didn't answer within 2 minutes?
No, I checked everything. No, it just said it was canceled.
I'm gonna cancel.
But it
his
still
ass
has
right now.
availability to order. So
Yep,
I
that's
just,
Target for you.
Yeah, I just never order it because I'm like, if I order it again, it's not going to come. So I'll get them eventually. They're not. Those aren't going to sell out.
Did you?
Yeah,
You also know that
sell
let's say
very well
you
anyway.
order like 5 figures, like pre-order 5 figures from Target, so it's like $125. Let's say. They said they ping you. We've all discussed the whole pinging thing. If you cancel 4 of those on the order, it still pings you the original price until you cancel them all and then reorder it. It'll continue to ping that $125 even though you canceled 4 figures, let's say. And you're like,
There we
I don't want
go.
you to ping it. I'd rather you just fucking charge me and let it go.
Right?
Yeah.
Cancel Hal. Good. I reminded myself. Cancel his ass. I got it.
Batgirl.
I think he's got, well, there's a couple of Batgirls that are coming out. You got the 66 Batgirl, Batgirl
From McFarlane.
Yeah, and then the Batgirl from the
Oh,
Adventures
yes.
of Batman and Robin. New Adventures of Batman.
Don't they have an Anne Hathaway one?
Yep, and they got a Anne Hathaway one with the Bat Pod.
Mm-hmm.
That Wonder Woman is nice, but I still gotta. I feel like modifying her because there's some stuff wrong, and then I got into it because I want the original 7, but with all these reviews I'm seeing, there's a lot of differentiating in the heights of figures. I got to do this and that to them. Like, do I want to get into them just for those? I don't know, but
Is it just me or is Tony really loud compared to other people?
I probably am. The mic is right here.
Yeah, Tony's louder than everybody else.
Do you go to your settings and say automatically adjust mic volume?
Settings in
It's just-
StreamYard.
Mm-hmm.
Did
It's just
you,
like significantly louder than others. You're fine. I just noticed that.
Hello.
That's better. Yeah.
Oh, here we
It's
go. Mic
better.
volume. How about now?
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it was high.
Now I can't hear you at all.
Huh?
Are you serious?
That's what you
Yeah,
want.
now I can't hear you. What'd
Can you hear me
say?
now,
Listen to
motherfucker?
Lawrence.
No, I still can't hear you.
Shut your lying ass up.
Why you always lying?
Did you see the Mezco Robin, Tony?
The Mezco Robin? I can't remember. I can't remember what.
It just dropped
seeing
like
it.
Thursday or Friday.
Excuse me.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I have
Of
not
course.
delved into that. Don't. Here we go. There's Ed trying to enable me.
Nice, Rob.
We all enable each other.
Yes.
That Mezco Doom looks amazing. I keep looking at it. I'm not gonna
Which
get
one?
it. I keep looking. The Mezco Doctor Doom.
Oh yeah, he looks good
Oh,
too.
hell. The soft goods look badass on that.
Yeah, he looks awesome.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna get him, but he looks rad.
I'm not getting them. Nope. I got lucky on that Wonder Woman McFarlane. They sent me the Chase figure.
Oh, really?
Did.
Nice.
Yeah,
There's a Chase version?
Yeah, the superpowers looking one.
Superpowers
There's one with
color.
the dark shorts and the silver bracelets, and then there's one with really light shorts and dark blue bracelets, like the superpowers one had.
Yeah, they had the comic book version and then the superpowers version.
Mm-hmm. And they
Yeah,
sent me
Superpowers
the
one looks nice.
They sent me the superpowers version. I'm like, oh shit! Right away, KJ's like, you know, you can flip that for $137.
Yeah.
I'm like, I don't know what to do now. Do I want to get into the line for just original seven JLA members, or make $100 doing that? I don't know. I have her put away, so we'll see.
You're
The other
running
ones
out
are
of
not
room.
that expensive. I know.
Yeah, I was hoping to get the superpowers version of the Hawkman, but can't find him anywhere.
Oh yeah, he is badass looking.
Yeah.
Both versions, but I'd take the
Yeah,
superpower
for
any
sure.
day over the other one. I'm seeing people cut the hair off, making it look more like superpowers and the old school version.
Because the other one looks like the Total Justice figure.
Right, Total Justice. Yeah. Oh man, I remember those. I had almost all of them.
Yeah, I did too. Those figures
All the
were
little
horrible.
gear that
Those
comes with
figures
it.
were horrible now, though.
They
My
were
God.
bad. I'm like, if this guy stands straight up, he'd be so tall.
Uh-huh.
All their action crazy
Weird ass poses.
static-
I mean, it's not even like a normal action pose. Just
Oh my god. Total Justice. But at the time, they were the only JLA figures out there.
That's right.
It was weird as shit.
The only DC shit you could get.
What year did they come out in? Do you remember what years were those?
Oh,
I
shit.
mean,
It had to be like 97, 98. Because
yeah, I'm like, what apartment was I in when I had those?
my second oldest daughter was like 1. So
Oh, wow.
a baby anyway. And she was born in 98. So
Yeah.
99 something.
Wow. Yep. Now I know
Had to
exactly.
be 99 or 2000 because I got married in 98. So she was a baby. So it had to be 99 at least. But yeah, they were.
Baby.
They were cool, and they
Yeah,
kept
they were
kept
cool.
coming out.
For
They
back
kept
then,
coming out.
especially, right? I mean, compared to today's,
And I never special ordered one of them. Always in the store.
Yeah, you can always get all of those in the store.
For years,
I liked
after it came
packaging
out.
though. That was cool. Packaging was awesome.
Packaging
Love a
was
good
dope.
Love a good package.
Dun, 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 dun.
Where's Oz at?
He's not feeling well.
Is he on another stream?
No, he wasn't feeling well.
About
had
7
enough.
lives
He's out of
ones.
here.
I
He was
think
on a
4 or
stream
5
this
other
morning.
streams and Instagram
probably
Live.
wiped because he did the stream last night with us on Geek the F Out.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh.
he had that early morning one this morning with Toy Frenzy.
Well, he
Mhm.
thought his stream was way earlier than it actually was.
Yeah.
'Cause he
Yeah,
thought
I
it was
thought
5
so
a.m.
too.
California time, and
Yeah.
he was up at that time.
He was
I
up at
got
6
up
a.m. ready to go.
Yeah, I got up at 5 a.m. my time
Yeah.
for that, and it was like 8 a.m. I'm like, I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'll rewatch that tomorrow after my stream.
War Chest, he was one of my
Funny 'cause
favorite figures I got last year. Was Holiday Gomez.
Gomez.
I was joking about in our chat that I might miss the frenzy because I'll probably be watching Revolution again.
Yeah.
That's kind of
Oh,
what
I
I
haven't
ended
even
up
watched
watching.
it
I
yet.
stayed up late last night watching Revolution with my kids because first time them seeing
Well-
it, and I didn't get up this morning for Frenzy. So I was joking
Oz was
about
on
it.
stream with
Kind of
me
really
Wednesday night for a couple hours, and then he
Yeah.
did Thursday with who the hell was he on Thursday night with?
Toy Dom.
He and yeah, they were on Doms.
Yeah, Doms. And then last night he was on Geek the Fuck Out, and then this morning he was on Skelly. So he's been live a couple of
busy.
times.
Yeah, it's been a busy week.
Mm-hmm.
Larry, did you watch it all? All the Revelation?
Yeah.
Watched it.
Larry, what'd you think about Revelation?
They're the dumbest fuckers in the world. In the universe. The Eternians, they're dumb.
That's funny.
I enjoyed it. I mean, it was fun. I enjoyed it. They're just dumbasses. No wonder why. You wonder how Skeletor couldn't take over a long time ago. When you're like,
It's because he doesn't have a face, Lawrence. He doesn't have skin. So like sometimes
that is true. Because once he had a
He
face,
didn't know who he was. His memory was wiped by Hordak.
And they don't have fingerprinting technology in it.
They don't.
So you instigate the conversation and you didn't watch it.
No
Spoiler.
23andMe.
I know.
They didn't have any like where you have to show your ID card, any of those kind of laws.
I mean, Tila couldn't even figure out her mom is her mom.
up,
even though
Thanos.
her mom looks just like her and has the same fucking name. So I'm just
Well,
Whoa.
it never said Tila not in
I never got the
first half
Landry.
of Revelation.
Okay, so it's hard for me to remember back the old series, but
'Cause
how
we-
often
oh.
is anyone around the sorceress other than Man at Arms?
All the time.
Are they?
Literally.
Because I don't
Yeah.
remember, and I'm not
There's
trying to.
even an episode called Tila's Secret where it ends with Tila going, so my mother is this, the one time she puts all the pieces together. My mother was the sorceress of Grayskull, and then they steal her fucking memory.
Fucking Darth Vader couldn't figure out who his fucking kids were, so
Man
it's
at
not
Arms
that
knew
much of
what
a
was
surprise.
Yeah, but Darth Vader only thought there was one baby happening. He didn't realize there were two.
Doesn't matter. There's no fucking Force users. There's only 2 other fucking people in the universe. Oh, I take that back. Disney fixed that. Everyone has a goddamn Force now.
There were Force users, even George Lucas. Like the
Why are you
original
so
script of
mad?
Return of
It's
the
a show.
The original script of Return of the Jedi, Luke's sister was not Leia, believe it or not. They made that up at the
Why are you
last
so
minute.
angry?
Where
Why
did
you
George Lucas
always
touch you?
angry? Yeah. Point out where he hurt you.
Show us on the doll where they hurt you, Lauren.
Show us on this stuffed Ewok, right where it happened.
I used to have a stuffed Ewok as a kid.
You freaking
I had a
iMac
stuffed
user.
baby
Damn
Ewok
it.
as a kid. I loved it.
Sorry.
Ewoks were all. I don't care what
I'm
anyone
all
says,
hate- I'm
Ewoks were
hating.
awesome.
It's a MacBook Air, and I got it from my boss. So
Really?
I'm not
I was
complaining.
on a.
Was it
what
here?
was I on? I was on Punk Pit and freaking.
Was it over here?
Right.
It was steak and bacon. I
First
hell.
one,
That's
then the
the
other.
doing that shit.
Fuzzy cheeks.
Glitter
Yep.
dick.
We need to return to our Ditterglick viewing. Lawrence is getting angry.
Glitter dicks for all.
I just like what Graf said. He said it all. I didn't even need to say it because it would make people mad. But he said it. And he's right.
Why you always angry?
Yeah, but see, that's the problem.
Exactly.
With the Star Wars
It was.
is fan fiction. It's just Flash Gordon fan fiction. We were all too young to remember Flash Gordon.
Well, pretty much anything that's been around that long is now fan fiction because the people who were fans are now writing it.
Right.
So there's no such thing as fan fiction. Everything is just fan fiction. So there's
It's
good fan
shades of
fiction.
gray.
There's bad fan fiction.
Glitter Dick, are you guys following me?
What? I have.
Oh, you
the full
didn't-
screen.
you
I
didn't
can't
hear
see
us-
the- Oh, here we go.
You didn't hear us talk about glitter
Oh.
dicks?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I didn't initiate it.
Nope, that was me.
Yeah.
I initiated
I was
all the glitter
all
dicks.
along.
I'm gonna have to roll a dick in glitter and take a picture this week.
There you
I know,
go.
it's all-
Please do.
I dare you.
Glitter dick.
Oh, like he needs to be dared.
Yeah, wait a
He's already
minute.
I know,
got the
right?
Do you
idea.
think he was joking about it? Like,
He'll put a glitter dick, and then all the female naked figures like. Ah.
Mhm.
Paint some with that glitter glue on it.
And
Everybody
then
like
Gandalf is going to go down on it.
They like it a cock.
where's Mr. Wonderful at? I haven't heard anything about
It
Hexastack.
was Royal
5
Rumble
minutes.
tonight.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's
they're
over.
watching
The Rumble.
sweaty men.
It's over though, is it?
Yeah, it's over.
Yeah.
But
he's
I love
probably
how,
playing
like,
with his figures
the
while his
most-
kid
he's
isn't.
probably watching the
Toxic,
highlights over and over.
masculine sport,
He's at home
sport
washing his tights.
revolves around half naked men oiled up and rubbing all over each other.
Old sweaty men rolling on the floor with each other.
Yeah, it's just so ironic.
If you smell what Vince McMahon is cooking,
Ugh.
Oh God,
He's
what a piece
done.
of
I read that
shit.
article.
Hold on.
But,
He
at
was
least,
very
at least
porno,
when he went out and got himself changed with his new mustache, he made himself fit
What
the
the
personality
hell
that
is
he
that
was, right?
Zorro shit?
I mean, like, that is total sex trafficking pedophile appearance.
Yes.
Right? Yeah,
Yes.
Vince
What'd you grow
McMahon
that
was like,
for, dumbass? You
whoever is the PR
multi-billionaire.
person and was like, you should get a mustache, Vince. It'll help you look more reputable. Thanks,
The
Connie.
guy has never had facial hair. He disappears, and then all of a sudden he comes back. Everything is jet black and has the worst pedo mustache that you can imagine.
Gomez out.
There you go.
And you're like, you're trying to fight these fucking allegations, not say, "Oh, yep."
All I could think of
Wrestling is
was
real.
Clouseau from Pink Panther. That's all I could think of when I looked at that.
Yeah, I was thinking the same
yeah.
thing.
It looks like a bad.
Yeah.
It looks like a bad
So-
disguise. Like he's trying to pretend. Like it's not me. It's someone else.
So Frostbite asked this question: is wrestling real? So let me ask. Let me ask this:
Is anything real?
Is dancing real? Is cheerleading real? Because it's
Uh-oh.
all choreographed.
Lawrence just brought it. It's been brought in. And
Is acting real?
No.
Our
Then
glitter dick's real.
wrestling is not real.
Yes, they are, because Kayla has
We're
one.
gonna find out.
Glitter dick.
Glitter dick.
I
I feel
take
like
that
that
back.
would be a fun name for something. No,
What-
it's
what-
funny because
YouTube
Johnny
handle?
and Shiny Plastic People, they did a stream earlier before the Royal Rumble, and we're talking about it, and I was just making jokes the whole time. They're like, you should really watch. There's a lot of cake in here. I'm like, oh, I know. I don't understand anything. And for the longest time, I was like, this is just fake. Like, I get that it's entertaining, but it's fake in terms of like, yeah, it's all, choreographed, it's all planned and all of that. Like, I totally get that it's entertaining, but yeah, no, you're not wrong. Like, dancing is choreographed. I don't know if you could say that about singing. That's
The
kind of
NFL
a
is
hard comparison.
choreographed, so I mean, why not have?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
sports has been rigged since 1919. Don't get me started on that.
It's
It's all for the
comparable
East
to
Coast.
cheerleading, dance, ice skating, stuff like that, where like you still get hurt.
Here comes
Oh my
glitter,
God.
Richard.
that just made me think
Yeah.
about Tanya Harding, like
Also-
becoming a wrestler. I would watch wrestling if Tanya Harding became a wrestler. They could call her the
Also,
club.
like, fucking dancers are ripped as shit. They're like more in shape than a lot of like pro athletes.
Gymnasts and ice skaters.
Gymnasts
are
for
freaking
sure.
You go look at ice
Yeah.
skaters.
Their physique is cut.
Well,
yeah.
Dancing
Also,
is what Patrick Swayze did. Why he was so freaking crazy in shape.
Those are
because
all
of-
the
Glitter dick is ready.
Ready.
all the stabilizer muscles are all popped out too, man. It's crazy. On those gymnasts.
Oh yeah.
And you look at them, and most of them have never even lifted a weight in their life.
It's
That's
just their
all
body weight.
and they just get so
They look
big and
great,
so ripped.
They
yeah.
just have the weight
So-
of never fucking eating on their shoulders.
Yep.
I don't think the guys do that though. The girls do.
What?
I don't think the guys are not eating. The girls, yes.
In wrestling or in
Have you seen some of them girls? They healthy.
yeah.
picked
But
that,
are you?
though.
I'm asking. Are you talking about wrestling? I looked away for a
I'm
second.
not. I
Are you
meant-
talking about?
Dancing and skating.
Oh, and dancing.
Yeah.
It depends. Because if it's ballet, they're not eating.
Yeah.
That's a very toxic community.
They're not
I
eating
grew,
and fucking their feet up.
yeah, they're smoking a lot of cigarettes. That's what they're doing. Stay skinny.
A little bit of coke.
I
That
a
for
lot
you.
of a lot of my friends growing up were in the dance world, so I know too much.
The dance.
I watched Black
Mhm.
Swan many times, so I
The
understand.
competitive dancing world.
Yeah,
Other than
most of
that-
the girl gymnasts are jacked. I mean, those guys are.
Yeah,
Oh,
they're jacked.
God.
hmm
I'll
Would
get
not wanna
stuck
fuck with
I'll
them.
get stuck on those shorts. There's one girl that I follow because she's just smoking fucking hot. Great fucking body.
And she's taller than you.
Yeah, probably.
No, probably most gymnasts are probably shorter than me, at least the good ones.
Yeah,
So
most
they're
of them are like 5, 4,
Oh,
8
yeah.
or some shit.
It makes 69 really good when you're the same height.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I know I'm not wrong. I wasn't lying about it.
When short girls like freaking cornholes,
That
right?
was like it's like a filmation message at the end of the episode. And just remember, boys and girls, when you're older, 69 with short people, it's the way to go.
That works better when
Knowing is half the battle.
Freaking ass crack is right there.
Part
Today,
of the
Skeletor
part
tagged
of
me
the
with a
pros
glitter
of not dating men. Literally, any of the guys I've dated have been way too tall, and I'm like, no, this doesn't work.
Because they're way too tall.
They always are so hopeful, and I'm like, physics, math, science. It's not not going to work very well.
Hammers, men building things.
I'm 5'10". My wife's 5'5". You know, I mean,
That's only 5 inches.
That's
I'm
close.
5'2".
That's what she
still-
said.
That's she's a little lady, you know.
Well, that's not 5 inches. I don't know what your wife's been telling you, Hyper, but that's not 5 inches.
I'm 5'2", and
She said it was a good
literally,
size.
Oh, Agent 5'2".
literally all over 6 feet.
Damn.
My dog had an
My-
issue, and then I dropped my box of dicks. So
Oh,
My roommate.
was the issue before you dropped the bag of dicks? Or after?
Did you drop
Got a
you
bag of
drop your
bones
box
and
of
a bag of
rooters?
boners.
You
My
dropped his
roommate
box
is
of rooters.
5'10", and she's like, "Why always the tall ones?" I'm like, "I don't know. I don't know what to tell you."
giving Ram Man a extension.
And there's no glitter on that.
Demonetized.
Not yet. Not yet.
All right, I gotta head out. I am very tired. This week has been very exhausting, and I have to get up early and go Niners tomorrow.
Oh,
But
shit.
everyone, have a good evening.
All
Thanks
right,
for
Kayla.
having me
Your
on.
dad.
Later, Caleb.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm out of here too,
Bye,
guys.
y'all.
I gotta wake up too.
You gotta wake up.
Bye.
Time gig. See you guys. Damn
Later,
You
it.
work
Tony.
24 tomorrow?
That the Vix Mick Ram man? Oh, that's bad. That's horrible.
Yeah.
I was not at all surprised by that news.
Oh, me neither.
What news?
The Vince McMahon news.
and stuff.
What about? You know what? You hear so many things. Although, did you hear the new thing about Shane McMahon
No.
that came out? So I guess now something I was reading, they were saying that one of the reasons that Shane wasn't on and what was driving a wedge is that Shane was trying to stop his dad's, like the way his dad acted. Like literally, they were saying like in board meetings, like you can't do that. Like you have to stop, and that drove a wedge between them. Cool.
Well, I believe it. I mean, you know, he was a power hungry fucking maniac anyway. So all the other stuff that's come out is just, you know, icing on the cake. I mean,
Yeah, I always question when something comes out so far after so long. You know what I mean?
I do too. But
I mean, like the Bill Cosby stuff I heard about for years.
yeah,
So that wasn't a shock.
but there's been rumors about McMahon for a long time about
there has
different
been
things.
that, but also if you're a victim, it can take a while before you get to a place where you can talk about it.
I agree with that.
So-
I mean, I do agree with that, but it is just one of those things where, you know, again, I really like once someone is called a I don't want to say it on here because it demonetizes, where they penetrate someone on, you know, that they don't want to be. Like once you say it, when a woman says it, like it doesn't matter if it comes out that it's false. That person is remembered like that.
Yeah.
In their entire
Well,
life.
that's the other thing, right? Is that he's getting accused of being a trafficker, but they
Yeah.
didn't say it was underage or overage. It's just trafficking. You can traffic anybody that you know.
Yeah. But like
Making if he was making an employee, one of the wrestlers, do the dirty deed for money, that's considered trafficking. So I mean,
yeah. But why did it come? I mean, again, I don't know. It's just that's.
Well, whoever did it got what they wanted, right? I mean, he's out of the TKO wrestling and all that shit, or whatever the hell it is. Whatever. What is that?
This is the first time since the organization started that
What's
there's
up,
not
bud?
a man working for the company. It's just crazy to think. Like,
Isn't Stephanie still working for him?
No, she left a while ago. I mean,
did she?
I mean, Hunter still works there.
Yeah,
but
but he's not a
like
fan.
blood relative.
Married
Yeah.
to one.
It's just crazy to think about, and I'll be interested to see how long it stays on top, if it stays relevant, because
there's nothing that's going to take it off. I mean, the AEW has not got
I just
enough
mean
talent
like
to take it out.
Yeah, but I just mean, and people can sit there and say that the guy lost his vision, but wrestling is what wrestling is because of him.
Mm-hmm.
Just like you look at UFC, it's all because of Dana White. I'm not saying UFC wouldn't. There wouldn't
for
be
sure. I mean,
mixed
when
martial arts.
when Vince McMahon was just a commentator on WWF, it was starting to get big, but it was his ideas that were really pushing it out to the masses.
And like when you hear the whole territory stuff and like those documentaries, how he started going in and poaching people and buying airtime, and he pretty much said, "Fuck you, I can do whatever I want. Like you guys could do the same thing." It's fascinating documentaries just to hear how that type of shit works. How it happened, because it's such a different time where no one really thought like you could do stuff like that. And again, like I said, wrestling would not be what it is if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, I mean that's the bad thing. Like what you were saying and what Worcester's saying here. I mean nowadays,
okay,
you're not innocent till proven guilty. You're guilty till proven innocent now.
Okay, let's get one thing straight. OJ murdered 2 fucking people. All right, I'm sorry. Listen, if you're still believing that OJ didn't murder 2 people, I got some awesome oceanfront land in Montana I want to sell you.
Right.
I'm just saying the Vince McMahon stuff doesn't surprise me, and I would expect it to be true. Like,
yeah, I'm not like, oh, no way that happened. But
and there are like other people that he paid off not to say stuff. So I mean, that's not really the action of an innocent man.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, there's definitely. Hey, Briscoe, what's happening?
But again, again, these guys in power, man, they just think they can do whatever they want. And a lot of people get the power because they really don't have a conscience. They'll step on whoever it is to get to where they want to be. I'm not saying everyone is like that, but that's how a lot of these guys are, man. They don't care who they step on. But
how y'all doing?
I hope you don't think that OJ is actually innocent. Remember, he was not found not guilty, not innocent. He was found not guilty. And then he gets arrested.
Prove it, but we know you did it. And then he writes a book about, well, this is how
I would
have done it.
And then the guy gets thrown in prison for getting back his memorabilia.
Yeah, but he had a contract with that dude to sell it. So he essentially he also broke his. So he's not only like a murderer allegedly, but he's also like a bad business person who breaks contracts. So he's like every kind of scum you can imagine. Like mediocre football player, terrible actor, alleged murderer, and a horrible contract player. So
see, what bothers me the most about the OJ thing, other than he did that to 2 people, is that he was so awesome as Nordberg in The Naked Guns.
Yeah, but if you go back and watch the first one where he's constantly getting the shit beat out of him through that first movie, it's far more enjoyable now than it was then. So I'm just saying. Go back and watch it. Like there's one where he goes down, he's in a wheelchair and he goes bouncing down the arena thing and he flips over. It's amazing. Just watch it. Like he gets the shit beat out of him in that movie. It feels good.
The Bill
comment
Cosby
with
thing.
that Bill Cosby. He like literally talks about drugging women. And
Yeah,
no
Bill
one got
Cosby,
on board
like it
for
was an
years,
open
like-
secret. It's just nobody did anything. And what sucks about that one is the fact that the prosecutor on that one basically made a deal, and then like basically he got away with it because they made a deal with him, and then they're like, well, never mind, we're not making a deal, and you can't actually legally do that. So it's like
That was something I had heard about on a radio station that I didn't even really listen to that much, but a guy, he wrote books on it and he would talk about it. So when it came out, I wasn't shocked. I was like, I thought everyone kind of knew this.
Yeah, it was like a known thing, and just
Yeah.
So anyway,
and those girls that all had almost the exact same story, they couldn't sue him. Like there was nothing they could gain from it.
Yeah.
There was nothing that they could gain because
No,
the
they got
statute of
shit
limitation
on.
had passed. So
no, it's
him,
unfortunate.
Michael Jackson, we all know what they did. I mean,
No.
though, you know what's funny is we watched Anchorman 2 the other day, and when he's trying to get them all to come back to do the news, and Ant-Man, Paul Rudd's
Rudd?
character is like, he's like, I've been hanging out with OJ. Who are the two other guys that
I can't remember either.
you know what I'm talking about?
I remember.
Phil
Remember, I don't
Spector
remember.
and someone else, and he's like,
Yeah.
we're thinking about calling ourselves the Lady Killers.
Yeah.
Do not believe they will.
Phil Spector.
Yeah, I watched the whole thing on that. Oh my gosh. Like I watched about
Yeah, the first one's horrible. But
oh, dude,
the first one, the second one, in my opinion, is a little bit better than the first one.
you talking about wait.
Right, Anchorman?
Talking about Anchorman?
No, Naked Gun. I was referring to
Oh.
Briscoe's.
Oh.
I haven't
love
watched
it.
any
Oh.
Anchorman movies, so I can't speak about those.
Oh my god. So Allison, just so you know, I believe soon I talked to Matthew. We're going to be doing a countdown of Tom Cruise's best movies. Then we're going to vote on it. We
Okay.
want you to be on when
On that episode, okay. What do I have to watch a Tom Cruise movie? That's
yes,
not
you have to
all
watch
over?
whatever Tom Cruise movie so you can talk about it.
Ugh. But what if somebody votes for Top Gun? I've purposely
Exactly.
voted Top Gun.
You
for
need to
like
see good
1
movies.
year. Like,
Top
I'm
Gun
not
is an
gonna like
amazing
it. I
movie.
can tell you already. Okay,
In your
I'm
opinion,
in.
right now, Lawrence, what would be your favorite Tom Cruise movie?
Legend. That's sorry, you were talking to Lawrence, not me. Legend is.
Well,
the
I'd
best
have to
Tom
agree with
Cruise
you there, Allison. That's
My
probably
favorite,
my favorite.
like, man.
I also
I
like the one
I really like Maverick. I really do.
I like the one where Cameron Diaz kills him.
Was that Vanilla Sky?
Yep. That
Yeah.
was a miserable movie until I realized she killed him. I'm like, yes, this is the best movie ever.
Oh, that's right. He was in that movie.
I can't like pick out one of the Mission Impossibles because a lot of them kind of they're all good, but
But those
they're
aren't
kind,
Tom Cruise movies. I like those. I'll watch those.
well, those are
I
Tom
would
Cruise
have-
movies. His
First
his
one is a Brian De Palma movie, and the second one is a Mission Impossible sequel. Like, you could replace Tom Cruise with another actor, and those movies would not change.
yes, they would. Tom again, dude, everything.
You're taller than Tom Cruise, Lawrence. I'm just saying. You're taller than Tom Cruise.
What does that have to do with anything?
Everything.
I do like his Mission Impossible movies. I do enjoy those.
The Jack Reachers are really good. Minority Report is really good.
Oh my god, I had to sit through that at a theater with one of the Carls. He fucking loved
Minority
Tom.
Report is awesome.
Do you see? Oh my god, I wanted to throw my fucking popcorn at that fucking screen every time that bitch was like, "Do you see?" It's like, I'm gonna see some. I was also drinking in the theater because that's the only way I could make it through that movie. Always have a flask in a terrible movie. Anyway.
Now, Ed, did you see Maverick?
No.
Did you like Top Gun?
I saw Top Gun when I was in 8th grade, so yes, but I haven't watched it as an adult.
You've
As
never
an
watched.
adult.
That is a good movie, Last Samurai. That's not bad.
Oh man, you know what?
That's pretty good.
Last Samurai was all right.
I didn't even think Last Samurai is my yeah.
Oh wait, Tom
That one-
Cruise is in Magnolia, right? I liked him in that.
So The Last Samurai, that is a movie that you're like, yeah, I'm gonna.
But he
believe
played
that
a
fucking
douche in that
I know,
one.
right?
Yeah,
I
but
liked
Tropic
him in that.
Thunder, he was great in, and I didn't even realize it was him.
Tropic Thunder is just
But, like,
is freaking
but
hilarious.
The Last
Oh,
Samurai,
Tropic
like,
Thunder, yeah.
So
I
out
remember
of character
thinking,
for him.
I just remember thinking like, how can you make this guy samurai? It doesn't make any sense.
Crap.
But when you watch
Man,
the
that was good.
movie, and he's here he is like he's this war hero or whatever. He gets trapped behind not trapped, but gets captured, and then he just slowly integrates into their culture. He was already a warrior, but now he starts learning, and by the end of it, you're like, I believe that he's a fucking samurai.
I liked him in Interview with the Vampire too.
That was all right. I liked the
It's been a
book
long
better.
time since I've seen that.
Yeah, the book's better, but
I read that book in 8th grade. My uncle sent me last Vampire Interview with the Vampire, a bunch of Broadway musical CD. Well, they were cassette tapes because it was like 1989 or whatever. But he was like, "Make sure you read that. Don't tell your mom you're reading that." And it was really good. She got mad when I stole flowers in the attic and Carrie from her bookshelf. She's like, "You don't need to read Carrie yet. You're not old enough." I'm like, "Mom, I know about periods. We're good."
A Few Good Men is one that I will turn on every now and then. Just
I
watch.
liked that one, but that was more about watching that old man. What is his name? The guy that was the Joker, the old
Jack
dude.
Nicholson?
Yeah, Jack Nicholson. Yell at Tom Cruise. I liked that. Like when old men yell at Tom Cruise. That might be my kink, actually. Now that I think about it.
When I'm strolling through Netflix or Prime or whatever, A Few Good Men is one I'll stop on, and the other one, and it's not Tom Cruise, it's Good Will Hunting. I could watch Good Will Hunting like once a week.
I don't like those apples.
Have you seen the movie though?
Yeah, I have. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't like Matt Damon or his girlfriend.
Oh my gosh, really?
Matt Damon. I don't like Ben Affleck. I don't like Matt Damon. They feel like douchebags. Like I don't like douchey people in general. Like
I see a Bourne movie on that doesn't have Hawkeye in it.
I did enjoy the Bourne movies. I will say that. I did tolerate and hold down the chunks I wanted to like puke with Matt Damon for the Bourne movies because those are good. So
I like
I
some
like
of Ben
Dogma.
Affleck's older stuff that he's done.
I liked when he was in that movie for Kevin Smith, Mallrats. He was great in that.
I like The
I
Town.
bought
That
him.
was a
Mallrats
good
is
movie.
great.
I bought him in Dazed and Confused. Like Ben Affleck was good in that. I did not like him as Batman. He's the worst Batman. I like George Clooney as Batman better than I like Ben Affleck as
So you're
Batman.
just lying now.
I'm not lying.
What was that movie Affleck was in where he was the
I liked Ben Affleck better than Christian Bale.
I didn't like Christian Bale at all. Like I didn't like that thing he did with his voice. Actually, there are only two Batmen I have ever liked that aren't Adam West. I liked Michael Keaton and George Clooney. I did not like Val Kilmer. Sorry, Val Kilmer people.
I think Val Kilmer did a great Bruce Wayne, but he sucked as Batman.
Yeah, he was good in
Pete
Thunderheart.
Holmes. Pete Holmes is a great Batman.
Pete Holmes is the best live action Batman. Yeah.
Yeah, I get stuck on those little clips all the time.
Somebody mentioned Dogma in chat. I actually liked Dogma. That was a
Dogma,
movie.
yeah,
Dogma
Ben
was
Affleck in
great.
that.
Yeah.
That's one of my
Ben Affleck
favorite
in that
movies
was
good.
good.
about religion.
Dogma, Mallrats, Chasing Amy, they're all.
Yeah.
We
They're all
have
the same,
Ben
you know?
Affleck.
He's just
Matt
talking
Damon
about
as
Ben
Batman
Affleck. So Ben
in
Affleck and
Toys.
Dogma was freaking great.
Yeah, he's
But the Nike movie that him and
Yeah, I haven't seen that one yet.
Phantoms was
It's
good.
really-
Okay, see what
it's really good.
Air?
Ben Affleck
Wasn't it
was the
called
boss.
Air?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Phantoms.
It's
Yeah, I'm like,
really good. I mean, they've written. I mean, he's done so. Ben Affleck's done so many.
Wasn't he in that movie with Jennifer Lopez that was so good? Giggly or
Well, okay.
whatever.
I didn't say he's done every good. I didn't say every movie he's done is
He
good.
was the bomb in Phantoms, yo.
Phantom was good. I
Argo's really good.
I liked Argo, but he was not playing Ben Affleck in that. He actually had to act in that one.
Well, I know that's because he's an actor.
Not always. Sometimes you're just getting Ben Affleck like with a thicker accent. So
I like Ben Affleck in The Accountant. That was a cool movie.
Yes, that's another good one.
I didn't watch that. It sounded like
Will
I
Hunting?
don't like math though, so like we're good. Like I was like, that's gonna have math in it. I'm alright.
There was really no math in it. It was all about killing people.
It was about an accountant though, so somewhere in that movie there was some math. There was a scene with him at a desk counting.
Well, there was a
like,
little
at his
math at the beginning, I
calculator.
guess. So
That's too much math in any movie for me. I have high school flashbacks to math class.
The taco flavored kisses.
Exactly. That's one of my favorite Ben Affleck movies. Is that taco flavored kisses episode of South Park? He was really good in that.
So,
Probably-
Allison, who is your favorite actor?
Oh, that's hard because I don't.
Okay, who's an actor that you really
Okay,
enjoy?
I
watching?
like old school Al Pacino before he turned into a complete d bag.
Okay,
I'm not a fan of Robert De Niro. Like I know people like I can appreciate his work, but I don't like him in general.
so you liked Al Pacino like in Scent of a Woman? That
No, that was about
or
the I
before
like
that?
Scarface, Al
Scarface,
Pacino,
okay.
Serpico.
Yeah.
He was in that movie Author. Like that was pretty good. Like old Al Pacino. I liked what was the other one? God, I was just thinking, and then it went. Ray Liotta. I liked a lot of Ray Liotta.
Oh yeah, I like Ray
Like
Liotta.
I haven't. There are some bad Ray Liotta movies, but I always found Ray Liotta watchable, even if it was a bad movie. It didn't help that he was easy to look at.
He played the perfect bad cop. In
Yeah,
every,
I like
every-
that. I can never say his name right, but is it
Goodfellas,
Idris
man.
Elba?
Oh.
Like that guy? Like he's really cool. I like the
Who?
new Idris Elba.
Oh,
Like,
Idris Elba,
that
yeah.
guy, yeah. I like the new James Bond. Well, he's not James Bond anymore, but that Daniel Craig person, he's good. Let's see who else. Pierce Brosnan was okay until he sang a Mamma Mia, and then it was over because like that it was so bad. My cat left the room when he started singing. Pierce Brosnan, I didn't like him so much as Bond though. Like I thought he was a weak James Bond. I don't tend to like James Bond movies though until the newer ones.
But did you ever see the Thomas Crown Affair?
I liked that. He was
That was
really good
good.
in that.
That was great. I was like, why couldn't he have been like that?
Uh-huh.
Danny Glover.
That was the
really
best
good.
James Bond movie he did.
Morgan Freeman. He's probably a douchebag, but I actually enjoy Joe Pesci movies usually, even when it's a terrible movie. Bill Pullman I was really sad when Bill Paxton died.
Yeah.
Michael Ben. I think that's the Terminator, Aliens. You know.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
What?
Bill Paxton played the exact same character in every single thing he's ever been in.
But he was just a really good person, so it was okay.
And it was awesome when he'd say game over, man.
Game over, man. Yeah, it's iconic. Like, it was a great movie. Aliens was a good movie. Stay away from her, you bitch. It's like, yep. I cried in the theater when that scene happened. I was like, Ripley really likes that little kid. That was the first time and I was probably not far away in age from that kid when I watched that movie, but like, that was one of the first times I was like, yeah, we really did need a kid in this movie. That was a good scene. Yeah, I like the Alien movies. I don't know. Like, I used to, when I was younger, like a lot of actors and stuff, but now I kind of don't. I mean, there are people who are enjoyable, but just in general, I don't get attached to actors anymore.
I don't think there's any actors out there nowadays, though, that aren't older ones, right? That are like actually. There's very few that act for the love of acting. It's all about the fame now.
Yeah, there's not as much craft to it. Like Keanu Reeves, I really like.
Yeah,
but I
Keanu.
don't think of him as an actor so much as like Keanu Reeves. Like he's
Yeah.
just a decent. You can tell he's a decent dude.
I love the fact that every picture that he's with someone, you can always see his hand open because he's like, I am never going to be accused of
Mhm.
touching someone inappropriately.
Yep.
Like, that's genius. Like, you always see his hand always open. He's never touching anyone. And I
Yeah.
can't blame the guy because someone would
Oh, for sure.
Well,
especially
especially
you never hear a bad thing about him. They're like,
there's and there are people who will hate him just because you never hear bad stuff about him. Like by all accounts, he is a good person.
All right. Hey guys, I'm gonna clock out here. I gotta go crash. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, Hyper. It was great to meet you.
No problem. Thank you.
Nice meeting you,
Have a
man.
good one.
I'll see you guys later.
Yes.
All right.
I gotta say, I mean, I've seen him before. Hyper. I think he's like the first person that's been on a stream with me when I start going off that doesn't look that I see on their face isn't going, what the fuck's going on? This guy's going like, oh my god, what the fuck is this guy gonna say? Holy shit! Like this. Usually, once I go off, I can look at the people that don't know me, and they're like, what the hell? Or even people that know me.
Sometimes you're just like, whoa, Lawrence is on tonight. That's not bad. I always keep him guessing.
Hey, I did not think I was going to talk about Steve's toys today. All right? I'll tell you that much.
Oh, Steve.
It was not on the bingo card. I'll tell you that much.
Well, that's what that douchebag gets for being a douchebag, though.
It was obviously on your mind. All I said was whale, and you were like, yeah, that motherfucker.
No. At first, I talked about Greg and printing one, and then I got into
it. It was a natural progression. Snowball. That reminds me of Clerks. Anyway.
What's gonna be funny is when more guys, more of the YouTube community meets me at Joe Fest, and they're like, "You really are that fucking tiny?"
Wait till they find out that you're black. They'll be really surprised.
I do tone down the light, so my complexion is much lighter.
It's been a week for that.
That's always the shocker. I mean, I think Ed understood when he actually met me. Like, oh wow, you really are that short. And everyone always asks me, like, so.
I knew you were short. Anybody with that attitude you have to be short.
It's true. Anytime there's a fist fight at a bar, it was probably started by the shortest girl.
Bobby's not
short.
short.
That 5'1" girl.
What's that?
Bobby's not short.
Shorter than me.
You said that short.
He's got other things.
Short is a way of mind sometimes.
I was thinking a different body part.
Yeah,
yeah, same. But I was
that's where I was
thinking
going.
right
But
anyway, all right.
Anyway,
yes, whatever channel you're watching this on, hit that like button.
That's right.
Smack that like.
There's only 5 of them.
If you like glitter dicks, diarrhea on the side of a road, smack talking Hollywood actors,
right,
and
and not just any diarrhea on the side of the road.
Yeah,
Arby's
not
diarrhea.
Arby's diarrhea.
To be specific with that.
Smack that like.
I must have missed that, and I'm okay with it.
You did. Yeah, I told
I'm
you
okay with
from
it.
my younger years. About one of
Allison
the
was
last
just
times-
breaking in the new people correctly. That's all. And they
Yeah,
stuck
well, we
around,
did.
so they must have been okay with it.
Well, right? We had Derek and Hyperdelic. Yep.
Yep.
Well, and I was even polite. I even stopped and didn't talk and
Hyperdelic
asked them
left,
about
I
themselves.
should say bye.
So I was really polite.
Hasn't Hyperlink been on here before?
Hyperdelic's never been on, no.
No.
Hyperdelic. Okay, I'm sorry, Hyperlink.
I
I've
mean,
seen him.
Derek-
I swear I've seen him on something before.
I think he went on
Yeah, he
something.
said it's his first time going live tonight.
Yeah, he said it was his first time going live.
Really? Because he looks really familiar.
Well, he has like videos where he shows his face, so it's
Yeah.
possible he did something pre-recorded.
Maybe that's
That's the first time I've seen him, but I just recently
Yeah,
started
it's the
watching.
first time I saw him. But yeah, he does do videos. But yeah, tonight was his first live. So
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who, like because I think he's one of.
Oz's
I mean, he
Clubhouse
shows up
still
in my
popping
life.
cherries, even when Oz isn't here.
So I believe he's one of my subscribers.
Over
I
on
mean, not like
Radical
purely
Toys.
because of-
Radical Toys is where we hang out a lot. That's where I first met him.
I think that's
Yeah, I
where he
think that's
came
where I
from.
met
Was
him.
one of the Rad Blasts.
Yeah, and then when you get Rad Blast, yeah, that's how I
Yeah,
started
so-
following him. And
But he's popped into a couple of my lives. Mainly the like solo ones I do like on Friday.
yeah.
Oh my god. War Chest. I can. You brought up Christian Slater. My daughter and I just watched Heathers.
Oh
was
my
just
love
god.
Heather.
That's why when I was a
Yeah,
kid,
That's a great movie.
Listen, if you have a teenage daughter or younger, not something you should watch with your kids. Just saying that.
That was my favorite movie.
Probably
It's,
not.
I watched it as a kid, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Listen, there's a lot of
We
things I
watched
watched
everything
as a
in
kid. There's a lot of things you just shouldn't watch with your parents, or shall I say,
Did
or
you
your
have a
kids.
brain tumor for breakfast, Lawrence?
What?
Did you have a brain tumor for breakfast? I'm always red.
Okay.
Did you watch all of Heathers with your daughter, or did you like realize about 5 minutes into it was too much?
So about 15 minutes into it, but at that point it was already too far gone.
Yeah.
I always
There's
like
so
the
many-
fuck me gently with the chainsaw line.
Fuck me gently with the
Yeah.
chainsaw. Yeah.
Stuff like there's, and I'd never seen Heathers before.
Oh.
I'd never seen it before, or else I would not have watched it with her.
Okay. Well, that excuses that.
Don't do it.
Yeah.
That's a
Oh
great
yeah.
big
Oh no.
fun.
Like if I would have known, I would have been like, you can watch it, but I ain't watching it with you. There's just, Ed, you know, you have daughters.
Yep.
There's just movies in general you should never watch with your kids. I'm not saying your kids aren't old enough to watch it, but I told my son, I go, you can watch Deadpool when you're ready, but I'm never watching it with you.
You
There
don't
are
wanna
certain
watch the
things in
thing
there
with your
that
son about Women's Liberation Day or whatever it is.
It's more about the strap on.
Yeah, that's the
that's
thing.
the only
You're
part that's
celebrating
just
women.
keeping me from watching with my younger son. This is a-
Yeah, like you know what?
I'm embarrassed to watch with.
If
Yeah,
you can,
Luke and I watched Deadpool together,
he's
and I was a
15.
little,
I don't know.
I was a little bewildered when we watched that. So
but
I didn't really know how to act.
But when we were watching Heathers, she just looked at Christian Slater and I forget what she said. She's like, "Why does he talk like that?" And she's like, "Dude, that guy's a DB. Like, no one can talk like that and not be." Like he talks like that in every movie.
in Rad or whatever. Was it Rad?
He used to do his Jack
He's not
Nicholson
Rad.
voice in
Yeah.
Heathers. But I mean, that character was supposed to. Did he always have that Jack Nicholson thing, or was that just for Heather? I mean, I was.
He's always had kind of a little
But
bit
he,
of a raspy voice.
douchebag
But
were my type at that age, so like I always thought Christian Slater was hot. Like I went with friends to see Untamed Heart, and we all went to in Louisiana. They have drive-through daiquiri places where you can get
Yeah.
like, and they tape the straw shut so you can't drink and drive, but
Yep.
you take it off. But they use the same cups as the Smoothie King did, so we would sneak margaritas into the movie theater, and we all had our big jumbo margaritas. And when saw Untamed Heart, and when he dies in that, oh my god, we were all bawling in it. We were drunk, but it was also sad. So.
I think I have to introduce my daughter to the Legend of Billie Jean.
Oh my god, totally. Fair is fair.
oh yeah, that's a good one.
The fact that
I liked Slater and was it True Romance where he was the murderer?
Yeah, that was a good
Yeah,
one.
that was
too.
yeah, that's the one that
Christian Slater had a nice
Detroit.
run of movies. Pump Up
He's
the
done a lot of
Volume.
good. He's done a lot of good stuff.
Yeah.
Between Heathers, Pump Up the Volume, Untamed Heart, and then the one Ed just named, not Natural Born Killers. True Romance.
Yeah.
Like I would have thrown my panties at Christian Slater, I have to admit.
Natural Born Killers. That was a fucking.
I went and saw that sober, and I've never wanted to be drunk, high, or something in a movie theater
Uh-huh.
as bad as I did for that. Because it felt like I was coming down from it, and I'd never done.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that movie sober now. that I
up
think about
until that point.
Yeah, I've never watched it.
And I was like, and my mom goes like,
Altered.
"You probably shouldn't have come to see this as a family." And I'm like, "I'm thinking you're right." And then she leans in, she's like, "This is why you don't do acid. This is what it's like." I'm like,
Oh, yes,
Thanks, Mom.
Arkansas Dave Rudabaugh.
Yep.
He's such a douchebag in that.
Yep.
So good though.
War
Such a good
Played
one.
that part good though.
chest. That's great. I love that.
Oh, honestly, I love
Caligula comment is epic.
I love Young Guns too.
That's a good movie too.
I love them
Guns
both.
1, not so much. Young Guns
I like
2.
them both.
They're both good.
They're both good, but Young Guns 2 is just so over the top.
Right next to me.
I remember dancing at the Sweetheart Dance to that John Bon Jovi song from one of those.
Oh yeah, that was number 2, I think, wasn't it?
I think it
Or
was the
number
second
1?
one. The one he was in.
Yeah. Blaze of Glory.
Yep, that was it. Yep, that was perfect for slow dances in high school.
But I go back, like I said, when I go back to The Legend of Billie Jean, the fact that Christian Slater and
Helen
Slater, they look alike. They have the same hair, the same hair color, yet they're not related.
Yep.
It makes no sense.
That's
You're like, come on,
perfect casting.
like it's like seriously, somewhere you're related. And
I just rewatched with her the other night, Ruthless People, because I own that on Amazon Prime as a download, because like nobody has it for free for streaming. Like that movie still fucking cracks me up from start to finish. It's just timeless. It makes me feel bad for the time me and the guy who wrote it got into a Twitter spat, and I told him to go fuck himself.
what is Tom Cruise in Young Guns?
Tom Cruise is in Young Guns.
I don't remember Tom Cruise being in Young Guns.
Frostbite. What is he in Young Guns?
You learn something new every day.
I feel like I've heard that before, and I can't think of. You know, Jean-Claude is in Breaking 2 Electric Boogaloo.
I loved Jean-Claude Van Damme.
He's dancing in the background in like this singlet.
He's such a
There's
good
no
dancer. And in a singlet. I gotta go rewatch that.
Uncredited hiding behind a barrel at the end fight.
My brother took so much karate and martial arts and taekwondo and Brazilian jiu-jitsu and all that shit because of Jean-Claude Van Damme, and had all those posters on his wall, and I did not complain whenever I would like go into his room and be like, wow, that's really epic. So I may have stolen the what was the one where he was a twin and they both had a nice ass? I stole that poster from my brother. Was it Double Impact? Double Penetration? I don't know, something like that.
It was Double Impact, wasn't it?
Double Impact, yeah.
It wasn't Double Penetration. I believe that's a Thanos.
That was part 2.
Oh my God, we need to right now crowdfund getting Thanos that Jean-Claude Van Damme action figure.
Well, apparently I need 2 of them.
You need a couple of them. Many of
Wait,
them.
is it? They're the same height as each other too. They get 69.
I was thinking splits
Oh,
for
thank
one.
God.
Cobb, I can't believe you went there.
Excellent.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Hey Cobb, did your sons end up watching the show?
Revolution?
No,
Or-
no.
ours?
Thursday. Yeah. When you're like, oh, I shouldn't have said that about his mom.
Oh, well, my youngest one, like I said, he don't ever watch my stuff. My oldest one, I'm not sure if he went back. I'll have to ask him. But no, he knows. He jokes around about me and his mom and stuff too already. So I'm still keeping my mouth shut though.
Oh, you know what? I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
Yeah.
You let them say it to you. I said something the other day about to Olivia, about like, I'm like, your mom's the one that left me for a big fat trucker, and she was like, really? And I'm like, am I lying? And she's like, well, no. I'm like, do you want to be back? She's like, do you want to get back together with her? I'm like, no, I'm just stating. She was like, okay.
My son questions me on stuff too. Like he doesn't know my full past or anything. So he's been in a lot of trouble and stuff. And I've said little things here and there. He's like, "There's stuff I don't know about you, huh, Dad?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, and it might take some more time. Still, you're only 19, so." not quite ready to let you know everything yet.
No, there's certain things they never need to know because it's none of their business.
Yeah, some stuff they'll never get out of me.
If it doesn't impact them, they don't really actually need to know.
Yeah.
No, again, like, yeah, I don't want to get into that.
Like nobody needs to know.
I
that
know.
you
I
have-
was just sitting here
like
thinking.
Olivia does not need to know about your like 9th grade rat tail, Lawrence.
What are you talking about?
Your little rat tail in the back of your head.
I didn't have that in 9th grade.
Are you sure? It was
He
8th
still
grade,
has it.
right?
You just never see
No,
it.
no. I got rid of mine. I was like one of the last people in 5th grade to get rid of my rat tail.
Okay.
I had
so
bangs. Yes.
You had bangs?
Did you have a
Oh.
mullet?
No, I've never
I
had
had
a
a
mullet.
rat tail and I had a mullet.
Me too.
Never had a mullet. I had like really long bangs, the skateboard haircut. So my 8th grade picture, it's like hanging half in my
Oh, you
face.
had one of those haircuts.
Yes.
I also had a fro at one point. Like when I was in junior high, my hair was like super curly. Now it's like super straight. But
When I was in 8th grade, I had the Kirk Cameron hairdo from Growing Pains, perm on top. Yeah.
mine wasn't permed; it was just naturally like that.
Well, mine was already curly anyway, and the lady when I got it perms like, people that have curly hair don't usually get perms. I'm like, yeah, but I want it curly.
You know what? That's what we got to do a show one day. 80s heartthrobs that just never made sense. Kirk Cameron. Not that the guy's ugly, but why did every girl absolutely love him?
Because
Like,
of the
no-
character he played in Growing Pains. That's why.
I did not. I thought he was gross.
He played an idiot.
Yep.
I
We all know
mean-
the hottie on that show was Alan Thicke.
What?
We
Yeah,
all
I
know
had,
the hottie
I had
on
a
that
crush
show
on,
was Alan
crush on the
Thicke.
mom.
Joanna
Yeah.
Kearns.
Didn't she turn out to be gay?
Yeah.
No, that was Meredith Baxter Burnham.
Yeah, that was the Family Ties mom.
Joanna Kearns just fell apart after she got older. That's all.
Yeah. It happens.
She just
Yeah.
fell apart.
You hit 45 and you're like, I was on a TV show with Kirk Cameron. Where did my life go wrong?
No, you knew who fell apart was Willie from Elf. The dad.
Really from,
Oh, Alf?
Yeah, he was like smoking crack and crack houses.
yeah.
And
I
doing
saw a
sexual
YouTube video
favors
about
for
that the other
crack.
day. Yeah.
Wasn't he like super abusive, like on the set to like the other actors too?
They didn't. God, I just watched the whole thing. Like they all hated doing it because they said it was so difficult. Which,
Yeah,
they didn't like working with a puppet.
Yeah,
We
but
said it.
did any of them do anything other than Alf? Really, I don't remember seeing either one of those kids ever do anything else.
No.
The girl Andrea
No.
Andrea Evans or whatever. She took
She
all
did.
her money though and went to college and got like a real degree and has.
Oh yeah,
I want to say she's like a biochemist or something.
yeah.
I
just
no,
looking
she
for
actually
real
did do stuff because I was looking it up after, but for the most part, nothing really popular. I used to always say like anytime there's a hit show, it's almost always just one person that goes on to be super successful.
Oh yeah.
You look at Family Ties. I mean, a lot of them went and did stuff, but Michael
Well,
J.
Jessica
Fox.
Bateman though kind of walked away from it. She wrote. I need to read her. I bought her book called, and it's not like a memoir or an autobiography. It's called Fame though, where
She
she
was
talks
such a
about
bad actress, though.
industry. Yeah, she was not a great actress, but she talks about the whole like sort of industry of like being famous and like how it changes your brain and stuff, and how she opted to sort of get out of that. I mean, she'll go back occasionally and do like bit parts or stuff, and she's done a few things with her brother.
Jason is
most-
awesome. I love Jason Bateman.
For the most part, she, on purpose got out of the industry just because
Yeah.
she wasn't happy with it. But I need to read her book because it's supposedly really good. But like
And the
you know,
other girl, what the
Tina Yothers,
Yeah, Tina Yothers. She didn't do
and
anything.
Tracy
either.
Gold from Growing Pains did all of it. Did a bunch of Lifetime movies where
Yeah.
she was, and then she had all that drunk driving issue stuff. Her little sister was on Benson with she was a daughter on Benson. So Missy Gold.
Jason Bateman, talk about a guy that had a renaissance.
Yep.
Like he was on what was it, Valerie?
He was on. There was this weird show called Make Your Move. Well, first he was on Silver Spoons.
Silver Spoons. Yep.
Then he had like his own sitcom that was called Make the Move Is Yours or Make Your. It like lasted two.
Is that
and
the
it
one
was
with Steve from
Yep,
Married with
where
Children?
Steve was like his stepdad or his mom's
Yeah.
boyfriend, and
Yeah.
it got like 2 or 3 seasons. But it was one of those shows where they kept
I need to
changing
be
it
depressed
and
that long.
everything. And then he did Valerie, which became
Yes.
Valerie's Family, and then the
No,
Hogans.
I thought it was the Harpers.
No, because it was the Hogans. Because Valerie Harper was her real last name.
Okay, yeah. They became the Hogans rather than.
And then she was like, "You can't fire me from this show. My name is on the show." So they kill her and call her Valerie's Family.
Yeah,
and then after they
Roseanne
settled,
thought the same thing.
and then she sues them, and they changed it to the Hogan Family, and like the show goes on for like 3 years with Sandy Duncan and her glass eye and the replacement. It was like we never
Can
knew
we talk
Sandy
about
Duncan.
Roseanne for a second, though? Way before she got canceled, did you guys ever see the her dressed as Hitler with the gingerbread men like coming out of the oven all burnt? Like she did a whole photo series like that, and that was well before she got
Yeah,
canceled.
like her alleged cancelization, like was quite a long time, and I mean, like she got a lot of she got a lot of second chances. Like
If you want to see something crazy though, look that up because
she
it's
did.
insane.
She did that and got a bunch of blowback. She did the whole like Star Spangled Banner thing. And then like for a while she had a talk show nobody really watched, but she said some shit on there that like got her in trouble. And then it was just like at the end of the day, like it wasn't like it was overnight, man. You like kept fucking up, and finally people were like, "We just can't do this anymore. You're too expensive. Let's just can you." So,
but you brought up Married with Children.
That was such a good.
There's a show. Yeah, Olivia and I just started watching it. There's a show that had 3 people that became very successful. One was not Grandmaster Bud.
His show on the internet with the guy who played Parker Lewis Can't Lose called Starving was hella funny.
Wow,
that was a great show. I liked Parker Lewis.
Herman's Head.
I forgot.
Yep,
all
I
about
liked
that.
that show.
I used to think that was such a good show.
Yeah, I bet it's not very good in retrospect, but at the time,
no, I went back and tried to watch it many, many years ago, and I was like, "This is bad." But it had some people that really went on to do. I wouldn't say be huge actors, but they went on to do some pretty big things.
And they do have
or get to be known. But like you think of like Christina Applegate and Peggy and Elle, like they've all done multiple things.
Yeah.
Speaking of it, Peggy now has replaced Roseanne on The Connors.
Yeah, I actually like her and Dan together. I'm a season or 2 behind on The Connors, but like I like her and Dan together. Like it's nice chemistry. I don't know if they're still together, but at the time
I thought they were going to put Dan and the sister together.
No, that would never work.
The one thing I like about The Connors is that they still reference Roseanne. They don't act like, okay, mom never existed. They still have storylines that go back to it. They'll still talk about like things that they did.
Yeah, they were smart in the way they did. Like, they made it real. That's the one thing that show. When Roseanne was at its best, even back in the day, that was what it. That's why I liked it, was because it was a lot more relatable than Valerie's Family.
Oh, it was definitely a very realistic
growing pains,
family.
or like sometimes they might not have, the power was off or the water was off or whatever. Like,
That's why I liked like that show, The Middle. That was really down.
that was pretty.
I never watched that one.
That was good. It was very like realistic, right? It was like
Yeah.
I used to watch it. And, like their oldest son would come home from school and like strip down to his boxers and lay on the couch, and he's basically the same age as my son at the time. And I was like, that's exactly what he did. He come home from school, take off all of his clothes except his boxers, and lay on the couch. I was like,
yeah, The Middle was good.
Yeah, and I think like the last time I watched The Connors, And I'll rewatch. I just don't watch oddly, I watch mostly stuff on YouTube now. So, but in a few weeks I'll get in my TV mode and I won't be in anyone's live streams. I'll be like, oh, I'm too busy, and I'll be literally watching television.
The only sitcom I still really watch is It's Always Sunny.
I love that.
I stopped watching that, and I don't know why. It's just like because I thought, I mean, every episode I ever watched was almost always good.
I watch it when I think about it, but I don't stay steady with
It's
it.
like I feel like the way they do politically incorrect comedy is the accurate way to do it because at no point are any of the characters who are like when the characters are racist or whatever, they're not presented as like the hero. It's really clear that they're all shitty people.
Yeah, I think that's what I like about the show is that they're all shitty people.
Yeah,
so
it's like they're
entertaining to
shitty,
watch
and
them
it's
be
like at
shitty.
no point is it presented as like, well, it's cool. Like anyone who watches that show and walks away with like, I need to be like them. It's like you're an idiot. You deserve every awful thing.
I love the fact that Matt got fat in real life for one season to play it on the it on the show.
Yeah,
it trips me out
Commitment to a
that
joke.
D are married in real life. Like,
well, yeah, and same with
Charlie and the barista.
Yes, Charlie and the waitress.
Charlie
She
makes me
makes them
laugh so
so
damn.
much in the show, and I'm just like, that's so funny that they play that, but yet they're actually happily married for like decades. Yeah, it's a pretty good. It's funny because like I've shown that to people, and they, because I carry myself a certain way through the world as far as political correctness or whatever, and they're always. Often they'll look at me like, is this a trap? And it's like, no, this is me letting you know, like, there are ways you can do inappropriate humor. Like, you just don't punch down. Like, you can't punch down at people, if you're going to do that kind of humor. And that's the difference. Like, if you don't punch down, it's fine.
I feel that way. Like a lot of people say Married with Children could never happen these days, but like Al wasn't a role model, and Peggy gave it to him, and Marcy gave it to him just as bad as he gave it to them. So like I feel like
like,
a good balance.
Like even when they had like their little club, like the women
haters clubs.
Yeah, no man, like that. It was none of those dudes were like anyone who wanted to be like any of those dudes. Like, well, good. Like, I'm glad that we have a way to tell who the shitbag is because, like, obviously these guys are awful. So,
no man.
I like that in the later seasons when Marcy was equally terrible. Like, she was kind of boring when she was like a goody goody, and then when she turns into just the most horrible person.
But Jefferson is so much better than Steve.
Yeah.
Jefferson.
Poor Steve.
I feel like the show got better. I don't know if it's necessarily because him or it's just the show itself, because shows evolve,
Yeah. I like him as an actor better.
I liked the character of Steve better than I liked Jefferson, but I think Jefferson was the better character for Marcy because Marcy became a lot more interesting when she wasn't sort of like the perfect little housewife character. Once Marcy became sort of also terrible, just in a different way, like that's when that character really like started working.
The fact that her name became Marcy Darcy.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I still laugh. Like, I don't know. Like, why is that even funny? Like, just because it rhymes? Like, it's like.
Well, her reaction to it was good too.
That's what I was going to say. I forget how it happened, but she didn't even realize
she was drunk and she woke up married to him.
Right? I was going to say she was drunk, right? Yeah.
But you're right. When people say like they couldn't do that show today, It's Sunny is still on. There are other shows that are very politically. South Park is still on.
Yeah, I was going to say like South Park.
Well, it's because again, South Park doesn't punch down; it punches up, and nobody is like immune to like it's not. South Park doesn't pick on one set of people every week. They pick on sort of everyone who's everybody who's like basically insufferable and awful. Like they will go after you. So it's like that's just to me that's fair. Like I haven't watched South Park in a couple of years, so I can't I don't know if it's still like that, but the last time I watched it, that's how I felt. Like
I had the first 15 seasons on DVD, but I'm
yeah, like I mean, I remember when South Park hit, like watching that first episode on Comedy Central, being, "Whoa, this is." And I remember my housemate who was loved it.
I didn't start watching it until after the movie. I saw the
He
movie
was
first. I was like, what?
very Catholic, and he got really upset over the Mr. Hanky episode because there's that scene at the end where Jesus is all alone singing "Happy Birthday" to himself, and he's like, "This show is awful. I can't ever watch it again." And he walks, and he never watched it. I asked him recently when we were talking, I'm like, "Jeremy, have you watched that?" And he's like, "No, not after that horrible." And he's not even Catholic anymore.
They did not do Chef dirty. That guy turned his back on them, and they said,
He got
"Just watch
butthurt.
this." Yes, they said, "You know what? Nothing. No one is off limits."
And the problem is they didn't even say anything in that Scientology episode. They didn't even say anything inaccurate. I mean, I guess that's maybe like some people that are Scientologists don't like that, but unfortunately, nothing was which is why they weren't. Scientology couldn't sue South Park for that because there was nothing said in that episode that was inaccurate about what they believe. That's actually their beliefs. So. We love that for them. Oh yeah, Chef on the show they could have done better for, but there's no way they could have replaced Chef. So it's like you either have Isaac Hayes or you don't.
But
yeah,
you know what? But that's good because you look at like The Simpsons, and when Phil Hartman was killed, they said you were not going to recast him.
Yeah.
We're retiring, that character, and I have a lot of respect for that.
Yeah.
Because he was awesome in Jingle All the Way too.
I just didn't care for that movie much, but I worked at Blockbuster when it came out, and we had to watch it on the TV one year, like every fucking day for like 17 hours or whatever we were open. So
the guy that wrote that actually sued the company.
Did he?
Yeah. Because he wrote a movie exactly like Jingle All the Way, except it wasn't about an action figure; it was about a different toy, and sent it into the thing. And then they told him that the movie was stupid, and then they went and made the movie like a year later.
Oh, Hollywood!
Did he actually get a settlement or anything?
Yeah, because he had actually mailed himself a copy of the script the same day that he had mailed them, and it was still sealed and unopened. And that's when he took to court and showed that it was mailed the same day, and everything else was.
Imagine if toy and comic companies did the same thing to other companies that basically steal their designs and name them differently.
Imagine if they did that. That'd be crazy. I can't imagine Hasbro. I can't imagine Hasbro giving anybody that kind of grief for just being a fan.
Wouldn't Hasbro just turn around and release the actual toy like cheaper or something? I mean,
no, they just sit on it like they did the Super Joe. They sued the company that bought Super Joe name legally. He sent them a cease and desist, bought the name back from him, and now they're just going to sit on that license. Just like all the other awesome licenses, they just sit on.
They have too much, honestly.
Yeah.
Well, they got so much when they bought, they bought.
Well, they bought everybody.
They bought Kenner.
Kenner.
Yeah.
They can't really do anything. They own it.
I can't. Like, for instance, somebody was like, "Well, like Hasbro owns Golden Girl. They need to do something with it." But I don't know if they. This is one of the problems with a lot of the old 80 toy lines is, in some of those cases, like Galoob, for instance, like Galoob may have quote unquote owned Golden Girl, but they may not have actually purchased lifetime rights to it. And finding any, as Derek, if Derek were still here, he would probably tell you because like he did that because I'm one of his Patreons for yesterday's. And my pick was Golden Girl, but him finding anything about the toy line that I didn't actually send him was really hard. And it's like, I don't really even know if technically Hasbro in theory should be able to make Golden Girl toys, but because I can't find anything about who originally made the toy line, I don't know if they even can find out. And it's the thing where you don't want to make a toy line
I
and then
thought
find
Golden
out.
Girl was made by Galoob, though.
Well, see, that was made by Galoob, but like for instance, there's a reason Mattel hasn't made certain Masters of the Universe figures because Mark Taylor designed a lot of them, and some of them technically, if he didn't design it while he was at the Mattel, especially with the way contracts work back then, if he didn't design it in the Mattel office, they technically don't own it.
Yeah.
But also they kind of own it, so it's like they just don't want to.
So when I worked for Fisher Price, which is owned by Mattel and was owned by Mattel at the time, when I started working for them, I had to sign a legal document that said any toy that I develop while I'm working there, they have the right to.
That's how most companies are, though.
Yeah.
And that's because in the 80s they kept running into issues with people developing shit and then challenging.
And I'm surprised people have an issue with that. Like, if you're working for Chrysler and you develop some sort of new motor or new transmission, it's theirs. You don't get to leave and go to GM and be like, "Oh, this is mine." No, you developed it there. You would
but I mean, if you're selling their cars and you come up with an idea and then they own it, that's a different step.
Yeah.
Like, it's not like Ed was developing toys. Like,
Right. I was working in the freaking customer service department. I mean,
yeah.
But you work. I mean, I fully understand it. It's like
I
Bret
get
Hart
it,
had-
right? Because it's it's still
Bret
one of
Hart-
those things.
Yeah, but that's a lot of why.
It's like if I was making a toy line before I started working there and I needed a job and I'm working on their fucking phone, in their call center as a customer service person, and I come out with a toy a month after I leave there, they could technically come back and claim it if I never did any kind of documentation saying I started this before I worked there.
Right.
Yeah, but you're in those offices. It's like Bret Hart. He was pissed because he thought that when he left the WWF, he deserved the rights to all his wrestling matches.
Right.
And they were like, "Fuck you! Like, you worked for us. That's our property." And I have to agree. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
well, that's totally different, though. I mean, like, if you're an actor, and just because you're an actor in like Keanu Reeves, right? He's the only guy that's played John Wick. He doesn't own the John Wick character. No matter what, he couldn't go back to say, "I get all this," right?
No, I agree completely. I don't know. This is fucking.
But then some of the wrestlers, like I've heard, where it's like they're using their name as their wrestling name, and then they're not allowed to use their name when they go somewhere else.
No,
That's crazy to me.
No. If it's your actual name, they can't stop you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had
Yeah,
heard it
well,
differently, but I don't really.
Well, that's
pay
why. So when Bret Hart came into the WWF, he was already Bret the Hitman Hart. So that's why he could leave and go. Macho Man had his own rights. The reason why Sergeant Slaughter can sign contracts is he owns his own licensing. So he signs independent contracts. That's why
It all depends
Valaverse,
on the contracts they sign and stuff when they go on there.
but that's why Valaverse, Mattel, and Hasbro always all have a Sergeant Slaughter out there right now.
Yep.
Because he owns the right to it. But like Hulk Hogan, and as time went on, Vince McMahon stopped that. He started changing everyone's names.
Yep.
So
what was up with like what's his name, Daniel Bryan's?
Yeah.
And then also he's Brian Daniels.
His real name is
Someone else?
Brian Daniels. That's his real name in the AEW.
Okay. So when he was in WWF, he was. I
Daniel
heard both
Bryan.
names, and it took me a while before I even realized
He was Daniel Bryan in the WWE, but his real name is Brian Daniels.
Brian Daniels. Okay, so he's using his real name when he's outside of that, right?
Yeah.
It's his real name, but just the way it's supposed to be. That confused me. I know. I had heard both. I kind of know who he is, and then I'd heard both, and I realized one day I was like, "Oh, wait a minute.
Ryback,
his
when he
name?
got released in the WWE, had a bunch of shit come down on him because he was using Ryback on like social media and stuff still, and he wasn't allowed to do that.
that shit come down because he's an asshole.
Well, yeah, but
But what's actually kind of funny about that, I understand like footage and everything, but they're all independent contractors.
Yeah.
And really, like, they really should have told Vince, like, no, this is this is who I'm going to be. But at the same time, I guess if that's where you want to get to, and they say, hey, we're going to change your name so you can't go elsewhere and use that name. Like Mr. Perfect had to be Kurt Hennig when he went to WCW.
Yeah. But a lot of those guys, Vince McMahon told them what name they're going to be, like The Undertaker. Yep. He didn't create that character. Vince McMahon said, you're going to be The Undertaker.
Yeah. There's a big story to that. But yeah, you're right. Like that was when they brought him in, they were thinking of something.
Yeah. Like how he had Diesel and Razor Ramon still had the name. So when Scott Hall and Kevin Nash went over to NWO, they thought they could just recast them pretty much as a new. They still had Diesel and Razor Ramon. Thought it was popular enough. They're going to keep it.
That is such a fucked up story.
That was the stupidest shit
what they
ever.
thought they could do, but they got sued so hard. So have you heard the whole story about what happened with that?
Yeah, I'm sure I have.
They went to WCW. They pretty much acted the same. Now they got sued.
And then they ended up getting a raise because they thought that.
So what happened was they weren't under contract, like long-term contract. They were independent. They could leave whenever they wanted. And when they announced that Razor Ramon and Diesel will be back, in 2 weeks or whatever, and Jim Ross was bringing them back, Eric Bischoff pretty much called them in and said, "Hey, you know what? Here, let's do the contract." Gave them a raise, not realizing they had no intention of going back. It wasn't them. They were.
It wasn't them. Yeah. Yep. They got a big raise. They're making that steam money after that.
Yeah. Like that shit's crazy. Like that's yeah.
Yeah, I've heard Kevin Nash talk about that a good few times.
A lot of that wrestling stuff is very interesting to hear what went on behind the scenes and everything.
I'm just over here playing.
Oh wow, that looks good actually.
Yeah, those blues go together nice.
Yeah, I had to,
within 24 hours of showing up, I was king by saying, "I'm your older uncle," or I'm sorry, I'm your dad's older brother and your uncle. I don't want to be king.
He's the rightful
I should
heir.
be king. What?
He said he's the rightful heir.
So who is his mom exactly?
Depending on the backstory, and one
I can find her name.
And one.
It's like a Gar witch in the comics.
And she fell in love with King Bureau, and they had an affair, but the people wouldn't accept her, so he wasn't able to actually marry her. He had to marry like the more proper person that was a white woman instead of a blue woman. And so, and then I feel like she was murdered or something like at one point, and then a bunch of stupid stuff happened in that story. Hordak saved Keldor after his face was melted by acid by bonding him with what was it, Demo Man or whatever. And
Demo Man.
It was unnecessarily complicated to create one character out of 3 or something. So some people get too busy trying to connect all of the dots to make the story make sense when all you need is a new character.
I do appreciate the effort to try to blend some of that stuff, but
to make it all take all the mixed up stuff and try and make it work.
But DC and Marvel have done that through the years too, and always made a mess of it. So,
it's one thing to say, like, okay, Skeletor has 3 different origins. Like, one, he's like a demon from another dimension. One, he's Keldor, and the other, he's
Keldor and the demon.
Yeah, right. And it's, but whenever the Demo Man thing happened, that was somebody taking which even Adam at Battle Ram blog has even dug into it and looked into it further. And that's actually, Demo Man isn't even a Skeletor concept. That's something Mark Taylor came up with separate from Skeletor. So it was done because, this was a concept of Skeletor, but it actually wasn't a concept of Skeletor. It was just a separate character. So all of this effort to find a way to sort of mesh all of this together, and it was for no good reason. So anyway, that's all I got to say about that.
But G.I. Joe's doing that
obviously
right now.
Know who Lieutenant Dan was. My comment the other day.
Lieutenant Diane.
I don't know who. You said you never seen Forrest Gump. I was like, you never seen Forrest Gump, dude?
Well, okay, so I'll ask you guys. When I was on with Ken for his celebration for 5,000 subs, I made a comment. I said, "Oh, so you're kind of like the Kens? Like these are the Daves I know?" And he didn't know what I was talking about. I'm like, "You don't know what these are the Daves I know?" He's like, "That's what this face is." Do you guys know? These are the Daves I know.
I don't know.
Did you ever watch Kids in the Hall?
I did, but I don't
seen
remember
it,
that.
I don't remember it.
Yeah.
Jesus,
Was it
I watched
like
Kids
a
in the Hall a
recurring thing, or
long
did
time
you
ago
just
when I
know
was doing
one?
a lot of drugs,
But
Lawrence.
it's the
Jesus.
song. These are the Daves I know.
let's
I
do
know.
drugs,
These are
Lawrence.
the Daves I know. And he goes through all the different Daves that he knows. Like he's singing about them, going to all of them.
Well, now that you sing it, I remember it. But can you sing some more?
No, I can't. That's. But when you go back, you go back and watch the movie or the TV show. You watch that clip. You're like, this is awesome. See, I'm so glad someone knew.
I always end up with the biggest mess after Saturday
But Lawrence,
nights.
there aren't many people that are in their late 40s that haven't seen Forrest Gump or Indiana Jones. Okay,
I've seen Forrest Gump.
then how come you didn't know who Lieutenant
I've seen
Dan was?
Indiana
I was
Jones.
talking about Travis. Travis didn't know.
Was that Travis that didn't know?
Yeah.
Oh, it was Travis.
Because I was
yeah.
asking him if my Lieutenant Dan figure could stand on a hexastack.
That's right. That's right.
And he's like, I have no idea who that is.
Get it a wheelchair lock
Well,
tag, right?
Travis also thinks Star Wars was ripped off of Spaceballs, so that's where we're at with
But
Travis.
I know, but I do know about Indiana Jones. I've just never watched it.
Is there a reason why you just haven't gotten around to it?
Never interested you?
Oh, for me,
Yeah.
It never interested me, and I don't know why. I mean, you'd think that it would, especially growing up there. It's action and everything. You know, it's Han Solo. I just never watched it. Never sat down and watched it. Oh, look, I bring up not seeing it, and Matthew just happens to fucking show up.
Yeah.
No, and there's no I'm not one of those people like I refuse to see it. I've just never sat down, watched it, and you know, I guess when you get to a certain age, you know, when there's a big series of movies,
It seems like you would have seen it by accident by now. Like
I've seen parts of it.
Yeah.
You know, I say the same thing about people that have never seen Star Wars. Like you didn't just happen to come upon it, or people that have never seen Top Gun. Like what it's Roadhouse. It was on all the
Allison
time.
actively avoided Top Gun.
Actively.
Okay, let's see if someone says that. I don't remember Indiana Jones being on all that often. But
No,
I
it
know
wasn't.
enough. I mean, I know enough about
I
it.
remember catching it on TV here and there. Like
We went
Every time there was a new movie, it'd be out for a long time, but that was about it.
Yeah.
For some reason, Indiana Jones was like really, really safeguarded. Like they didn't even put that shit out on VHS or DVD for a long time.
Well, Lucasfilm didn't put out most of his stuff. Like Star Wars didn't come out on VHS for rental until like Return of the Jedi was out.
Right.
And
Like
then
5
the rest
movies,
of them
man.
came out 2 or 3. I remember like 85, 86 was when Jedi finally came out on VHS, and it was like a big deal.
I remember seeing Star Wars for the first time when my grandparents finally got cable TV, and Star Wars when I was on HBO like nonstop.
Yeah, it was like in 1981-ish.
Yeah.
And it was a big deal when it hit cable. But that was when they stopped sending it back. Because when Star Wars came out, obviously 1977, it was a blockbuster. But then they re-released it in the summer of 78 and the summer of 79. And then it got a limited release in 1980, so that for a while you could go see Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
you guys remember there was a media format that was like big flat 8 tracks basically, and you'd like feed them into the machine.
Yeah,
it was like
it was like almost like a record.
yeah, but it was tape. It was like like really thin plastic. We had Temple of Doom on that.
How old are you?
45.
I remember them selling those at Walmart and being mad at my mom because they had Friday the 13th, and all I wanted to see that year was Friday the 13th.
It wasn't a format that lasted long. I don't even remember what it was.
There's
called.
a lot of
We
formats
had a
that
bunch
didn't
of
last
movies on that.
laser disc that lasted like what 2-3 years maybe.
Yeah, I remember going to my
Oh,
friend's
for
house
a
for a
little
laser
bit
disc.
longer.
I thought he was so rich and the freaking coolest dude in the world. Big ass fucking.
And the people that
Gold
bought
record.
Laserdisc, they had a lot of laser discs. They didn't
Uh-huh.
have
Yeah,
like two
I
or
know he
three.
had a lot.
I mean, they had like
Oh, it's the same thing
rows of them.
with the Betamax tapes, right? The people had a lot of those, and that lasted for a short period of time.
We had a Betamax.
Yeah.
My cousins had a Betamax.
Dude, it was smaller. A matter of fact, my dad still has one or two of his John Wayne movies on beta.
What's terrible though is Betamax had better quality than VHS.
Yep.
That's what they say, but let's be honest. VCRs had shitty quality no matter how you
Well,
look
yeah,
at it.
but no, I mean, we had a Betamax. We had both. We would use them to record from video to video, and
Yep.
and those dubs lasted longer than the VHS to Betamax tapes lasted longer than the beta to VHS did. So
That was the bad thing about like when you got a movie, especially like a Disney movie on VHS. There were so many previews on the beginning of those damn things that you just end up fast forwarding for half an hour before you actually got the movie. I remember my kids were little and I put one on and I'd be like, Jesus, we got to fast forward through all this.
It's awesome to watch.
And if you remember when you rewind and kind of stop it, right? Try and get it.
I tried. Yeah, I always thought about doing that. I never, half the time I forgot.
That never really happened, but think about it.
yeah, it's true.
You go back and watch some of those old DVDs and VHS and see the movies that are coming out soon, and you're like, holy shit. Like, it's like you don't realize like how old the movie is, even though you're putting in to watch an old movie, till you start to see what else came out around the same time. And
Yeah.
Holy crap. Like, really? Like,
well, some of them are really great because they talk about it going to be like the next big blockbuster, and you're like,
yes.
that movie sucked, and it was like gone and forgotten about to the annals of history before it even got to the screen.
And Terminal Velocity with Charlie Sheen.
Oh man, yeah. These are the things kids are never gonna get to experience and remember in their old age.
Nope,
that's true.
I don't even know what kids are gonna be so jaded about when they're our age.
Well, it's like I've talked to my kids, about like
every
Christmas
skin on
specials and
Fortnite.
holiday specials, because like when we were kids, they were on, one night before, the holiday, right? Maybe two if you were lucky.
Yeah.
But most of the time it was one time, and you were like, it was going to be Tuesday night, 8 o'clock. You were going to be at the TV Tuesday night, 8 o'clock. Now it's like, I want to watch Rudolph, so they just pop on, Rudolph somewhere on stream or whatever, right? It's like,
Remember,
it was always like a Tuesday or Thursday before Christmas.
Yep.
Like a week before Christmas, like the Charlie Brown special, Rudolph, Frosty.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that. Yeah. But it was never like Christmas Eve or Christmas.
No.
It was always like a week before that. Usually on a Friday, actually, because
there are a lot of them were on Fridays.
Thursday or Friday.
Yeah.
Remember how every year the Wizard of Oz was the big deal when it would be on TV?
Oh yeah, that was a huge deal. I still remember the rainbow that they would be on, like when it kept saying "We'll be right back." And
Yeah. I
remember
everyone going to my grandma's house to watch that and piling up in the living room.
Or the one Saturday a month or whenever it was that Saturday night's main event was on.
Well, I remember like it was always a big deal to watch the Disney Sunday night special that was on.
Yeah, there
like,
was.
They had
Disney,
the original Parent Trap, and the witches of what the hell is the mountain show?
Escape to Witch Mountain.
Yeah, Escape to Witch Mountain. Yeah.
And then it was like the worst thing because 60 Minutes came on before it, and it felt like it was a lot longer than 60 minutes.
And all the Herbie the Love Bugs and all those great movies.
How much longer is that stupid stopwatch gonna go? It was the fucking worst.
That was the countdown to going back to school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to hate MASH. Somebody said it. I can't remember if it was in one of these chats or somewhere else, but MASH was always the sound of it was bedtime.
Yep. MASH and Dallas, because I remember Dukes of Hazzard was on, and then Dallas came on Friday nights after Dukes of Hazzard, and it was always
Did it?
Duke boys would go off, and then
Yeah, for a long
my dad
time.
would be like, "It's time for bed."
Yeah.
Do you remember the end of the Dukes?
What part of it?
What was at the absolute end of the Dukes of Hazzard?
Oh, I don't remember that.
Was that
Sit-
the
Sit boo boo sit? Good dog.
Yeah.
Oh, Sit Ubu Sit, yeah.
That was a lot
at
of
Atlanta. That was a lot of different shows.
Oh yeah.
I like the Love
I
Boat.
just remember the Dukes. I remember the Dukes of
Yeah.
Hazzard. Like, yeah.
No, the sit boo boo sit. There's on a few things.
Yeah, it was
I
a-
like Fantasy
They meant
Island.
like how the
Love Boat.
final episode ended or something. Was it, I
And
don't
then there was
remember
like
that either.
Charlie's
Did they
Angels
fly off a cliff?
And then
That
that night
Mother
was
Wing
like
style?
Great Company and Laverne and Shirley and Happy Days. Like there
Oh,
was some
yeah.
good TV nights back then.
I remember
Happy
V
Days used
was
to be on during the daytime too. Sometimes, like on certain
I
channels
watched
at like
so much
lunchtime.
Happy Days.
Yeah,
Syndicated.
yeah,
There was another show Ted McGinley killed.
yep.
He killed that. The Love Boat. Like every time he get Married with Children is the only show he came on to that didn't end the next season. He was
He
like
was on
the
longer
President
than Steve.
over. Huh?
He was on longer than Steve.
Suicide.
Yep, I know. And Married with Children is the only time he did not kill his show.
But let's be honest. He's not what killed Happy Days. Jumping the Shark killed Happy Days.
You know, they jumped the shark in like season 2 or 3, and that show went on for like 8-9 seasons.
Yeah,
So
it's
the whole it's when it stopped.
I thought Joni and Chachi killed Happy Days.
Oh, I love Joni and Chachi.
Joni loves Chachi.
Joni loves Chachi.
And there was
No,
that
no.
rumor going around that
I remember
Chachi-
being a kid and watching that and trying to tie that bandana around my leg like Ralph Macchio
Rick?
used to do for Chachi, and it never stayed up.
Oh, here, Brick.
and the fact that Joni always had
That's
like
like
that.
bricks that I want him to see.
Oh wow, that looks really good.
You didn't see it earlier, Allison?
That's
No,
very
wow.
regal.
Just showing for if Brick's here right now, you might want to see. I've been playing around.
Outdoor looks really good.
I know. I like this one. I have to leave them here overnight, take some pics in the morning before I swap them all back. Saturday nights, I get to playing with everything.
I picked up most of the stuff on my desk.
I got a huge mess here. I still have my pictures from drawing without or coloring with Allison right here.
Yeah.
Thanos accomplished something on the stream. He got his desk cleared off
Cleaned up
mostly.
some.
Well, I usually get up and put stuff away like every once in a while throughout the stream. I still got this dude though. I'm really digging these capes. Like,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pick a couple of those up. Do you know what the seller's name is? If you
I
do, send it to
don't.
me.
I don't. I can see if I can find it, but
Yeah, see if you can
I
find it. and
forget
send it
what
to
it
me.
was now. I saw stuff on AliExpress that I was like, "There's no way it could be that cheap." I was like, "Let me see if this site's."
I mean,
even...
some of it's not great quality, but these are pretty nice. I mean,
Well,
they're
no,
not
these
the
were like
best.
figures. I forget what figures it was now. Like figures I was looking at, and I was like, "Damn, they're like good."
Careful with the figures that you think are too good to be true, because I
that's
got
what I
like
was-
a Link one, and like as soon as I tried to move his arm, it fell off. Like, so.
Okay, that's what I was thinking of because I was like, "There's no way some of this is that cheap." Like, I forget exactly what it was I was looking at.
Yeah, it's just
It
like
was a late
Temu,
night.
right? If you see a action figure that's a name brand on Temu, it's probably not.
Yeah.
I mean, they do have figures on there, but if
Yeah.
you look at the price and you think that like, oh, that's an amazing,
Ridiculous
like
figures.
too good
It
to
was
be true,
something-
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was like, I remember somebody talking about AliExpress, and I was telling Carol, I was like, I think it was Thanos. I was like, I'm gonna ask him next time I talk to him. I forgot about it till you brought it up tonight.
Because that's where you got the nude bodies from, right? Thanos was.
I got some of them from there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, those bendable ones.
Yeah.
I seen those on there. Maybe that's what it was. I was looking at with some clothes.
Yeah, they got a lot of different options.
Yeah,
Those
dolls.
capes look really good though, the way they hang and everything.
Yeah, I like them quite a bit.
Yeah,
I got like 3 of them. I got like 2 in this color and a black one.
And it comes it's all shredded like that, so it looks weathered.
Yeah, it's got like the holes and
Yeah,
like,
that
the
was good
frame
on
and
too,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah.
I wish the hood was actually wired, but it's not.
Yeah.
Just the sides. But
The AWOCs look good with cloaks on. I have a couple with the
Yeah.
capes on.
And I got this shield is also from AliExpress, which is super cool.
Yeah, that shield is just awesome. Let me see that shield again. Yeah, that is just so cool.
They have like a bunch of other ones, like the same seller. So I might get some others. They have like axes and.
But they're like perfect size for that orc.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're made to go with them.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's
Brooke
funny-
wants to know the seller's name too, if you can find it.
Okay, I'll see if I can find it.
So you brought up AliExpress, which I know they have a lot of knockoffs. Like they've been selling some of the GI Joe knockoffs. And on one of the GI Joe Facebook pages.
What do you mean
somebody
GI Joe
was-
knockoffs?
What?
What do you mean GI Joe knockoffs?
That they're not actual classified figures.
But they're selling them as classified?
Well, they're almost the exact. They're the exact same. I don't know how they're getting the molds done, but they're not like there are little differences.
I have a Deadpool that's a Marvel Legends, but it's basically just the Marvel Legends, but it is a knockoff.
Yeah, but like the
Oh.
00 Snake Eyes.
Yeah.
Different things like that. Supreme Cobra Commander, right? So there was a guy asking him. He's like, what's that site that has the knockoffs for the 00 Snake Eyes? He's like, and he said something about being a completist or something, and everyone's like, that's AliExpress, whatever, because there've been people that have compared them. And I finally asked the question. I'm like, I don't understand. What is the use of getting a 00 Snake Eyes? There's already a bunch of that same figure, almost the exact same figure, that you can use, right? And if you're a completist, if it's a knockoff, it's not going to complete your collection.
Right. It's not part of the complete collection. Yeah.
And a guy responded underneath me and was like, I was wondering the exact same thing. And then the guy responded, he's like, I just want to see what the difference is. No, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you care what the difference? Like,
Yeah.
go
Well, you
online
wouldn't say
and
that I'm a
find it.
completist anyway, if that was what you were going for.
Yeah, but it was like, why would you want to knock off 00 Snake Eyes? You can buy a regular one for $25 that is almost the same, other than it's this really dark green. It's hard to see. But if you're a completist, that's not completing your collection because you're getting a knockoff, even though it looks almost the exact same. But it just doesn't make any sense considering what number 3
Yeah,
Snake
I mean,
Eyes.
like saying that I want that version for my collection is a lot different than saying I'm a completist and I need this for my collection.
Yeah, but I was wondering, why would you want that? Because there's other
Well,
Snake
like
Eyes
on
that look almost the
5K
exact
Toys,
same.
I bought some of those figures that are like knockoff Mezcos. They're solid. I mean, they're just as good as a Mezco.
But what I was saying is like, why are you looking to buy a knockoff 00 Snake Eyes? 3
Right.
Snake Eyes is the same. The Fortnite Snake Eyes is the exact same.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
There's a bunch of them that are almost the exact same, and you're looking to get a knockoff. It doesn't make any sense. Well, that's what I was asking. He's like, "Oh, I'm not a completist. I just want to compare the two." Like,
yeah,
what? That makes no sense whatsoever.
I linked the cloak in the Clubhouse chat, but when I copied it, I just found this amazing item on AliExpress. Like, fucking, it's in there though.
All right, perfect.
All right, I need to get going. I have a early thing before my stream tomorrow, so I should try
Okay,
to
Allison.
sleep.
What's going on in your stream tomorrow, Allison?
Yeah, what's going on
that's a good
tomorrow?
point. Adam from Radical Toys will be joining me. He did some, and we're not coloring an old coloring book for a change. He actually drew some Voltron stuff, so we're going to color his original art.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, that'll be fun because I haven't done. I mean, we did a Mythic Legions coloring book, but it actually has been turned into a coloring book. This is just Adam's sketches that he sent me, and so yeah, we're gonna do that, and it'll be fun. I haven't got to hang out with Adam before, so it'll be a good time. And then of course the daily shorts, and then on Wednesday, everyone join me at 5:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for the premiere of my Castle Grayskull video part 1. So
awesome.
Throughout this year, I'll be
Looking
doing
forward
the
to that one.
History of Castle Grayskull series, and this is the first one. So. All right, good night, everyone.
All right,
Thank
night,
you for
Allison.
being cool.
And Allison.
And if there are any Carls in the audience, eat shit. You and your mother. Everyone else, you're great. Good night.
Carl and Carl's Jr.
No Carls. No Carls allowed. Oh shit. That's funny.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't realize that AliExpress makes an ad when you copy the link. That's interesting.
Yeah, a lot of those places do now when you copy links. I posted a link to somebody the other day and it was like from Amazon. It fucking created an ad for it. I was like, Jesus Christ. I just want the link.
Yeah. Sunday's a busy day, buddy.
Yeah. He's steaming tomorrow anyway, so he's not streaming. So I'm not sure what that means. Like peeing outside in the cold or what?
Just pissed off, steaming.
Yeah. Yeah, Sunday's a fucking busy ass day nowadays. Jesus.
Yeah.
Got Allison. Then I watched the 118th with Wilhelm and Largo, and then Brick, and then Hella Dope, and there's 17 other ones on the same day.
And Sunday's my day to run around. I have stuff to do every Sunday.
I know.
I'm really all over the place. I can't catch up with everybody.
So I'm going to ask you guys. Ed, you can be excluded because I know you don't really watch this channel. What are your thoughts on God, what the fuck's his name? The guy from Geek Dead Life leaving.
Oh, John?
Oh, John. That's a bummer. But I haven't watched Geek Dad Life much lately because Sundays are so busy. Like by the time it gets to that time, like after Brick's stream, I'm off YouTube for a while. Usually, every once in a while, I'll pop over to Hella Dope. But
yeah, I've been over on Hella Dope kind of more lately too, supporting them.
I mean, I like Jay, and a lot of times I like a lot of the guests that he has on. There's just no chemistry anymore. I think if Ryan Dole jumped on and he was the permanent replacement, I think they would have really good chemistry. But without John on there, I've just
I really like John a lot too. John was just real quiet but knowledgeable and like stump John and all that. Yeah.
Yeah. But they had such good chemistry because you could tell they're like real friends. They hang out in real life. And I'm glad that he's like, hey, there's no hard feelings. He's open to come back, but this toy store that he opened up is taking up a lot of his time, and Sunday's his only day off.
He's been working on that for a long time, getting a toy store going.
Yeah, and it sucks because I'm just like, I watch it less and less. And there's guys that have co-hosted. There's other guys that have co-hosted before that I like, but I'm just like,
I'm still a Patreon over there and member channel. I don't know. I probably should maybe cancel because I'm not there. Sundays are just so busy. Like Dano said, if I catch something, I'll catch like Hella Dope kind of now here and there.
But yeah, I'm just like,
when you have a live stream though, if you don't have chemistry when you got other people work with you, it just doesn't work, right?
100%.
I mean, it's like trying to watch some of the sportscasters that don't get along. It's horrible.
Yeah, it has a completely different dynamic now, since he left. But like I said, I haven't been catching it as much either. So,
and I don't, and sometimes I don't think the guys that are co-hosting, they don't even realize they don't have chemistry like they may think they do. When you watch, I haven't watched it lately. Like when I was watching Toy Anxiety, they all had really good chemistry. You have two of them that are in the same room together that are married, so they're never really going to be talking over each other because they're looking at each other. I think Ryan Dole is really good with almost anyone. And then the other guy, just they're good friends with them, so they all seem to have a really good chemistry. They're not over talking, and you get that a lot when there's four people. There's four people. They don't have a problem telling Craig to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, but they've been doing that for a long time too. And it shows they've got it down.
But yeah, I'm just like, I like Geek Dead Life and I like Jay, and I mean, I've asked him a few questions, and he's always been very polite to me and answered and gotten back with me, email. But I'm just like, I don't know. Like I said, unless it's like Ryan Dole, I think it's going to be that Jonathan from
Nostalgia Unboxed.
and I don't like him. He bugs me. I
think he's entertaining.
I like Jonathan.
A lot of people do. I mean, his channel's blowing
I've
up.
never watched him with other people though. I like him solo, so I've never seen him like in a group of people. So
he doesn't have thumbs. He would not be good. I can't even get him to take clothes up and down the
he
stairs.
can chat with the best of them though.
Yeah, if he
without having
if he can
thumbs.
Chat, you can open a toy store. He's probably
but
doing
yeah,
it right now. You never know.
Oh, he just barks at you
Yeah.
to you start petting him.
Someday
he'll
Lawrence will get like some paper in the mail that's addressed to Rome, and it'll be like a lease agreement or something for a storefront. And Lawrence could be like, "What the fuck is this?"
I'll be honest. I'm surprised I haven't had anyone hit me up and say, "Hey, can I? I'd like to send Roman something." I mean,
Yeah.
it's not, it wouldn't be overly shocking. I mean, if
Well, everybody watches your show for him, so
no, I know that he hasn't even come in once.
They could send you pet toys to have them review and stuff.
Yeah, I
that'd
think
be awesome.
He's upset because their mom, her and Olivia and her mom went to visit our oldest, and she got a new dog. So the dog was on, they were playing with the dog.
Oh, you can smell them.
Oh yeah, she said because I was downstairs working out. Because I got home and Roman was like sniffing me for 5 minutes, and then he was just laying on her while we were watching.
Get this stink off, you woman.
Man. Yeah. But he does the same thing to me sometimes when I come home when I come back from their mom's house. I'm like, that's Sheldon. Sheldon, all right? Like, you spent time with them. Remember right before we went to Florida and you tried to eat them?
Yeah.
You should. My dog yesterday when I got home from work, she would not stop whining at me unless I paid attention to her. And anytime I tried to do anything, she just like right there. Like she's like, nope, you're paying attention to me.
Yeah, Roman is like he's up on the couch, no matter. And I'm coming in with everything. A lot of times I'll be on the phone with Tony because Tony, and I talk so much, and I'll come walking in.
Speak of the devil, look at that.
Well, he's not in here, so like, pull that up again. I really, I really need to get. I mean, that picture looks. I mean, that looks like him.
That's pretty good.
You see it?
Have you saved that picture yet?
No, I don't like. No, I don't.
Take a
even
screenshot.
Yeah, I guess I could.
I'll have him on the show sometime.
Maybe you could do like for a part of your reviews, you could just like put the classified figure in Roman's mouth and figure out which one tastes the best.
He doesn't choose. Someone just asked me on YouTube, like, has he ever eaten any of your toys? I was like, no. The only thing he's ever eaten is a Spock ornament. So I came home from skating and Spock was on the floor completely chewed up. So now the ornament that we got him a few years ago gets stuffed in that Spock Hallmark box. I have no idea who the Roman is. People have asked me before. I'm like, he just popped up one day and he shows up on other streams and he'll see me. And we were on, might have been on the Hella Dope Toy one. But there was a stream that I was on and I could tell. What?
Oh, Hella Dope. I was saying, seen him there, yeah. Because what's his name? Seemed like Black Knight's.
Yeah, I think it was actually Hella Dope. I could tell. I could tell that the person, at least I felt like the person didn't like me, but they're like, "Oh, I love Roman the dog," like, and he wasn't getting the joke when I was like making comments about him. Like, oh, I can't really see him texting right now. I don't think the guy was realizing that it's supposed to be a parody of my dog. But I could tell this guy, like he's never been in my chat. I could tell he didn't really seem to care for me. So I found it kind of funny because I'm like, this guy doesn't even get that the joke is about my dog. And I can tell he doesn't like me.
What was that on?
It was that wasn't the Holodope stream.
No, because they know I'm there.
Yeah.
No. It was someone in the chat.
Oh.
It was just someone in the chat, and I could tell like they weren't real responsive to me. I didn't think they really cared for me too much, but they didn't realize. And I'm trying to think if it was hella dope or not. But he shows up on my chats, he shows up when I'm in a chat or on the stream that I'm on. So if I'm on Ken's show, he'll find a way to show up on Ken's show. So whoever it is, I mean, good for them. They haven't done anything, I just know, Matthew was like, just watch it because there's someone that is Feige's dog or something. Not Feige. Kevin, is it Kevin Feige or what?
Is it Walt Flanagan?
It's what?
No, it's Walt Flanagan's dog. It's Jay and Silent Bob thing.
Yeah, Matthew would know, but it's the Star Wars guy, not Favreau.
Dave Filoni.
Filoni? Like Dave Filoni's dog or something. He gets very, very inappropriate, and he's like, you need to just watch and make sure he doesn't start saying inappropriate things. So,
well, the problem is you have no idea who Roman the dog is, right?
Well, so he's just saying like on my chat, like.
Oh yeah,
but he's never been like that. Whoever it is, it's pretty funny.
Whoever it is somebody you know. I mean, it's one of your friends. I mean, one of the people in our community for sure.
Yeah. He pops in and he doesn't go overboard.
Yeah,
which makes it fun and relevant. If he was in it all the time and constantly saying stuff, I think people would start to get annoyed by it. I think people just love seeing that he just pops up, and it is funny because every time he does pop up. If Roman is in the room, I can't see where his paws are. Every time, like
Larry's really starting to question whether his dog has a tablet.
Like right now, he's not in the room.
I swear to God, that dog's typing.
Yeah, but I'll look over and I'm like, I can't
he's not in the room right now either.
In theory, he could be.
Lawrence doesn't know, but that's really what happened to his car. Is Roman had taken it out for a fun drive before he took it on his trip, and then.
Have you seen the is it a me? I think it's a video and it's in a police car. It says to serve and protect, and the dog is sitting there and it looks like it's at like a light, and the guy's like, I don't know what the fuck they did with this thing, like how they taught this thing to drive or something like that.
I can show it. So there's just like a little button, and it's like right there. I can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, just like a little button.
Oh, so it's just a little snap. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a little Barbie, like a Barbie snap.
Oh, he says I'm a good boy.
Yeah, it's just like a little. Just like a regular little button. Like
it looks like a Barbie type of snap.
They're cool though.
That's nice though that they actually fasten like that, because like a lot of them that I get, like I said, I get the ones from GPS Lot, and they're only like $4 or $5, but you got to take the head off in order to get them on, or else if you have a small head, you can get them over top of it. But like,
I mean, I popped his head off when I pulled the.
Yeah, well, you have to for him though, because kind of with those front ponytails or whatever, the long sideburns or whatever the hell those are called.
But they're fun. I like them, and they look really good with the AWOCs. So.
They do look really good with the AWOCs.
That splinter for the Turtles of Grayskull being like King Grayskull with this big long braids on the side. I had to tell that Black Phoenix that day. He's like, who's he supposed to be? I was like, this is a King Grayskull. You can't tell by his freaking braids.
I haven't really looked at it that closely.
Yeah, he's got
like I know like they got it revealed, but
the whiskers are like King Grayskull's braids. It's freaking funny.
That's cool.
But yeah, I like the AWOCs with the cloaks. They look really good with them.
Yeah. I put Blight with a black cloak, which might be a little bit too much. But
Are you getting those turtles of Grayskull too, Thanos?
yeah, I've been. I got the first wave is in my pile of loot, and I got the.
How much are they on BBTS?
I don't know, the regular Origin price. I want to say.
Oh, that new wave's on BBTS, and it's ready to ship. It's in your pile of loot. You said.
Wave 1 is. Wave 2 is pre-order.
What's Wave 2?
Wave 2 has Ram Man. That's really the one that I care the most about.
My local shop just got them.
I got Wave 2 coming right now. It's already shipping, and they're $20.99 each. So
who has them?
Nerd Out.
Latuni. Look at my email. I cannot pronounce.
Yeah.
I remember what it's exactly.
So one of my logos.
Somebody found it. I was like $20.99.
Yeah, they're $20.99 on BBTS too.
Okay. Well, they're shipping already too, though, from here. So I was like, cool.
I'll just wait.
Yeah.
BBTS.
No, I wasn't sure if it was cheaper or not. Just because I ordered them a while ago from there.
I'm hoping that Poxus comes in
whatever
before
this
it
place
ships,
is.
so I can just ship it all together.
Latuni?
I've never ordered from them.
Well, that's where I got Wave 1 from, and I actually got them kind of early.
So Brick said he's going to make us some soft goods, Thanos.
Oh, cool.
See, so he says we can expect some soft goodness. So I guess that's you and I are getting some good soft goodness from Brick. Thanks, Brick.
And I was thinking about getting my niece into trying to do that because she makes all kinds of stuff. She has everything in her house: 3D printers, wood burners, those sticker machines, all that.
I have resewing machines. I don't sew anymore,
She
but I
sews
use
a lot of stuff. I'm like,
I'm still tempted to buy that royal bed set from C. Jessam. Man, that thing looks nice.
So,
Now I can use a bed.
Are you moving?
right now it's on hold.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'd have been gone a week and a half ago.
You know, there are 49 other states that you can move to. Technically 48 because you're already in one state.
Yeah.
So-
Well, Columbus, there was reasons for Columbus.
There's
There's
never
a job opportunity, but my best friend lives in Columbus. He used to live up here, and then he moved to Columbus for his job. And then my other good friend lives in Cleveland. So,
Well, Cleveland is better than Columbus just because, well, Columbus, but it's still Ohio. Just saying, there are other states that you could move to. So, what's your plan for Joe Fest? Do you have plans yet?
well, I have I have tickets and I have a hotel room reserved, but I haven't. It's not paid for, right? I can cancel it up to a thing. But I was talking to Aaron about the Airbnb because I'd rather stay in an Airbnb 3 minutes from the damn place than in a hotel room. But
that's I think that's like a better option.
Yeah.
But Travis already got that hotel.
Yeah.
And when he told me how much it was for the 3 days, I was like, sure. If they threw out the Airbnb and people have seen,
How much was your hotel room? You remember?
I think I'm paying like $279. I'm sorry, $179 for 3 days.
Yeah, that's about what mine is. It's like 174 or something like
Yeah.
that.
So he got like the suite. It housed so there's like 2 beds and a pull-out bed or whatever. It's a big ass room. I think it's like 5. It was 5 something for all 3 days, which I thought is really good.
That's good considering we checked the actual hotel that the convention's at, and it was like $500, or no, it was $500 a night or some shit like that. It was crazy.
Yeah, I was really surprised, and that's why I'm like, I had to ask him because when he brought it up, I was like, I talked to Tony about it, and I'm like, Tony, find out. And Tony was kind of slow about it, so I'm like, all right, Travis, like, how much are you looking at? I'm like, are you sure that's all it is? He's like, yeah. He sent it over like the screenshot of how much it is for the.
How far away is the hotel?
It's connected to it.
Oh, you got the one that's
Yeah,
connected.
it's at the Marriott. That's why I was like, that's why I was shocked.
Yeah, I just tried. I just got my room recently, and I think they were sold out of the ones that were set aside for the show. So
Okay. And then Travis,
but I got one that's like 10 minutes away walking, and that's nothing for me.
no, I mean, again, like if it was again, to me the Airbnb, for me, that's what I would want to do if that's what I would want to do if it was planned ahead of time. Like,
Yeah.
I like the idea that in case if I do buy something, we can just walk.
Well, you know, that was my concern, right? But I figured the show's going on all day, so if I do buy something that needs to be taken to the room, I'll have my backpack on. So if it's just a figure or something like that, I'll throw it in my backpack. You know, that's not a problem.
But there's going to be, I mean, Ken's going to be there. So, I mean, there's going to be other people that, that you'll know that you can probably.
There's going to be plenty of people that I know there.
Yeah. Who are you going with?
Well, I'm going down there. I'm meeting the Teflon, the guy that I do collabs on Instagram with. Him and I are going down together basically because he lives in New York City.
Okay.
So we're meeting basically halfway between New York City and here, which is like 3 hours, and then driving down together.
How long of a drive is it for you?
From here to Atlanta is like 14 hours.
Okay.
So it'll be just a little under that because Augusta's a little north of Atlanta.
Yeah. Because it's 13, I think it's 13 hours for me.
Yeah.
I wanted to go in on Thursday.
Yeah, we're driving down Friday. We're going to get there just before the show starts on Friday.
Okay. So like my idea was going on Thursday, but I hadn't heard anything. And then when I heard Travis had gotten the hotel for Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, but Aaron, the toy enhancer, was like, you can stay at my place if you want to drive in on Thursday, stay here. It's only like 3 hours. And I'm like, okay, well, I'll talk to you, more about it. That would actually be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I don't want to drive in that day because it's going to be off. I mean,
oh yeah, that's the bad part about it, right?
And to me, like I'm not working Tuesday, so I'm like, I don't care. I can get home at. I'm not planning on doing a show Monday. I'll just say that.
Yeah.
You do a pre-record or just nothing?
I'm not going to do anything. I mean, if I get home in time, but I just don't see it happening.
That was like when I went to PowerCon. That was nice because I went down to Cleveland and stayed with my buddy in Cleveland for the week before, and then I left Cleveland Friday morning and drove just it's like 2 hours from Cleveland to Columbus, so it wasn't that bad of a drive. And then I went to my buddy's house that lives in Columbus, had a cup of coffee and some lunch, and then I shot over to PowerCon. So it worked out perfect, because you don't want to be in a car for 13, 14 hours and go try hanging out at a con. That's going to suck.
And, that was my thing. Like, that's why I wanted to go with Thursday. Cause I'm like, I mean, I don't care. I'll find someone. I mean, like if Aaron hadn't said that, and I still got to obviously work things out with him. I'm sure I would have found someone that would say, hey, you know what? Crash in our hotel.
Or whatever. Yeah.
But I was like, listen, I drove back from Florida. We got in Sunday morning. I went back to work Monday.
Yeah.
And then the next week, I'm like, fuck it. It's only 4-hour drive. Well, that 4-hour drive, it added up. And I honestly, I should have just crashed. Yeah,
stayed the
Saturday
night
at, with in Oz's hotel and then left because I didn't get home till like 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Because I stopped and I fell asleep for like 3 hours in my car after falling asleep, the week before driving back from Florida. And then I'm going back to work the next day. So I was like, I'm not going to work the next day. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
It was a lot easier to do shit like that when you're in your 20s.
I know.
When I was vacation you take, it's worth taking an extra day just to rest before going back to work.
When I was in the service, I used to get in the car at 7 o'clock at night in Fort Hood, Texas, and I drive straight through to New York the entire way. I'd stop for pee breaks,
Yeah.
coffee breaks, whatever. But I mean, I never stopped. I was just in the car, 7 o'clock at night, drove all night long. I get home, my buddies would be like, "Dude, let's go out," and I go out to the bar till the next morning. And I mean, I wouldn't sleep for like 72 hours, right? It was like no big deal. Now it's like, oh fuck.
And the thing for me, because I drive. I've been driving every job that I've had. I drive, but fixing copy machines, I don't drive 4, 5, 6 hour drives anymore. I used to for a previous job, and so I mean, I'm in and out of my car, so it's not that big of a deal. But for me, driving home long drives, it's once you hit a point that like you hit a marker that you know exactly how long it takes to get home. Usually around 2 hours to an hour and a half. That's when I don't want to say it's not panic. That's when you just start like, I just want to get home. I just don't want to be in the fucking car anymore. I just want to be. So like driving there is not a big deal because you don't know how long it's going to take to get there. But driving home, you hit that 2 hour mark, and then it's like, an hour and 45 minutes, and you're just like, I just want to fucking be home.
We took
I
the
don't want to be
kids
in the fucking car anymore.
Yeah. We take the kids down to Myrtle Beach for a vacation, and like driving down there, we were always going to different places down there. So it was like always an adventure getting down there.
Yeah.
Then getting back home, we get to like Erie, Pennsylvania, which is like an hour and a half away, and it's just like, holy fuck, this is the longest hour and a half ever.
It's just once you know the markers and you know exactly how long it takes to get home, you're like, this sucks.
Yeah.
And I know exactly once I get out of Ohio into Michigan, I know exactly where I start to get the panic that sets in that you're like, I don't want to be on the road anymore.
Yeah.
I just want to fucking close my eyes and go to sleep. That's all I want to do.
I just want to be in my own bed. I want to get something out of my fridge.
Yeah. And you know what? It's weird because I'm already dreading that.
Like down south saying, like, I've been arrested for driving too fast and spent the night in jail, like, and did not make it home that night. So yeah, maced in the face, kicked in the back, spent a night in jail just for driving fast. It's like, no, it ain't worth it.
So the first time that not this time, myself and my ex and the kids, we went down to Florida 3 times. The first time we went, Olivia wasn't born. Andrew was only like a year and a half, but we were supposed to go the year she got pregnant for her daughter because her daughter was 9 at the time. And I'm like, we need to go now when it's still magical, right?
Yep.
Because if you wait too long, it's good for him.
Yeah.
And my dad had a timeshare, so it cost less, but we drove down every time. But the second time that we drove back, I drove straight through. And we already had a hotel. We had a hotel booked, but I'm like, if we can just make it, if we make good time, let's just keep going. And every time that I thought I'd get tired, we stop. I'm like, I'll let you drive, but we get out, I'd be rested. I'm like, nope, I feel good. And the scariest thing was we had gotten back into Michigan. And it's right about the point that I tell you, like, the panic starts to sit in. I just remember looking up and like seeing a car, right? We're on the highway, so we're driving. And I just remember I saw a car. And then the next thing I know, I'm almost up on this car's ass. I don't remember falling asleep, but clearly at some point my mind just shut down.
Drifted
and
off,
turned back on. I was barreling on this fucking car. Again, on the expressway, so that car is still doing at least 70 miles an hour. And I'm like, fuck. Like, all right, I fucking pulled over at a restaurant. I'm like, I need to get something to drink.
That's what I used to do. Like when I drove straight back from Texas, though, like, you get to that point where you just can't keep your eyes open, but you get out, walk around, get a drink, splash some water on your face, crank down the window and just go.
Yeah.
Put on some music loud and sing loudly.
Yep.
So we driving back from Florida, we just slept in the car for a couple hours.
Yeah.
And we keep going back on, right? Well, when we were driving back, I want to say we were in Ohio, and I pulled over. It was warm and muggy because we went in July, so it didn't matter what state you're in. It's warm, and we went to sleep, and I just remember Olivia going, "Dad, wake up!" And I went, and I'm like, why'd you wake me up? She goes, you told me to. I'm like, I didn't tell you to. She's like, yeah, you did. I'm like, fuck, now I'm awake, right? I go take it because you're in the you're in the rest area. So I go take a piss. I come back out. I start driving. They're asleep. They wake up. I'm talking to her, and I go, why'd you wake me up? I didn't wake you up. I'm like, yes, you did. She's like, no, I didn't. I go, you woke me up and said I told you to wake you up. I didn't do that. I'm like, so you don't even remember fucking waking up? Wake me up. Because we'd still be sleeping, all right? Like, we'd still be sleeping right now.
But that's shit stopping. Like the first time we went down to Myrtle Beach with the kids were all little, and we'd stop. The ex-wife, she planned like a stop halfway down or whatever, right? And we did that, carried all the fucking luggage up to the damn room, all the luggage back out to the fucking car at the next morning. That was it. I was like, fuck that. You motherfuckers all walked up there, rode the elevator, no fucking baggage. Here I am carrying 7 duffel bags and 8 suitcases for one fucking night. Ain't no fucking way we're stopping.
And a waste of money.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like you're stopping there. You're stopping there to rest. You're not swimming. Like,
no,
you're stopping there. You're spending $100 and some to fucking crash.
Well, that's what I told my ex-wife. I'm like, why do we got to bring up all the shit? We're gonna go up there, crash on our beds, and then fucking go get up in the morning and get back in the car. Sleep in your clothes. It doesn't mean shit. We're not gonna get there till 9 o'clock at night. What the fuck are we gonna do?
When we did that, because we just stayed in a hotel, I want to say at least the first 2 times we stayed in a hotel going down. My ex was like very meticulous, so she had one bag for that one night. So it was just like, this is the only bag. Obviously a couple other things possibly, but yeah, didn't drag everything up. But then you sit there and you're like, you're in a fucking hotel. There's fucking people that come around looking to to rob you or break into the car. So luckily didn't have that issue. But I'll tell you this, like crashing at the rest stops, there's so many people that crash at the rest stops.
Oh yeah.
And you're like, all right, well.
I've crashed at a couple of rest stops in my time. Just roll out the window, sleep for an hour, 2 hours, and good to go.
Yep. But it's fun. Like I do think that it's like those things that like your kids will remember.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember when we crashed at the rest stop? Yep.
Now that I'm an old guy though, I fucking hate road trips. I do not like being in a fucking car.
Yeah. Since I drive for work like all the time for like the last decade, like if I go on a road trip, I'm like, somebody else drive. Like I do not want to be.
I'm the exact opposite. I don't want someone driving.
My dad drove for a living. The only other person would be my mom, and he did not want her driving. My mom was horrible driving. So my dad,
I let my 20-year-old daughter drive me around all the time. She's a great driver. So I just let her drive.
When we came back, the last one, right before my ex and I split up, I said, hey, I'm going to let you drive so I can crash a little bit. And it was in Tennessee, I think, all the mountains. I had to put a fucking coat or a blanket, I forget what I had, over my head because she scares the shit out of me driving. But I'm like, I need to get sleep or else I'm not going to make it.
There are definitely some people.
My sister's like that.
And I'm like, if I'm sleeping and we die, then I don't even know, right?
Yeah.
I never.
If I can't see it coming, I'm good.
But it scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, there's some people that it's like, no, I'll drive. But
yeah,
if I trust the driver, it's like, yeah, you drive. I drive all the damn time. I don't want to be doing this.
Yeah, like
my dad was that way. Nobody was going to drive. He got behind the wheel and he was driving. It didn't fucking matter. He's not going to ride fucking shotgun. He's not going to ride bitch in the back seat. He's driving that motherfucker. It didn't even matter if it was his car. If it was your own car, he's still driving.
And my dad, he drove for a living and he drove everywhere across country, took us on trips stuff. Always had his drink too, drinking alcohol.
I bought a car one time when I was a
drunk
kid
or anything, but always has beer or his little vodka and grapefruit or whatever he'd be drinking. Just always.
I was like 18 years old. I bought a car down in between Erie, Pennsylvania, and Pittsburgh somewhere, and we drove down there. And it was me and my dad and my mom. And my mom drove our car back, and my dad's like, okay, let's go. And he fucking got in my new car and fucking drove it back because he wouldn't let me drive, because he wouldn't ride in the fucking car with me driving. He had to drive that fucking thing everywhere.
That's awesome.
He's still that way. I'm like, Dad, I'll pick you up. He's like, no, I'm driving. I'm like, yeah, but you're 95 fucking years old now. You're not driving.
He's not really 95, is he?
No.
Okay.
He's like 78, 79.
Well, you know, some people have. Well, I know he's your stepdad. Well, he's your stepdad too, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
You know, there's people that had kids super late in their life.
Yeah. Like Kayla's parents.
Yeah. 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 Well, I'm trying to think if when Kayla was telling us. So I was
Her
hanging out.
parents are the same age as my parents, and she's 20 years younger than I am.
Yeah,
Okay.
my parents,
So-
she saw my parents' tombstone. I think our dad was like a year and a day apart or something like that.
Yeah.
And both named same name and stuff. It's kind of weird.
So, yeah, my buddy that I skate with, he's like 27 or 28 now. This was a couple years ago. So I'm over his house with his girlfriend who's like a year younger than him. So she's like 24, I think, at the time. And I'm making jokes, and I'm like, her parents came up, and I'm like, I'm probably old. I'm like, I'm probably older than your parents. And she goes, and Shane, I'm looking at Shane, and he's like, how old's your dad? She's like, 76. And I went, what? And she's like, yeah. She goes, you see all that stuff downstairs? We had to bring it in here because we just moved him into a nursing home. I'm like, how old's your mom? And she was like 56. I'm like, oh, it gets better because he's still paying child support on my brother who's 17.
Oh,
and I'm like,
Jesus.
Fuck that. Like,
yeah.
At what point?
You know, I like in the back in the day, right? Like you see a lot of like older parents for young kids, right? But they had like 18 kids that were so far spread apart in age that it was like, you know, it was just another kid in the litter, right? But like people that have like one kid, like I have an aunt and uncle that were 43 when they had their first kid.
We have a buddy
from me. I've been here like 3 years. I swear to God, she's been pregnant the whole time I've lived here. They're all 9 months apart.
She's like the stray cat out there, right?
I mean,
we have a buddy.
She's pregnant for like the first 2 years we've been here. I was like, what the hell?
So we have a buddy we skated with. He's much older than us. Didn't graduate high school, and I think he just left high school shortly before I got in. But he never graduated. And I'm on Facebook, and one of the guys I skate with, he's a couple years older than me. We went to school together, and I'm like, "Hey, you see Hanlon had a kid, had his first kid." Yeah. You know, he's like 52, right? Mm-hmm. And Eric goes, he seems really happy. I'm like, yeah, we're all real happy at the beginning. He's like 52 and just had his first fucking kid.
I could not imagine that. Like, I'm only
yeah, but can you
41 now,
imagine
and I'm
like you're saying, right? Paying child support when you're in your fucking 70s on
70s, that's freaking insane.
Oh my
Jesus.
And I tell everyone, I'm like, listen, kids are for young people. Like they don't care that your knees hurt when you come home from work. They want to jump on you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're in even half a decent parent, you're gonna let them.
Yep.
They want to run around. They don't give a shit. So if you're 40, if you're in your 40s, you're 45 having kids, by the time the kid can run around, well, you're going to be 46, 47. Now, I can go out and skateboard, but believe me, it's in short bursts. It's not nearly as hard as it used to be, and I can't do it every day.
Yeah.
Well,
I was
people ask
40
me,
when
like,
Luke
you
was-
ever going to have a kid? I'm 45. It's like, no, my time passed. Like,
Yeah.
that's not going to happen.
I was 40 when Luke was 8, and that was still hard to keep up with him at 8 years old.
Yeah.
Being 40. And I was, you know.
Yeah.
And so I
I'm lucky I got mine out of the way early.
I had started talking to this girl when I was, I want to say about 43, 44. I think 43. And she was like 38. And she just She's like, I told you I want kids. I'm like, yeah, well, I'm not. And she's like, oh, well, I think this is a deal breaker. I'm like, okay, well, I can't. There's nothing else I can tell you. Like, I'm not having kids. I have no intention of having kids. And then it's like George Clooney happened to have a kid, and she sends it over, and he's like, look how old he is. I'm like, yeah, he's a rich motherfucker.
Yeah.
He has people that can help take care of that kid.
Yeah, he's gonna have a nanny.
Yeah. I'm like,
well, it's like I don't know if you've ever looked at like some of the fucking dating apps and shit, right? And I like, you get the age spread, right? And it's like I'm looking at these women. First of all, they're like 42 years old and they're falling the fuck apart. I'm like, well, you look 90. And then you look at their profiles and it says, looking for a serious relationship, doesn't want kids, but want kids. I'm like, bitch, you ain't having motherfucking kids at fucking 42.
I mean, of course I tried using them and, had some success. Not a lot. But when you're in that 40, because Susan and I split up when I was 40. She didn't move out until I was like 41. So 42, 43, you're in that age gap that it's like you could date a girl that's 35, 36. I mean, you can date younger if you really want to.
Wait, what is it?
You got like a 10-year. I figure you got a 10-year window, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
35 to 45 when you're 40, basically.
Yeah. But when you get under 40, a lot of those girls are still looking to have kids.
Yeah.
So not only that, you're also looking, it's like, all right, well, I'm not going to have a kid right away. Right? So you're talking
you're not going to step into the relationship and bam, you're pregnant. At least you hope not.
Yeah. You're looking at like a year of dating before you say, you know what, I'm ready to have a kid with this. So let's say you have a kid right away. You still got another 9 to 10 months before that kid comes out. And like, nope, that ain't. But then when you start looking at some of these older girls, now here I'm 48, and I see like, oh, she's like 50. She's like 51. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm approaching that. But you start looking at some of these people, and again, I know guys also look bad, but I'm also not looking to date guys. So I'm just looking at these apps, and you're like, holy shit. So on Facebook dating, that's the one because I'm on Facebook, like it just pops up and I'll scroll and hit it.
I've been through there. It's
so this girl,
it's pretty crazy. I don't know.
So this a girl that I work with popped up, and I always thought she looked pretty good for someone my age. She's 10 years younger than me. I'm like, holy fuck.
That's what I'm saying, right? I look at some of these girls on some of these sites, right? Now I don't go there I just kind of shop, right? I'm not really looking for a relationship, right? But it's like I look at some of these women, like there's girls on there that I've seen that are like 45. I'm like, damn, you look 25. But then the majority, 95%, they're like 10 years younger than me and they look like they're 60. I mean, I'm like, you look like you're my mother.
Yeah, you have a lot of bad road on you.
Yeah.
Some people have rough lives though. Like,
for sure, right?
They always be lying about their ages too, though. You never know.
Well, I met a girl recently. She was 5 years younger than me, but she's like looks way older than me. Like,
The other problem I have is like my ex-wife, and not to brag, is still smoking hot, right? She's a personal trainer and like long blonde hair and like beautiful, right? So it's like it's hard to compare. It's like shopping for like a Gucci and expecting to land, having a Gucci, then going out and getting a Timex, right? It's just not going to work.
And
I got a friend in the family. She's only a couple of years younger than me, and she's like 21 her whole life. Like she's got, I think, on her fourth kid.
Yeah,
now.
if you saw my ex-wife, you'd think that she was like 25 still.
And so here's the other thing, and anyone that's listening, you can call me shallow if you really want. That's fine. I don't give a shit. When you're looking at girls in their 50s and they look really good, Ed, you'll probably know exactly what I'm saying. Let's say they're 52 and they look good. I'm going, when do they start falling apart?
Yeah.
Like, because you don't know them. So you don't know, like, oh, they take care of themselves. You're just looking at it going, so what?
Well, the other problem is in today's world, how much doctoring of those photographs have they done, right? So
there's that too.
I saw a girl just the other day on something, and it was like the first picture she had, like her main picture. I was like, damn, she's 49. She looks good, right, for 49. And then I scrolled down to like the next picture. I was like, oh shit, that was definitely a doctored photo.
Listen, when we watch older TV shows, like we started watching Married with Children, I asked Olivia, I go, do I look as old as him? No. I look it up. I'm like, he was 38 when they filmed this. Willie, like Willie from Elf, guy was like 38 or 39 when he filmed it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I thought he was 70.
But they say like now 50 is the new 30, right? I mean, like when my mom was 40, she looked like, my grandma was the same age I am when I remember her looking like a grandma when she was 50,
Yeah. Oh yeah. To think like, I mean, I'm 48. To think of like what a 48, someone that's 50, like, oh my God, that is so old. And I was like, 50, that's 2 years away. I'll still be skateboarding unless if something takes it away from me. There's no reason why I won't be. What?
Till one bad fall.
Hey, we don't talk like that.
I work in
I
nursing.
look
Most
way
people
younger
get
than
there from one bad fall.
I go hiking all the
I'm
time,
way
and we
younger.
went hiking when I was in Pennsylvania, and there was one area we hiked. It was really, really rocky. And the one guy, he's like 10 years younger than me, he rolled his ankle, and I had to basically help him down the fucking hill. But I was like, damn, if that was me, I'd be fucked.
I will be 100. So at the skate park, they have a bowl. There's no way to get out of the bowl without running up it. And it's very slippery. 2 guys have snapped their legs, compound fractures inside of it. Now, Zach, one of my friends, he's a bigger guy. He was the one that happened to be there both times that helped them get out. And I'm like, how the fuck did you get them? Because both these guys are big. I mean, how the fuck you get them out? And he's like, well, they had a rope to where the coping isn't, so there's a roll in. And he's like, I kind of put him on there and ran as fast as I could and pulled up the rope. But the ramp is slippery and it's about 5 feet high. So as you might imagine, it's difficult. But like the mini ramp that I skate, it's like 38 feet long. There's a wall on one side and a fence on the other. So if I fall and get hurt, it's only 3.5 feet high. So it's not that, it wouldn't be that hard. But again, if you do something bad, it's going to be hard to get out of there.
Yeah.
And you're right. Like, there's always that risk, but
There's no joke it doesn't matter how good you take care of yourself. I work out, you work out. I go hiking constantly, right? Your bones are just not the same bones no matter what, right? It doesn't matter. You can drink all the fucking calcium and shit vitamins you want. It's still not going to matter.
You are absolutely correct. Like, it doesn't. But you know what? Are you going to sit there and live your life?
Oh, exactly, right?
I always.
I'd rather go out dying in the woods because I broke a leg in the woods than the coyotes eat me at night than fucking, sitting in my house all day trying to be safe.
I have all these people that go like, you realize you get hurt skateboarding like at your age, and it's like, listen, I don't want to be that person that's 70 years old that says, well, you know what? I didn't do anything when I was younger. And now look at me. I'm 70, 75, and I can walk around. No, I would rather be in a wheelchair at 65 and go, yes, I'm in a wheelchair because I busted my ass skateboarding, doing something I absolutely loved. And I gave it everything when I was young and had the ability to do it.
Well, that's my mother, right? My mom never did anything.
In the shower or like just walking or like just random. Like, it's not like you're doing something dangerous. It's just normal activities.
Yeah. My mom was, never did anything with her life. Always talked about how she was going to do all this stuff when she retired. The last year she worked, they were remodeling the fucking building she worked in, and one of the partitions fell on her and shattered her shoulder and busted her back. Now, she got all the shit from work, for it taken care of and a big settlement and stuff, but she can't do anything with it because she can barely fucking do anything without fucking being in pain. It's like, so you just wasted all that time of your life waiting to retire to enjoy it, and now you can't even fucking enjoy it. Fuck that.
Yeah,
I don't think I'll ever get to retire. I honestly think I'll just.
I don't plan on retiring either. I'm just going to work till I dead.
Yeah, that's kind of my retirement plan.
No, I think that's it. Like when you hear people that say, "Well, I want to be able to do this when I retire," like I don't know if I'm going to make it. I mean, I'm not planning on fucking dying, but why am I going to say like, "Hey, you know what? when I'm 68, when I retire, 65, then I'll do this stuff. No, like if I have the money, if I have the means to do it, and at 65, like I can't just go out and fucking skateboard. I mean, my skills have already diminished a lot
Well,
since I was.
we
in
have
my
20 years until we're actually allowed to retire right now, Lawrence. And by the time we get there, fuck, it'll probably be up to 75. So we're never retiring.
Well, that's what this YouTube is going to make me enough
Oh,
passive income that I can retire.
Well, I need you to adopt me. But it's like you said, right? I'd rather be in a wheelchair when I'm 62 and be able to say, yeah, I busted my ass because I fucking fell down a cliff, as opposed to, yeah, I got hurt crossing the street because I wasn't paying attention to the slippery concrete.
Yeah, and that's like if you're doing something you love, you know, like if I'm in a wheelchair or I'm walking with a cane because listen, what I loved finally put me here, I can accept that. But you know what? And you know, maybe I'll look at it differently when I have grandkids and I'm like, I can't play with I can't play with them because of everything that I did. But you know what? That's what you have your stories for, right?
Yep.
You know, I mean, are grandparents really running around and playing that hard with grandkids? No, they're fucking spoiling them. But there's too many people that just, man, I don't want to be that person. I want to wake up and be like,
it's like
I should
for
have done
Christmas, Luke got me one of those stupid, I shouldn't say it's stupid. Luke got me one of those books that's like my dad's story, right? And he's like, Dad, I want you to fill this up with all your stories. I'm like, oh, I don't know if I could tell you those stories, dude. He's like, no, I want all your stories, like the ones you can tell me. I'm like, all right, dude, that's cool, right? Because he wants to know, because he knows that I didn't fucking just sit on my ass and, you know,
what is that?
It's some kind of like journal. It's called like my dad's story or something like that, right?
Yeah, that's like what I was talking about earlier. My son asking me about stuff. I was like, maybe that's what I have to do is write him a book and
yeah,
write it all down.
that's basically what it is, right? It's basically a journal. You just put all your stories in, right? From things you remember from when you were a kid and stuff like that, right? It's a cool idea. But
yeah, I wouldn't mind having something like that for my dad. Like, I'm sure there's all kinds of crazy stuff I didn't.
Yeah, I keep trying to get my ex-father-in-law to do it because he's got like all sorts of Vietnam stories that he shared with me because I was in the army, you know. But he's never told any of his 4 kids that he has the stories that he's told.
I wish my dad would have kept his like a joke book because my dad, he was a bar hopper at the bars all the time, and he knew he was so popular at the bars just for his jokes he would tell. And he later on, when he retired, became a bartender, and just everybody loved him for all the jokes and his little smart ass shit he knew to say. I'm like, I try to remember some of that shit now. I'm like, God, I don't remember 1% of
some of those things though. Like that's my son, right? Luke is really quick. So like you could say something to him, he'll come back with some kind of fucked up comeback that's just like, you know, like he says something to me, I'm like, yeah, okay.
I've noticed watching you guys, he's a quick one.
I like the idea of that journal, but I don't know how many pages I can say. And then in 1985 for Christmas, I got the USS Flag and 8 shipwrecks.
Well, that's where you started, right? In I was born, and then in 1985, your grandfather.
So yeah, so I have 85, and then I have 87 for WrestleMania 3, and then it all pretty much goes downhill from there.
Yeah. Well, I learned how to do my first kickflip.
So you're at WrestleMania 3?
I was at WrestleMania 3.
Jesus,
we didn't get into that when we hung out. I was thinking, I knew you'd been to WrestleMania. I wasn't sure which one because I went to WrestleMania 12, so it was a big gap in between ours.
93,173 people.
I saw the Shawn Michaels Bret Hart Iron Man match. So
yeah, we went to WrestleMania 3.
When everyone forgets about
23. But I went to there were SummerSlams here. We went to one Halloween Havoc, the one where the Giant gets pushed off of Coble Hall into the Detroit River. Yeah, the Detroit River is not right there. My dad's like, nope, he would have landed on the ground. He'd be dead. And I remember, I actually remember going to Coble Hall for something else. We parked on the rooftop because the rooftop, and me and my buddy went and looked and like, oh, okay, so this is where he would have pushed him off, and we're like, yep, it's just another level down there.
They never had any big wrestling things here. I mean, like they've had, the typical shows here in Buffalo, but never any big ones. I did get to see Roddy Piper fight Adrian Adonis though back in the day, so that was cool.
Did they travel through there? Because I didn't realize this until I was listening to Bruce Pritchard, something to wrestle with, and he talked about like at the end of the year, like after Christmas and before New Year's, we always stop in Detroit and then we head up into Canada. And I was like, holy shit! It never dawned on me that between Christmas and December, the WWF is always going up through Grand Rapids, through Detroit, and then they're going up into Toronto.
They come here like once or twice a year, right?
Yeah.
But like I said, they've never done any of the big shows here, right? It's always
Yeah.
just a typical Monday Night Raw, or back in the day when it was WWF, the Saturday night, whatever the hell it was, right? But
Yeah, all those pay-per-views. Like
I saw Roddy Piper and Adrian Adonis battle when they were having their big, when they were, in their big skirmish or whatever. And Adonis was, it's like shortly after he came out, in his flamboyant self and all that stuff. So
I do. I remember
Piper is fighting Goldust. Big gap in between those.
Oh, it didn't even dawn on me the parallels there.
Yeah,
that was awesome. That gold Cadillac, him hitting Piper with it.
It's supposed to be Scott Hall. That was going to be Scott Hall's last WrestleMania, but I think he got in some kind of trouble. And that's my favorite wrestler of all time. I love Razor Ramon. I was so bummed out he wasn't going to be at that WrestleMania, the only one I went to. I didn't get to see him. Saw the return of the Warrior.
Oh God, the
Warrior! Yeah, the Warrior returned then, and then it was funny because he returned at that WrestleMania 12, and then those rumors started a little later that it was a fake Ultimate Warrior the WWE brought back.
Yeah,
and I was all bummed out. I was like, oh, so I didn't see the real Ultimate Warrior. Then later on, I found out it really was him. I don't know. It was just some rumor that wasn't really him.
It was that rumor that went around. There's no internet. You know what's funny is that my dad and I, in his bedroom, watched the Ultimate Warrior beat Hulk Hogan in Toronto for the heavyweight championship through squiggly lines. We watched the whole pay-per-view. We watched many pay-per-views through squiggly lines. But I remember, like, we're trying to make it out. How bad were we that we'd watch, like, a wrestling? Like, you can't watch anything wrestling. I mean, we all know what else we watched. Well, not with my dad, obviously.
Yeah.
Through squiggly lines, and you're like,
there's a late night TV back in the day.
Scrambled television, yeah. Kids don't know about that. Getting the scrambled channels.
Oh, well, they don't have to even worry about it nowadays. I mean, shit, you can.
We got buffering.
I mean, free porn sites. All it says is, "Are you 18?" Yep, I am.
Totally.
Yeah, I have to say, I am so shocked that anyone pays for porn. Like, what are you paying for? Just Google it and you'll find it. Unless if there's someone particular that you're looking for.
But even that person you could find. There's always,
for the most part, you're absolutely right. But like the money that these OnlyFans girls are making, it's like,
I just don't get that shit, right? I mean, I guess unless you like the amateur style better than the professional style, but I had a buddy whose wife was she was from the Philippines, right? She was gorgeous, and she used to do like whatever OnlyFans was back then before OnlyFans, in her room, and I'd be over there like hanging out with him, and I'd be like, "Where's I can't remember her name now, but he's like, "Oh, she's doing a show." I'm like, "Well, how much money does she make?" She was making like mad cash. I couldn't even believe how much money she was fucking making. And I was like, "Doesn't that bother you?" He's like, "I don't give a shit if she shows it off. She's making money." All right, dude.
I'd do it if I could.
But I'll tell you what.
Fuck yeah,
a lot of these OnlyFans girls, a lot of these TikTok people who don't really work, who have never worked, that's how they're making money. It's going to come to an end.
Oh yeah, that's
what I mean. And so
only got a good 5, maybe 10 years, depending on how good you take care of yourself.
But I mean, but even like the TikTok things, like people that are making their money, and they're not showing everything off like that. And I'm talking about guys too. Like, it's it eventually comes to an end, right? And if you didn't manage your money properly, you're not going to be very happy when.
Yep, exactly, right.
If you're not paying your taxes.
And they also got to take into consideration, right? Like even if you manage your money correctly, unless you're making $1 million, you're not going to be able to live off that forever, right? Even if you manage it correctly. So at some point, reality's got to set in, and then what are you going to do? Be a fucking secretary, or what are you going to do as a job? Work
and you
at
know
Walmart?
what Ben says right there? Like, you don't even have to be a 10 or a 9 or a 10. Like, there are people that, like, if you're willing to do certain things, and there's obviously people with fetish for anything, right?
Oh, yeah.
And I think it's crazy. I mean, God bless them. Hey, you know, whatever you want to do, I don't care. You know, my job is to keep my kids from doing it.
Right, exactly.
Now, as a dad, your job is to keep them off the pole. I'm glad that there's a lot of fathers that haven't been able to do that. I just want to make sure it's not one of my kids.
Most of those girls don't have dads. That's the problem.
There's that too, but there are that do. You know, there are some that do.
We're in a weird financial time where like any kind of side hustle. So like, you know, they're not making a ton of money like a lot of them. So like, it's just extra income. I would do it. Like if I thought anybody would pay to see what I got, I would totally do it.
Oh, for sure, dude. Fuck, why not?
Well, you're
right?
trying to do it with your action figure. So
The problem
you know
is that most of the shit that guys have to do is gay shit in order to get any fucking money. That's the people that are paying for guys, see guys, right? Girls don't pay to see guys naked.
Yeah, if you, like
they don't have to.
Yeah. When you look at porn, there's like 10 guys that actually make money,
right?
You know, and they're circulating throughout.
When I first got married to my ex-wife, I used to tell her how fucking easy it was for girls, right? Because if a guy walks up to a chick at a bar, and let's just say he's decent looking enough, right? And says, "Hey, you want to go have sex?" 9 times out of 10, he's going to get shot down. If a girl's decent looking enough, it can walk up to any guy that's not married at a bar and say, "Hey, let's go have sex," and he's going to be like, "Okay, let's go." I mean, that's just the way it is, right? That's life.
I've told these girls, especially girls that aren't on dating sites, I'm like, and even ones that are, I'm like, you know, you have all the power. Because there are certain guys that are just good looking and they're able to pretty much pull any girl. But for the most part, you talk to a girl that's on a dating site and they're like, do you know how many messages we get from douchebags? I'm like, exactly. So after a while, you stop messaging people because you're like, listen, I just spent 20 minutes writing an introduction to you, reading through your profile so you realize I actually read it. And after you do that 5 or 6 times and you waste your time and no one responds, you're like, you know what? It's not worth it.
But that's the thing, though, right? Because like, there's so many guys out there that don't understand. Like, I've seen so many girls that I follow on Instagram and stuff that are like cosplayers and shit like that, right? That there's guys out there that just think like Instagram's a dating app, right? And it totally ruin it for like a normal dude that's just trying to like actually either be cool or just try to meet them, you know, as a person, right?
And here's another thing that I tell girls, like when girls talk about like, don't send dick pics, right? No one likes that. I'm like, listen, I would never do that. I would never send that to someone, especially unsolicited, right? But it has to work eventually, or so many guys wouldn't do it, right?
Right.
It's got to work eventually sometimes. So don't tell me like no girl likes it because guys continue to do it. You know, like it must work at some point.
Yeah, something must have at some point it must have worked, or else they wouldn't be doing it still, right?
Yeah. You know, because if they really all got shot down, but let's be honest.
I had a buddy, his whole thing was it's a numbers game. So it was just always like,
yep, exactly.
I've heard that one too. It's just a numbers game. And but at times I look and I'm just like,
I don't worry about dating right now because even the girls that are my age are still so wrapped up in fucking teenage drama. It's not even fucking funny. So
I know who would be wrapped up in drama, toys and shit.
Oh, fuck bother that shit, man. Fuck that noise, man. My kids ask me all the time, Dad, why don't you start dating? I'm like, because I don't want to I don't need that drama in my life. I come home, I do what I want to do. I go to bed when I want to go to bed. I fucking do whatever I want to do.
I'm younger than you, but I'm still, that's how I am.
I've been like that for like the last 5 years. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, I'm good. Like,
I have not had a serious relationship since their mother and I split up. It's been it'll be 8 years next month.
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah, and how many dates have you gone on?
not a lot. But I mean, I've dated girls, but
yeah, but
yeah.
I mean, like, how enjoyable is that for you at your age, right?
I fucking hate dating.
Right.
So if you're single, you understand this. I don't mind going out on a date with someone and spending money on them if it's somebody that I enjoy being with.
Right.
It's like going through that dating process of knowing like I'm gonna spend $50 on dinner. And if you get 5 minutes into it and you realize I never want to see this person again, you're stuck there for an hour spending $50 like I've thrown it away. You know? It's crazy. You know, it's absolutely fucking crazy. And the whole dating process, I tell everyone, like, be glad you're not in your 40s and single.
Well, that's like I even told my ex-wife, this, that I don't fucking want to have. She's like, why don't you date? I'm like, because I don't want to have to prove to somebody who I am anymore, right? It's either you accept it or you don't accept it. I'm not going to prove to you that I'm worthy of your time. Fuck you.
Yeah, and it's like,
and a lot of these women nowadays, a lot of them, not all of them, and this is just a society thing, right? Social media has fucking ruined a lot of women because they have all these things about how, these guys should be treating you like fucking queens. Well, if you're not a queen and you don't treat me right, I'm not going to treat you right. That's fuck you. You don't just deserve it because you're a woman. Fuck that. And a guy doesn't deserve it because he's a guy, right? You got to bring something to the table.
Yeah, it'd be that neutrality.
Yeah, for sure.
And I know for me, like when I was, when she moved out and different things like that, I was skating 5 days a week. I'm like, you know what? I it's not fair. It wouldn't be fair for me to try and get involved with someone knowing that I want to be selfish for myself. When I don't have my kids, I just want to go ride my skateboard. I don't give a shit. I want to collect these toys. I wasn't even in toys that much at that point. I'm like, I want to ride my skateboard. And again, I don't think a woman should tell you like, hey, you should stop riding your skateboard. But if you're riding your skateboard 5-6 days a week and she's like, hey, you never spend time with me, but you're always on that, she has a right to be upset.
Oh, for sure.
You have to be willing to, and I'm like, I'm not willing to. I mean, I am now more because I've slowed down with things, but at that point, I'm like, I'm not willing to give it up. I'm selfish right now, and
right. But
it would be wrong.
Like you said, right? If had you met the right person, let's just say you met the right person 5 years ago, or 2 years ago, or today, right? If you meet the right person, you're willing to give up a little bit of that, but they shouldn't expect you to give it all up, right? Because, like you said, if a woman's mad because you're married to them and you're spending every second out with your boys or drinking or in the garage fixing your car or whatever it is, they have a right to be upset.
I agree.
Then you got to make that decision, right? But just like you have the right to be upset that she's out spending all your money shopping every day, going out drinking coffee and not doing anything, right? It's an equal give and take, right?
And it's funny because I talk to friends and they're like, well, if they fucking don't like you for what, that you're skating, then who cares? It's like, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm being selfish where I want to skate more than someone at my age should. I have to give that up when I'm with my kids, and they were younger at that time. So I wasn't skating that week when I would have them, and it's like, but I don't want to give that up. So why should I bother going out and trying to meet someone? Because it's not fair to them. I can't be mad if someone's not going to be fair to me. I can't be fair to them. And so many people, men and women, won't do that.
Exactly.
They act completely, it's like, well, no, it shouldn't be like that. Well, no, I mean, if you're spending all your time hiking or skateboarding or whatever, and you're not spending your time with them, they have a right to go, we need to spend some time together because you're always there.
Well, I mean,
I tried finding a girlfriend in the woods, but she was covered in hair, couldn't speak English, so it didn't work.
Still your watch.
It's also like if you're happy, like, right? Do you need someone? Do you feel like there's something missing? If you're fine being by yourself, there's nothing wrong with that.
Nope,
like, and a lot of people like kind of looking out, like, or looking in from the outside will be like, well, why don't you have anybody? It's like, I don't need anybody. I'm not saying I'm not open to it, but I'm done trying to pursue it in any kind of
you know,
way.
that's society, right? Because society
That's
has
how
told
I've
us
been
that
for a
you
long
get
time,
out of high
too.
school, you go to college, you get a job, you get married, you know, you have kids, and then you raise your kids, and then you retire, and you go do whatever else the second adventure with your spouses, right? That's what society's told everybody you're supposed to do, and that's not the way life is anymore.
I know that's what I've said to people. I'm like, listen, I'm happy with who I am. I'm happy where I'm at. Is it lonely at times? Yeah. Because you know what? I'd like a Saturday to just go hang out with someone. Like I don't want Saturdays to hanging out with buddies. You know, like you want
Yeah.
someone you go out on dates with and go
Like
on
we're doing.
experience. You know,
Like
but at the
right
same
now,
time-
Saturday.
You guys are all right, but
Yeah.
But you know,
But I wish you were, you know,
You can't
a
give me
5'7",
everything I
you know, blonde, you know, that'd be much better.
But no, it is definitely one of those things where you're just like, I'm happy. Like I'm fine. I have. It sounds stupid. I have my toys. I have
I
my
know.
children.
Somebody's got to put up with all this shit.
Yeah, I have my skateboard when I want to skateboard.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, the reason why I didn't jump on earlier was because they have a deal for buy one get one free skateboard from online, and they happen to have the decks that I ride. So I wanted to order them before. I didn't know when the sale ended. So I'm like, oh, if I get it, then I can hold on to them until I need one.
But you know, that's the other thing, like having kids. My son is 18, right? He's my youngest. And I don't want to date a girl that's like, say, 46, that's got, you know, younger kids and get in that fucking relationship, because I'm not going to be your kid's daddy, right? That's just not, I'm not down for that shit.
Yeah, but you know what? As we get older, you know, that part is coming. There's gonna be less and less of those people that we.
For sure, right? For sure. But I mean, it's like, you know, I'm not going to be somebody's dad when, you know.
And I said that when you know, when we got out of the relationship, you know, when Susan and I split up, that was one of my thinking. My mentality was like, listen, I did this already, and the first time it ended horribly, and the kid that I was helping raise, she fucking took him from me. You know, and she was a cunt about it. And then, you know, with Susan, I raised her daughter since she was 5 years old. So she's still my daughter, you know?
Yep.
But it's like, if I date someone that has younger children, now we're talking, again, 6-7 years ago, I'm like, I understand you got to be a father figure, but the father needs to be involved because I'm not going to be a father.
Yeah.
You know, you have to be.
Well, besides that, right? I was dating a girl for 2 years, way back before I got married to my ex, who had kids. They were like 10 and 7 or something like that, right? And I was their dad basically for 2 years because his dad was vacant. We broke up. The kids were devastated, like I was, you know, their real dad, and I was devastated because of it. But it was like I was also in the middle of things because it was like, she'd expect me to be the dad until it came time. Like if I yelled at one of them and they said, hey, you know, Ed yelled at me because I did this. Then I'm like, well, you're not the real father. Why are you doing that? I'm like, well, what the fuck, right?
Situation, yeah.
You left me in charge of your kids while you went to work. What the fuck do you think I'm going to do? Let them be fucking animals? Come on. It's not like I beat the kid. I just told him to stop fucking, you know, beating the TV with a hammer.
I know that one very well, where it's like all the years that if I said something to Emily that upset Susan or something, it came out pretty quickly that it was shown like, you're not really her dad. Like, I've raised her for fucking 8 goddamn years. Her dad's never fucking met her in her life. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, what can I mean, I don't have.
Yeah. Yeah. What
know.
are you going to say, right? Other than fuck, this is a shitty situation.
Yeah. And it wasn't all the time, but there were certain things that,
oh, yeah,
you know, it would happen. And again,
I remember one time on the opposite end of that, I was probably like 12 or 13. And my dad, who was my stepdad, right? My real dad died when I was a baby. He was screaming at me and he said something like, who do you think you are? And I looked him square in the face and said, well, I'm not your son. Right. Fucking killed the guy right there on the spot. Right. And I still remember the look on his face to this very day, you know, and it's like, I can only, I mean, you know, I know how it feels because I've been on the receiving end of that now. And it's like, fuck, I can't believe I did that to the poor guy. Right. raised me since I was a little kid, right? And did everything, worked his ass
Kids are
off.
shitty though.
Yeah.
Even
But I
to
mean,
the
like I was 12 or
actual
13 years old, right? So to me, it was just being a typical defiant teenager, but I fucking killed that guy saying that to him.
I know that one because, you know, like Emily started calling me dad after Andrew was born. I think it was just that progression, right? But when we split up, and she obviously took her mom's side because things weren't very good between us, she started calling me Lawrence. And it went like that for a long time. And I was just like, listen, I'm not going to hold anything against her. She's young.
Yeah.
When she's ready to come around, and she did. But she was like, even she'll still call me Lawrence, and it bothers me. Like,
yeah,
I've raised you, but now, like, I noticed for Christmas there was a lot of things that said to dad, you know, and you know, she'll
in that
refer.
situation though, like you're a good enough guy to realize that she's got to process that shit on her own, right? Because there was more to it than just saying "fuck you," you're not my dad, right? There was more to that than that whole thing, right?
Oh yeah, and that's why I was like, like when she's ready,
you just got to let them process it themselves, right? And like Thanos said, most of us when we're fucking teenagers and shit, we're fucking shitty people as teenagers.
Yeah, I had my stepbrother and stepsister, and they called my dad Joe all the time. So I grew up when I was little calling him Joe. Everybody like, "That's your dad. You call him dad." And I just heard Joe all the time. So I was like, Joe.
I used to always say, if I have kids, I'm just gonna have them call me Homer. Like Bart always calls Homer. Doesn't call him dad, just calls him Homer.
Hey, Homer.
And they were
I
like,
know people who talk to their parents like that though. They call them like by their name. It's like it's so weird to me.
My kids call my ex-wife her real name, but it's like a joke now, kind of, because my son started doing it, but
Olivia does it a lot, and she won't do it to me. Like they might do it jokingly, and she does it jokingly to Susan. She knows I hate it, so she doesn't even try and because I'm like, it's just a respect thing.
Yep, exactly.
Like,
my kids will only call me my real name if they're trying to get my attention, like at a store or something, and I'm not hearing dad, right? Then they'll be like, Ed. I'm like, what, shit, you know, but
don't matter. Just say dad, and we all turn around.
Right.
Like, how many times have you heard dad, and you know it's your kid, and you're looking around, and you're like, oh wait, my kids aren't even here with me.
Yeah.
Thanos, you don't know, and don't worry.
I don't know, but I get it.
It's you know, it's no fun anymore, but I'm happy being just myself, so fuck it, I don't give a fuck shit.
Yeah, like I said, you know, when I meet someone, then great, I meet someone.
Yep.
The unfortunate thing is, I'm gonna be 100% honest. Being a 48-year-old, but even going through my 40s, hanging out at a skate park, and also being in the toy tube arena, there's not a lot of girls.
Well, that's the problem, right? Like,
it's a big sausage fest.
If I met a girl through work, it's like the girls that I worked with at my last job were, you know, all married or whatever. I had nobody I was interested in. Then I was working from home, and I spend the rest of my time in the woods or, you know, here doing toys and toy tube. It's like, you know, not a lot of opportunity for meeting girls, you know. It's like,
you know what I find sometimes too when I go out of the house, I hate everybody. Like
exactly, right?
Just like I can't make it down the road without being like, "Fuck you! What the fuck is wrong with this asshole? God damn it! I hate everybody."
I'm a
like,
really,
I don't even get to where I'm going, and I hate like 40 people already.
I'm a really easygoing, forgiving person.
I like 40
like,
people.
even like going into the Walmart, right? I'll see these people, and I'm just like, are you that dumb that you think you can just park your cart in the middle of the main fucking aisle and think you're not blocking anybody?
No situational awareness, no courtity.
Get off your fucking phone.
So
put your fucking purse away.
Where I go out to, and I'm just
fucking
like,
shop.
Everyone's an idiot. I can never see myself dating again because I'm like, I don't like anybody, but
so
gotta find the right person.
So I'm sorry. I now have this picture of Thanos getting in his car. Fires his car up, flips his little binder open for the blank page, and then takes a pen. And every time he sees someone that he hates, he just marks it off. He hits 4, hits at 5, he crosses it off. So by the time he's down the street, he's like,
He's
fucking
driving all the
40.
time, so he's probably taking license plates going, yeah, I was pissed off at you last Tuesday too, you dumb fuck.
This morning, I went to go get an oil change, and as I'm leaving on like the main road out of my neighborhood to the main road into town, like somebody's coming and there's a stop sign. They have their blinker on, but they're going way, way, way too fast, and so I don't trust it. Like I'm just I'm gonna wait and see if they actually turn. And then the car behind me starts honking at me. It's like, no, I don't like I'm already mad at two people and I haven't even made it out of my neighborhood yet, you know?
That's exactly how I am. My kids, they're in the car with me and they see I hate how people drive. I hate driving just because of other people on the road. And I see something like that and then I'm explaining to my kids exactly why I'm pissed off. I'm screaming, yelling, fuck at this guy because he didn't have his blinker on. He stopped here, turned. Now this guy over here had to do this, that, and I'm just like, I freaking hate driving now.
Everybody has to go through driver's ed now, but you don't know how to use a fucking stop sign. What the fuck's the matter with you?
Well, I got hit not that long ago in that company vehicle because someone just ran a stop sign.
Yeah. Number one thing is use your blinker and freaking won't piss me off as much. I hate.
Dude, people just quit using their blinkers, and I don't know if it's just a California thing. But nobody uses a blinker, and now at stop signs, people think it's two cars at a time, and not like you go, next person goes. Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could pull up to the stop sign, right? We all got taught. You know, the person on the right has the right of way. Person to the stop sign first gets the right of way, right? You pull up to a stop sign. You're checking to see if anything's coming. The guy that just got up there is already coming through the fucking stop sign. You're like, what the fuck, dude?
I'm always looking at everybody's face. I'm like, okay, this person's an idiot.
Exactly.
I don't trust you.
First thing I told all three of my kids when I taught them how to drive: make eye contact with people at a stop sign. Fucking make sure you know they're going to fucking stop.
I tell my kids all the time. I'm like, I spend more time watching other people. If somebody's I'm going up, I'm like, I can look at that person's face and I know they're going to pull out in front of me because they look like a freaking idiot. They're unsure.
Yep.
So in Michigan we have it's called the Michigan Left, and what it is. So I mean, it's not everything, but we have a lot of these medians, right? So to turn left, you go past the light, you get in the left turn lane, you do this U-turn. So now, and it takes you around. So now you're facing the opposite way, and then you turn right. So you turn right to turn left is what they say, right? It actually alleviates traffic amazingly. But what happens is a lot of these, so here, here's your median, you turn here. A lot of times there'll be a street here so that the car is turning right, but you're sitting at a light. Well, what happens is these people doing the left, they think they have the right of way. So all these people that are sitting in the right, they're stuck there because they won't stop. Now I will slowly move out because, as I always say, if you're turning right, you have the right of way. It's literally in the name, right of way. But people won't stop. They'll just keep going. And I'm like, I will sneak my fucking way out there. And if someone honks, I'm like, fuck you, dude. Like, I know the traffic. Unfortunately, you don't. But it's infuriating to watch how many people get backed up, especially if you're stuck behind someone that won't go. And you're like, for the love of God, just go. Just go. They will stop. I promise you.
So let's address this question here. So here's one. She watched a couple of videos. This is Zach said he helped raise kids with for 4 years. She liked a couple of my videos and liked them. She's totally lost with the toys. I asked her if she'd like to be in one when I get something cool to unbox. I'd have my ex on with me in a video if she wanted to be. My exes and I are cool. She would never want to be because she doesn't want to be on video. But if she did, I'd let her.
I don't know. If they were in, fuck.
Are you serious about your channel as Larry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like having other people. I don't.
Well, I mean, like, would you have her on Thursday with a friend? Let's put it that way.
A lot of people would tune in.
Like, yeah.
Would
you do punks on film with her?
Would I have a girlfriend of mine or someone that I'm seeing on?
Your ex, right? He's talking about his ex, right?
He's talking about
my
an
ex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck no. She wouldn't want to be on it. She wouldn't want to be on it.
Everybody would tune into that show, though.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Well, yeah, well. I thought you meant like if you're dating someone or someone that's interested
No,
in
I
you.
think he's talking about his ex that he helped raise kids with for 4 years. My ex and I are fine. If she wanted to do a show with me, I definitely, I mean, if it was just one show, I would do it with her. But she would never want to, so I don't have to worry about it.
Man. You know, it's such a, it's like almost going in business with someone. How much do you trust them?
Well, yeah. I mean, like for him, it'd be an unboxing video, right? So it'd definitely be easy to do because you could edit anything out that you didn't like that she said or whatever, right? But I don't see any problem with it as long as you're cool with each other, right? I mean, that's
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
I don't think. I mean, I can't say I wouldn't do it because you do a lot of stuff for pussy.
Yeah.
But like
voodoo punani, man, it makes us all do stupid shit.
Like I would see a lot of guys up at the skate park, and their girlfriends are always up there. And I can understand like your girlfriend coming up like once in a while. But first off, it's like, how much does she hate herself or how much do you hate her that she's sitting there watching skateboarding for hours? And she just sits there. That sounds awful. That's mean to her. And she's not doing it. I could sit there and watch skateboarding all day long, but that's because I love doing it. But like I watch some of these women and they're there all the time. And I'm like, do you hate yourself or does he hate you? I don't know because I can't think of anything more boring than not knowing anything about it. A lot of times you want to see maybe what your partner is into, but then you're like, that was cool.
Yeah, but you know, the thing is like, it's cool. Like my ex-wife used to come with me, you know, when I was looking for toys and stuff, and she'd come with me to like local, like, you know, toy cons and shit like that. Right. But she did it because she wanted to support me and be with me, right? If I told her that I was going to go hang out with a bunch of guys and talk about toys for 5 hours, like, you know, watch, like you're saying, watch me skate for 5 hours, she'd not be down for that. She'd go do her own thing, right? And it'd be cool.
Yeah. And again, like if they want to come and they want to see what you're doing just so they can kind of experience that, that I get. But after like so many times, you're like, then you just have a Klingon.
I think it'd be fine down south. I mean, as long as you guys are getting along and it's going to be fun, then do it, right? As long as you're fun together.
Yeah, that's
I
what
mean,
I was going to say.
You know.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if it works for you,
both we enjoy, do it.
Yeah. If she's willing, go for it, dude. Like I said, my ex-wife would do it but she won't be on video, right? And I'd let her do it, but she won't be on video.
Yeah, my ex wouldn't even give a shit. Like, I think she already thinks that. You know what? I take it back. She's kind of opened up to things. I think she still thinks it's kind of silly, but she kind of realizes, like, hey, you know what? He's not doing any harm. He raises, you know, he's raising our kids. You know.
My ex-wife came over on Christmas Eve. She brought me over some food from the dinner that they had with their family, and you know, whole fucking ham dinner and shit, which was cool. And then I was showing her, like, you know, some of the shit, and she's like, "Oh, I see you're still a fun person to hang around, building toys and stuff still." So I mean, it's cool, you know.
Question 2: think there's any point in trying to do any kind of video with this, Thanos, or should I just open this and
do it? People will be
Dude,
interested.
do a fucking review, yeah, for sure, man. You got a following right now; people would be watching it.
So old. Yeah, I can just do a video, see how well it works with Masterverse, because that's what I'm curious about.
Yeah,
you can compare it to the Origins one too.
Yep.
I'm just trying to talk myself into opening it.
I would do it. Yeah, I mean, that'd be a good angle too, right, Cop? If you do it like, hey, I want to see how this works with Origins and how it works with, you know, Masterverse, and, you know, do it that way.
Yeah. Like, it's burning a hole in me right now. I'm just like, open it.
He's looking hard for a Griffin. What's a Griffin?
This is another like mount vehicle they did for classics.
Oh, yeah. If they had that there, I'd grab that too. never know what I'm going to find up there. I was so shocked to see that. And I don't know if I said earlier, Thanos, I thought when I walked in there, I thought that was the Origins night stock.
Yeah.
I walked in there, I was like, holy shit. I was like, I'm going to get this early. I was like, oh, it's the classics one. I'm still going to get it. But and I don't know about
D20
that.
putting out that Griffin, though. That thing looks hella good. It's up on 5K for pre-order.
Oh,
right now.
yeah, I know.
Yeah, 5K.
Wish I had the cake for that Griffin right now.
I get on at 5K and I'm just like, I want everything. So much.
I know. Fucking 5K is such a fucking dangerous fucking hole to go into. I bought, like I said, they had a table at PowerCon. Their US distributor did, and I bought three figures from their fucking table.
Yeah, I'm stuck on these Warcraft figures, and they got like that
dude,
two-headed ogre coming out.
Yeah,
and
they look so freaking cool. So much room there to take up. Though I'm like, man, I'm starting to really run out of space and stuff. I'm doing some random buys lately too. Like I'll get these high-end figures, pay too much, and then the next thing I know, I'm on Amazon buying freaking discounted $5-10 figures too, and so I've just got piles of crap.
well, like this guy, I spent $60 on the figure, and that was on sale. And then I bought him like an outfit. Like,
yeah, accessories.
Yeah, so
I just bought like a 4-pack of a whole wave of what's it? DC with Frozen something, just because I wanted to build a figure. I found all the figures cheap individually. Comes with the Frost King, I think it is.
Oh yeah.
Oh okay, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I wanted that Frost King. I was like, shit, I'll get these. I'm gonna sell the figures, I think, individually, because I don't need any superheroes, but I wanted that Frost King. Like, I can't believe I freaking bought them all just for the Frost King.
That's the bad part though, because like if you went to just buy the Build-A-Figure on eBay because somebody put all the pieces together, you're going to end up paying just as much.
Yeah,
anyways.
I think I paid like $50 for the 4 figures altogether.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I get the Build-A-Figure out of it. Yeah.
I sold one of the Build-A-Figure pieces to the what the hell was the thing from
I kind of want to finish this thing now.
I sold the one piece from the Moon Knight Build-A-Figure, and it was like $50.
Yeah, because you got the Power Princess, huh?
Yeah, I got Crystar coming too. So
okay, once you do, you get this cool. This looks kind of cool like this. Now, just I have a pile of freaking body parts, the legs, and then those arm things all together. I've been setting this around. It looks like almost like a pile of dog shit, but it looks cool.
Yeah, you know what he's talking about here? These figures.
I'm not a big Resident Evil guy, but I have seen the figures.
I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I haven't really paid too much attention to them though.
No. I'm not a big Resident Evil guy either.
My big thing is like fantasy stuff.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that way the Power Princess is that kind of reason you got her, just because she.
Yeah, that, and I do actually do Marvel Legends. I've been getting into it more recently, especially because like the X-Men stuff. Like I was always a huge X-Men fan. And
yeah, that's something. If I would probably.
I'll be right back, fellas.
Like '97 cartoon, the whole team and stuff.
Yeah, when they started showing that stuff off, I kind of started like.
I know. I've thought about it, and also I'm a big Batman fan too. So I'm like Batman the villains mainly. I was like, if I get into any kind of Batman, I'll probably get a whole collection of all the villains because I just love all the villains from Batman. I think they're the coolest villains out there. See myself with a whole, especially the Joker too. At one point I almost started collecting Jokers. I was like, I'm just gonna start collecting only Jokers. That's kind of before I got into He-Man.
And then you can get all the Jokerized figures that everybody loves so much.
Yeah, I had no idea about those even back then. I was just thinking Jokers. I got like Joker posters and things, but
I don't actually display my superhero toys though. Like they're just in those sleeves behind me. Like,
oh, the shoe sleeves.
Yeah.
I know I've got some random shelves now that just crap everywhere between Dungeons and Dragons and McFarlane's and all kind of medieval fantasy looking.
I think the worst is when like what you're collecting, there's nothing coming out like G.I. Joe right now, and I'm looking at like I need to get something. I need like
scratch that itch.
Yeah, I should be getting like the couple of Alaverse figures that I ordered from Helidope Toys hopefully next week, and I know Gridiron hit me up, sent me the email that they're shipping my the loadout that I ordered. So I'm like, finally something. It's like I
What
need
lo-
something.
What
Just
loadout
do it.
did you get?
I got the Recondo loadout because I bought this Recondo because it was like $12. But if you have Snow Job, the second head that Snow Job comes with is just too good not to use. And it fit on him perfectly. So I had like the Valaverse loadout on it that came with Duster, because we all had like 84 Dusters.
Yeah.
But I was trying to go through the loadouts, and I'm trying to think, and then like I see this one, I'm like, and I forgot that I had him with a different head. I'm like, oh, that actually works out perfect because it's meant to go with that. It's meant to go with that, and I'll order that one for it. So, what do you ask?
He's saying that you get your figures like 6 months before he gets them, and he's aggressive.
Well, that was before. We were ordering from overseas.
Yeah.
We ordered I ordered a bunch of stuff from, well, I don't say a bunch of stuff. 2 rounds, I think, of stuff from Return of the Nerd.
Yeah.
He no longer will ship to the U.S. because Travis. And then there's some stuff that we might get out of Canada, but a lot of the stuff has just been lucky. Like getting Buzzer in, I just happened to be lucky. It just, that came to BBTS. No one else got them. I got them before anyone else. I got the review done.
Hasbro's distribution is completely fucking whacked out, though. You have no fucking clue what's going to happen.
A lot of the stuff out of the CMD store, they ship out of New York, but they're out of Canada. They'll get stuff early, but sometimes you got to watch it because the way the distribution has been, you're paying more for those figures and you're paying for shipping and handling. So if you're not buying like a whole wave of figures, now if you pre-order, they'll ship it right away, but you can't get your money back. So like B's Battleground, he's stuck with a lot of duplicates because he can't get rid of that stuff. Like he's already stuck with it. No,
that's the problem, though, right? We're so used to not getting our shit that we pre-order from like 7 different places, and then like Tony was saying, you forgot, and he had to remember to cancel that other order because.
Well, it wasn't even that I forgot the mutt; it just showed up from Amazon.
Right. Yeah.
I wasn't notified or anything. It was weird is that we were on a Toy Kind of Mood the night before, and Travis was saying like, "Yeah, mutt just showed up," and then the next day. My buddy Greg was like, yeah, he just showed up. I'm like, no, mine still says, and I'm like, I'm looking right. Oh no, it's out for delivery today.
Did you keep both your mutts?
Yes, because I sent Junkyard to Tony to do a custom.
Oh, of Roman?
Yeah.
I thought you were going to give it to Olivia because I thought she wanted one.
What?
The dog. Didn't you say that Olivia saw the mutt or the junkyard and was like, "Oh, I want to have that dog when you die"?
Oh yeah, when I die.
Oh, so she doesn't need one now. Wait till you're dead. Damn kids. That's like Luke's constantly like, "So Dad, when you're dead, I get all your toys and all your vinyl and all this other stuff, right?" I'm like, comic books. I'm like, yeah. He goes, what does everybody else get? I'm like, there ain't shit else, kid. I guess you get all of it.
I tell Olivia she gets all the female figures, right? So she gets all the female figures. And I said, you know what? You get all the figures that came with the hiss because it has one female figure. And if she'll claim something, if I say to Andrew, like, this is yours when I'm dead, and he goes, I don't really want that. Like, good, it goes to your sister. She will remember. I guarantee you, I'm going to die, and he's going to be like, well, no. You remember on this date when you said that? No, she claimed Junkyard that day. But I didn't have the other one. But when I got him, like, I've been asking Tony, like, hey, could you do a custom for Roman? He's like, I've been looking. Like, I don't see any dogs. And when I got Junkyard and I was looking at it, I mean, Rottweilers and pit bulls look very, very similar.
Yeah.
I also think Junkyard is a little small,
Yeah, for sure.
compared to Mutt, because usually Rottweilers are. They should be close to the size of the wolf.
Yep.
A little bit smaller. And again, it doesn't matter. It's a fucking toy, right?
Right.
So I asked Tony. He's like, "Yeah, I can do it." So I sent it out to him. But then it dawned on me. It's not a big deal, but he doesn't have a tail.
Yeah, Tony
Rottweilers
can
don't have
help
tails.
It's
They either
cropped.
have- What? Yeah.
Like they crop them.
Yeah. So his tail is cropped. And Tony's like, "Yeah." He goes, "I was just looking at that." He's like, "There ain't nothing I can do." I was like,
Sure
I
you
just
can.
happened to notice it. Because he's like, "I need a bunch of pictures of Roman from like
Drill a little hole, put a little wire, sculpt a little sculpey on there. You got a tail.
Well, and he actually ordered specific paint. He's like, "Oh, and I want a good paint for this." So
That's awesome. Though.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But I'll finally have my own little Roman action figure. But that's actually what I was trying to do. I was trying when I was looking for the gridiron loadout, I was actually trying to find a loadout for like a dog handler, so I could have a different dog handler for
Yeah.
for the Roman.
I'm really
dog.
surprised they haven't come out with one yet.
I am too.
I mean, they've
So-
already announced an Alpine one, and Alpine's not even available yet.
Yeah, so when I was scrolling through it, like I'm like, I like a lot of these, but they're so expensive. It was when I came across that when I came across the Recondo one, and I'm like, oh, that's right. I have that different head on Recondo, or well, I have the second one with Snow Job, but I want to make him like his own person because the Valorous vest is awful. I mean, it looks good, but it's just so bulky. Like a lot of
Which
those
vest
vests
did you have on him? The full vest or just the body armor? Chest plates?
the one that came with Duster.
Oh, so you had just the chest plates.
They're just.
Well, the problem is the fucking magazines are too bulky. That's the problem. If the vest didn't have the magazines, it'd be perfect.
Or the knife, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you. And again, if you can't get a certain pose, and I like posing my figures,
Yeah.
you know, and I've watched a lot of these guys that do not know how to pose. Like they literally pose their figure shooting like you would an O-ring
Yeah.
figure because they don't know.
Well, most of them just have them holding the weapon like this. I mean, that's just
Yeah.
it. You know, it's across their body.
Which is
like-
fine if you have a couple of them like that, but
Yeah.
don't you want some actually shooting? That's why you like the articulation.
Yeah, right.
But yeah.
I'm still learning posing. I feel
Well, that's what I love. I
Go
love
to
hearing
take
people
it.
complain
Everybody's in
about.
the same pose.
Yeah, I love hearing people complain about articulation. And you look at their collection, they got everybody just standing on a stand in a vanilla pose. I'm like, what the fuck do you need articulation for? Just buy a fucking statue.
Well, I mean, sometimes you put them in a vanilla pose on the shelf just because you fit more that way. But when you
Yeah,
put 'em
that's
down,
my problem.
Well, but I mean, like they're the ones that are like complaining about articulation. They don't do anything with them, right? Like,
yeah,
most of mine on my shelf are in vanilla poses, but it's because I take them down constantly and take them, do
That too, yeah.
pictures with them, right? So
Yeah.
it's a different situation. Like these people are the ones that complain about articulation, then stick them in a detolf with in a vanilla pose, and that's where they stay.
Because like if they're on social media, it's like, okay, well, they're not doing toy photography, they're not doing reviews, and like you see it, and they're all just standing in a, like you said, a
Yeah.
vanilla pose. And it's okay if you have a couple. I mean, they're your figures; you can do whatever you want. But for me, I like Largo says, every shelf should have should tell a story.
6, we're going 7 hours.
Oh, I'm
Just
going to bed.
7.
Like, it's
Yeah,
almost
we're gonna get
5.
off here in a minute.
It's
hit
5
7
in the
hours.
morning. Like,
We just hit the 7-hour mark, so
Oh yeah.
you guys did. I didn't.
yeah. Us real streamers are, unlike you with
It's
your
probably my
with your
longest
5
one.
subscribers.
Hey, I'm up to like 60 something now. I'm doing all right.
I was talking about Punk, but that's
Oh, okay.
that's Moss Man on Hella Dope's commercial.
I knew
I gotta do a review for my 5 subscribers.
Every time I hear that, I laugh. I can't. Like, it's so like just how he says it in the video.
Yep, perfect.
I love that video. I need another one soon, though.
Yeah.
Now I want to start.
Yeah. Anyway, let's wrap this up,
Tyrone.
gentlemen. Thanos, what you got coming up?
7 in the morning, drop in. I think I'm on episode 21 of my Instagram retrospective.
You're on 21 already? Holy shit.
I
I
know.
think it's 21. Almost at half a year. So, and then every day on Instagram. Wednesdays are hump days. Friday are Fisto Fridays. Fisto may go on vacation at some point because I'm kind of getting sick of his ass. That's it. So
You're gonna have to start using like what was the dude with the karate chop hand?
Jitsu.
Yeah. Start doing him instead of Fisto.
I got Ram Man. You saw his
Going on.
There you go.
It was nice to see Fisto come back in the series with his giant fist.
Yeah,
Like, I know where that goes.
with the fist and the clamp soon too.
I'm
What
sorry.
about you, Cobb?
Just on YouTube, Cobweb Collector, Instagram, same thing. Just got that video out today. Just trying to decide what I'm gonna do next now. I need to start opening some stuff, doing some more videos.
Yeah, you only got a couple things to open. You've only purchased a shit ton of stuff.
I need to do that whole thing of Mythics, those 5 that I won.
Yeah.
Might do them in one whole video, but now I really want to get to her. Since I'm mostly Mo2, I figure that'll be a cool little crossover. So I might get to her next. But yeah, just a video whenever I feel like putting it out.
Excellent. Punk?
Monday Night Toy Ramblings. I had to think about it there. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You guys all know, though. Talk toys, news, and then eventually we'll get into the topic, which is going to be fun. Like, weren't we supposed to be doing this for fun?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people, a lot of different groups seem to take the fun out of it. And why are you doing anything if it's not for fun, right?
Exactly.
And then Thursday with a friend, I have a Largo on.
Nice.
So that ought to
Speaking
be pretty interesting.
That's what I love about your stream now. Your stream has become such like you do the news and stuff, but like the in talking inside the chat has become so much now that it's a joke about when we're actually going to get to the topic and what was the topic again. Because
and and that is, that's what I said about like earlier. Like I formulated it so, even if you watched the live, if you enjoy hearing me ramble on and talk to the chat and tell my little jokes or whatever, you could watch it 2 or 3 weeks later. It's not really the news that you're listening for. You're listening for the jokes about, hey, there was 4 new Batmans that were just released.
And Lawrence is short.
I come for that first half hour of Mo2, then I'm out of there. No,
so you're the one.
Mostly Joe channel. I watch it every Monday too, like pretty much every Monday, just because it's just fun to be there.
Yeah, and I appreciate that because, like I said, numerous times, like I still watch a lot of football, but I don't watch a lot of sports anymore. But I still listen to these sports stations just because I like their personalities, and I don't know why people like to hear my personality, but I know people are waiting for me to go off at times, and I don't plan it.
That's it too.
I don't plan it.
Let's be honest. There are a lot of other people, not myself included, that instigate you to go off. So, because it's enjoyable.
Oh yeah.
I mean, because they think it's enjoyable.
Yes. And there's triggers that will trigger me. But again, if you notice, like normally when I do go off, I'm not yelling and screaming at the point where my face is turning red. I used to tell people, you'll know when I'm like, if I'm mad, like you'll know. Like it's
yeah, for sure.
Even my kids are like, yeah, you don't really yell too much. I get animated, I guess you could say.
Yes, that's a good word for it. All right, I have hella dope toys coming up tomorrow that I mod for. I'll be modding for Lawrence's Ramblings on Monday, and then Tuesday night at a different time. We're going to start at 9:00 on Tuesday night. It's going to be myself and Mr. Wonderful Travis. We're going to be talking some 1/18th goodness. He's going to be showing off all of his new Joy Toy, and if his Acid Rain figures come in on Tuesday like they're supposed to, he'll be showing those off. So that will be Tuesday night, 9:00.
Will he talk about Hexastack?
Supposedly he's got some stuff going on this weekend for it, so hopefully he will.
Picked up that
Thanks, War Chest. Anyway, everybody that's still here, thanks for hanging out. Everybody that's dropped off or will check this out for God knows what reason some other time. Thanks for checking it out. Everybody have a great night. We'll see you all next week.
Have a
Later,
good night.
Take care, guys.